Hello, welcome y'all. This is Hyper Game Dev, and my name is Lees, and I'm here to work on some game stuff. Specifically, I'm gonna be working on my SkiFree-like. Why am I doing a SkiFree-like? Because it's part of the Game-like Jam, which is this thing that I started. We're on the fourth one now. This Game-like Jam is about SkiFree. What we do is we make games like other games, and it's just a way to like not have to worry about scope, to just get something done. Here we go. We don't have to worry about what the game's gonna be about. We already know what the game's gonna be about. I love doing it that way, and I'm growing as a game dev so very much. So this game came out on Windows a while back, and well, I'm making stuff. You ski down a mountain and you try to avoid obstacles, and that's pretty much the game. There's some scoring and stuff like that. So it's a nice, simple one, which I love. Although we have had some more complicated ones, which I do also enjoy and appreciate. There are two submissions. There are pre-submissions, which is a good thing to do. Oh, chat isn't on screen. All right, let me just make sure we get chat up on screen. People, there's a chat. Let me just let that refresh. But yes, so you ski down a mountain, you avoid obstacles, you have some kind of mini games built into it, but it's pretty straightforward, which again is just nice. We've done some more complicated ones. The last one that we did was Puyo. There's Bart's. Yes, we do have two pre-submissions that are in. Now they're not complete and nobody can see them, but technically people are getting in there. The nice thing about pre-submissions is, of course, that you can test out your game on the itch page, start designing your itch page and stuff like that. Slaloming down the street, sure, why not? If that's what you want your SkiFree-like to be like, you can. The winning entries that we do for them, so this is for Puyo, our last one, we have 3 categories. There's 2 that people actually vote on, and that's most creative twist on the original and most like the original. And so there's also like whichever entry gets the highest ranking without winning one of those 2 specific categories, we also honor that one as well. So we had some super awesome ones, some really clever ones. Thank you for the hydrate over there on Twitch. Frank, we are streaming on Twitch as well as YouTube. Of course, only on YouTube can we get the membership streams, although as long as I get 90 stream days on Twitch, then I'll be able to unlock subscriber only streams. We'll get there. But for now, we're doing public streams on both. I'm probably gonna stream more often so we can try to get those subscriber-only streams on Twitch. But for now, if you're looking for an extra live stream on Mondays, YouTube is the place. And yeah, let's see. Derek said, "I am doing it where you are rolling down aisles in a store like Walmart." I love that. I love that. That's so good because like you can do it anywhere. You're just gonna have movement. Your game is Puyo's, really? We did balloons before Puyo. That was an amazing one. Very challenging, just like Puyo. Not simple like SkiFree, but again, some awesome entries came through for that one. Actually, it's funny you say that, Derek, because I feel like we had a similar game in the Frogger-like jam. Also some amazing entries on that one. Which one was it? It was, I don't remember that. Here, Shopper. It's like Frogger, but shopping. What is that? Something about aisles and stuff like that. So I guess if you're looking for inspiration, you can always go check out Shopper from the Frogger-like. But we want to be original in this house. Well, you can do whatever you want. Welcome, Sebs. Good to see you. I had a few problems in the last weeks, and just now I'm about to start with the development for the jam. All right, let's go. Hey, you got 2 weeks left. That's a lot of time, especially with something like SkiFree. I feel like you can be pretty simple and straightforward with it. Isn't this fun? I love it. And again, for me, like what's so great about this is I'm actually finishing games. I'm finishing games. I wasn't finishing games. I was just like getting stuck in this endless loop of working on things forever and ever and never finishing them. That's just me. But now I've got 3 games to my name. Now are they the best games? No, but they're done. I finally know what the pipeline is like to begin and finish a game, you know? So that's my Frogger-like on the right, that's my Balloons-like in the middle, and my Puyo-like on the left. And it's so good. So get involved. There's 2 weeks left. You still have time. I'll make sure there's a link in the chat. I think they're pinned. It's pinned up on the chat. You can go click on that in the description box and the panels. It's all over the place. So yeah, get involved. It's so nice. You'd be surprised how helpful it is just to have that framework already given to you. So what I'm going to be doing today is not just announcing the jam and talking about it, but I'm going to be working on my entry today. This is going to be a beefy 12-hour approximately live stream where I'm just here doing my best and working on stuff. So we're yeah, it's your third one. I love that. Let's go. So you know, if you want to co-work with me, I hope you do. Work on your own entry. Work on something else. You don't have to be doing a game like Jam. You could be doing all kinds of different stuff. Oops, emoji wall's broken. Thanks for testing it, Dungeon. Welcome. It seems like since I started streaming on Twitch, I have to like refresh all of the like chat stuff as soon as it starts, but that is a perk if you're a member of the channel. I think we could get that set up for subscribers too. I wonder if that already works for subscribers. Anyway, let me get the emotes up properly. But yeah, that is a nice thing. It puts emotes on the wall. You just have to trust me. You just have to trust me that it puts emotes on the screen. I can't prove it right now. Okay, I refreshed it. It should start up soon. But anyway, my game is about falling down a volcano. Or not down the volcano, but down the side of a volcano. There are some, like, you know, some cinematics I'd love to get in, but, you know, look, at the end of the day, the nice thing about the SkiFree game is you can just get the gameplay going really fast, and then it's just about stacking scope, like additional scope, and part of, there it is, now it's working, and part of that additional scope, for me, is adding a cinematic, which I probably will just not. You know, I probably just won't add a cinematic, I think is what I expect to happen. But that's okay. That's okay. All right, let's see what else you guys were saying. Oh, that's my song. Dark Rosen says, "I'm waiting for someone to mix all the games together." Nice, right? Like a game like Jam, game like Jam likes. Make a game like Jam like game. Oh man. It would if I got time. Life is lifing. You'd mix them all together if you had time. I love that. Okay, let me see if I can demo this. Okay, yes. Nice. So we're falling on down. Just, oh no, the textures are gone. Where did my textures go? Okay, that is not supposed to have missing textures on the rocks. They're just little marshmallows. It's actually like about toasting marshmallows. That's what the lava is doing. It's making them nice and toast. Look, it's the alien. That was from a game that I was overscoping, and I needed to take a break and start like working on smaller projects so I could figure that out. Okay, well, let's get there. We already have a first task. I gotta replace the textures. But you get the idea. There's lava that's coming, and I have to avoid it and collect all these little jewels. And as you can see, it's very similar to SkiFree in that you're going down. I'm moving my mouse left and right to control the character and stuff like that. The Marshmallow Mountain. I know, right? I'm kind of like, am I having a crisis? Do I need, in like design, do I need to change it? Should it evolve? Should it be a chocolate candy mountain? Maybe it should. You know, I've been getting into like adding like stats, you know, things. Basically, I want to make a game that I would want to play, you know? And so for me, I really love seeing like where my stats are and trying to like get better and better every time. And so I've got a bunch of that kind of data. Today, what I'd like to add, at least, what just popped in? Oh, we got bugs. Today, what I would like to add, besides fixing miscellaneous bugs, what I'd like to add is like a roguelike feature. Dude, it's so important to me. I love seeing the stats because, like, I don't know, it just gives meaning to the game. I just feel like there's more purpose to what I'm doing, no matter what. I don't care if the game has a separate goal, you know, if it's a story, whatever. I want some little feedback. Also, Sebs, you just became a member. Thank you for becoming a member. What? Okay, wait. Do I have like a click thing I can click on for that, or do I just have to know that that's true? Okay, I see that you. Okay, that was back there. Wait, let me see if I can find. Because you know what happens if you guys give bits, if you guys give super chats, if you guys become subscribers, gift things, become members. Yeah, there's something that I do, and it's called a song, and it's going to be a little bit embarrassing, okay? But this is what happens. Songs will get sung. Okay, so it didn't come through, but that's okay. We have it over here. We have it over here. I see you becoming a member. Sebs! Thank you so much for that. You're gonna get an intro song. All right, we're gonna sing to the intro music for you. Okay, here we go. Oh, Sebs, I think that you're fab. You less, Sebs is fabs. Sebs is fab. Seb is keeping me fed by making sure that they're a member. Oh yeah, Sebs is keeping me fed, and I think that you're fab. Seb is keeping me fed, and I think you're fab. Oh, Seb is keeping me fed, and I think that you're fab. Oh, Seb. Oh, that was embarrassing. Okay, all right. I don't do a good job, but I do a job. Thank you, Seb. I appreciate it. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes and the extra Monday member stream. Can't wait to see you there. Talked about a mesh library. It seemed like overscope for the point where we were. Oh yeah. I don't know that I need a mesh library. I mean, you know, maybe if I'm noticing like performance issues, maybe that'll help with, I don't know, the pop-in. That's a weird one. That's kind of a weird one. Timeless, welcome. Good to see. We also got leaderboards on YouTube. That's a new thing. So look at all that. Wow. We got top chatters. So thank you, Raphael, Timeless, and Rorik for chatting it up. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Okay. What else is there to say? 3 games. Yes, 3 games in 1. I like that idea, I do. To be honest, you can make a SkiFree that works in 2 days. Rest is polishing. Exactly. I'm just like deep in like that polishing phase. Like so badly. Let me see if I can get these materials back on here. I don't know how I lost them. It's just, you know, sometimes things just don't make sense. And sometimes that's okay. All right, there we got a texture on there. Look at that, beautiful texture. Okay, let's add one onto this rock, and maybe, just maybe, everything will be normal. Except for the weird ones popping in. I don't know what that's about. Can't explain it. You have high plans for your submissions? Awesome, Dark. This will be your first Game Like Jam. Dark Rosen was here participating in our 1-hour jams for a long time. We used to do 1-hour game jams, but now we do month-long game jams. We're a little bit more generous with that these days. I like it that way. But I'm excited to see what you come up with for our month-long. Okay, there we go. Now the rocks look correct. It could still be a chocolate mountain. I'd love to add like different tiles and stuff. But anyway, what I want to do today is roguelike features. I want to add in a little thing you collect. And when you do, you get to pick one of 3 possible gear things. Now you might have noticed already there's this little button down here, right? And this button down here is like for... okay, it looks like a scythe, but what it's supposed to be is a climbing axe. I'm gonna remake the icon at some point, but if I hold it down, the bouncing stops, and so I want like an animation where like, you know, the character is like sliding down the mountain or something, and then like some sparks coming off or whatever. And so that's just an example of what one of the gears could be. And so it can give you, it's like gear, like climbing gear. Other ideas I have are rations. So it'd be like kind of a mini game where you get like this little spammable button, and when a bar fills up, you get like an extra life. Oh no, that's another bug. That's another bug that happens. Ooh, I've been meaning to catch this bug. Okay, hold on a second. Pause the game. Okay, wait a minute. Don't pause it that way. Pause it this way. Oh, I've been meaning to catch that bug. I don't know what's going on with these. But, so like another one where you get rations, and if you fill the bar, you get an extra life. Stuff that makes you break through rocks. So I'm going to have like a bunch of different abilities or climbing gear, and then you find like a little like bag, and when you get it, it's gonna be like, which gear did you find? And then you pick one of the gear, and then that's that. So I would like to get that added today, so I can just give it a little extra intrigue. And mostly, you know, and something that I also find annoying about SkiFree is, and again, you can play that game on the jam page. It's right there on the jam page. Something I find annoying about SkiFree is you can never really get like a smooth run. You can't just like keep chugging along. You can't keep going. Eventually, you're gonna hit something, you know, and especially if you get to the monster, the Yeti will always find you. But besides all that, I think it would be nice to be able to like cruise on down. And I'm feeling the same thing in here. Like you can for a little bit, but eventually you're going to hit a rock. And so what I want to do is have it so that you can get this ability where you can break through rocks and potentially actually get a smooth run. But you have to, you know, get the gear and stuff. What is going on with this UI? Why is it what it is? I don't even know. Like, it's supposed to have a theme and a background, but for some reason, once in a while, and I don't know why, it just disappears. So I'm meaning to catch it in the remote tab. So in Godot, we have this remote tab over here, and what this does is it lets you, this is a local, and the remote lets you see what's happening in the game in real time. And I don't know if it's going to actually give me much help here, but it's worth a shot. So where do I even put that? Wait, is that on the label? No, it's not on the texture rect. It's not on the label. It's not the H box. It's not the margin. It's not the margin. It's not the margin. It's not the V box. Well, which is it? Where does the background come in? Margin container, the H split, that's just the whole thing. The V box is the whole thing. This is another margin container. So it's definitely in that margin container. It's in this one. It's in that one. Oh, it's drop down. There it is. Panel container. Okay, great. Is that a new panel container on top? What is there two? Why is there two panel containers in here? I don't even understand that. Two of them? For what reason? For what purpose? Is that the way it normally is? Okay, I'm circling back to everything else about the stream, but like this has been my white whale or my black whale in this case. Why? Because it's supposed to be like brown gradient backgrounds, and it's just been like sometimes becoming a different color or losing its color. And so I'm kind of determined to catch it. And then I said to myself, when I catch it, I'm going to go all in and I'm going to figure it out. Although, you know, I might need more like a debug tool, but okay, wait. This is, we don't want main menu. Oh, no, none of this. Wrong place. UI. Here we go. FX, data. Okay, here we go. Panel container. Oh, there's two panel containers. There is. Why? Oh, the border. Oh, are there Z positions flipping? Is that what's happening? Like if I were to take, okay, wait a minute. If I were to take this, that's crazy. Or like one is like disappearing. I have a feeling that could be what it is. This one is a theme override. Now it actually has no background color. Oh no, because it's on top. If I make it totally visible, it's gray. Oh, I thought maybe I had it. I really did. Okay. Nope. It just seems like that entire background is just going away. So it's supposed to... Wait. Click on this. So that's the one. That is the one. So why is the style gray? What is with all the gray? Oh, this texture rect. Oh, it's a texture rect that makes the... What the hell is going on here? Okay, so what does that texture rect say in the remote tab? It says that it's brown, but in the game, it don't look brown to me. It don't look brown at all. Okay, well, unfortunately, that did not give me a lot of answers here. It's got the theme. This one has the theme override. If I get rid of that panel, we just see gray in the background. It seems like somehow that texture is like failing. Somehow. Okay, well, it's hidden here, but if I make it visible. going on? Maybe I just need to like, I wonder if I need to like do something with that texture. Okay, this has been very interesting. I can't say I fully understand what's going on, but it's been very interesting. Hard to deny. That's interesting. Clip contents. Like, why would everything change? Like, what about the code could make that different? The modulate doesn't seem different. Show behind parent, top level. Whoa, and it's up here! And then look, so when you hit top level, what top level does, yeah, right there, you can kind of see it. What top level does is it says ignore all of the parent's position information. Just ignore it, right? You are your own position. Don't have anything to do with your object-oriented parents above you. And when I hit that, it jumps from the right to the top left. And it's got the right gradient. But when I remove it, it goes to black instead of the right gradient. I can't say that answered anything for me, really, but, whoa, okay, if I change the Z index to 1, which is saying render on top of anything that has a lower Z index, there it is. It's brown. It's the right color. Put it back to 0. What the hell is going on? What is going on? What is this? I wonder if I just need to like remake this texture and like save it as a resource and like maybe somehow like maybe it's like a bug like with Godot. I don't know. Where like fundamentally that texture is just getting forgotten and not properly applied. All right, so I think that's what I'll do. I'll make a thing. Anyway, all right, let me catch back up with chat. I know I'm like years behind, but welcome Zora. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through over there on Twitch. Appreciate it. The texture is not liking it. I don't know why, Zora. Okay, let me catch up. Let me catch up. I had to invest. I had to take that detour because I've just been like so confused about that. Dark Rosen has high plans for your submission. I can't wait. Not sure how much you'll get to. Yeah, that's okay. Because you know what? Again, it's a simple game. You can get like that fundamental moving down the slope, whatever it is, or constant movement, and there's obstacles in your way, you know? And then maybe it keeps track of your time or your distance. Once you get that, SkiFree-like, you know? And from there, it's just whatever you have time for, you know? Bart says, if you have that kind of attention span, sure, but I could never, with my attention span of a fruit fly. Oh, wait, what? Was that the suggestion to make all of them together? That's certainly fair. That's certainly fair. Dark Rosen says, I can focus for 8+ hours. I mean, for me, it's hyper-focus. Like, I don't have a good attention span, except when I'm A, live streaming, and or B, working on game dev, because I hyper-focus, you know? I get in that zone. But it's at the expense of focusing on other things. This is my distraction. The arrow turned into skis and now has animations. Nice, Timeless. It's coming together. It's coming together. And also, Timeless, thank you for being engaged enough that you would be gifted a membership. I'm glad you're a member. Dungeon, thank you for being an amazing mod and an amazing member of this channel. I appreciate you very much. Game like, jam like, game like, jam like, game like, jam like. Oh, man. I lost my place. Who knew that marshmallows could be so delicious? I know they do look. I kind of feel sad I got rid of them, but we can imagine it's chocolate. Food themed SkiFree-like featuring lava. There just is lava. Thank you, Frank, for being a mod. Appreciate you for that. Were the controls with mouse as well? I just use AD. Yeah, yeah, you can do whatever you want. But yes, in SkiFree, the original SkiFree, you can move with your mouse, or you can move with the arrow keys, or WASD, or numpad arrows too. I think you can use WASD. Pretty sure. Seeing your stats is super important, right? I love it. I love it. I love it. Yes, welcome indeed, Sebs. Derek says the lava could be the fire from campfire, and marshmallows and chocolate candy M&Ms. Look, this game is coming together. Oh my goodness, this game that it isn't, but it could be. Yeah, the texture was not liking it, Zora. Tyler says, I made a blitz mode where you can see how many coins you can get in 60 seconds. Perfect, right? Just have like a mode, right? That's very SkiFree-like. See how many coins you can get in 60 seconds, and also mastery, where there's no coins and enemies are faster and the water rises faster and more. There's water rising? Nice. Yeah, I feel like there is something essential about that with a SkiFree-like is like an impending doom of some kind. So I like that. Rising water. Nice. Have you looked at doing a mesh library since you have lots of rock variants? Oh yeah, so I technically only have 2 different rocks. I would like to maybe have more, and I'm open to a mesh library. We'll see, you know, I have the meshes pretty simple at the moment, but that's a possibility. That's a possibility. The only like performance issues I was seeing were when I have anything but meshes. So I had like static body rocks for a while, but I actually have eliminated those. Moving those constantly was causing some performance. But that would be a good like extra optimization. I feel like I'm kind of like, let's just go. I'll keep some things in mind, and if I start running into performance issues, okay, now let's look into different things. But I appreciate you mentioning that, because you never know. Maybe I will. I know, you gotta run away from the lava. It's coming to get you. Yeah, the embarrassment. Look, if you give to Hyper Game Dev gives embarrassment back to you. Yeah, overscope. Yeah, right, exactly. Those warns seem like it might be... Oh, what's going on with the warns? Oh, what the heck is going on with the warns? Was this? Did this happen while I was messing around? Now I don't know. Was that sooner? Okay, wait a minute. Now I need to check this out. Okay, hold on a second. We're gonna go full screen here with the replay. I didn't notice when that happened. Okay, so there wasn't there... Oh, the warns. You wouldn't even mean the errors. Oh, so those warnings are actually... So the way that... I don't really know those warnings really need to be there, truth be told. What that is when obstacles are trying to get placed, they check to see, am I overlapping with another obstacle? If I am, then I'm not going to place one there, and I'm going to go somewhere else. And so what these warnings are saying are... I'm an obstacle, and I tried to be in a certain place, but it turns out that was not a good place for me. So now I'm going somewhere else. But actually, I do think that is possibly... I think that's why... Oh, the pop-ins. Yes, the pop-in. Yes, the pop-in! I thought you were talking about the black thing. See, this is what happens when I miss out on chat. And I don't keep up with it! I try to go back, and I have no idea what's being talked about. Okay. So, yes... Absolutely, Dungeon. Correct. It is related to the pop-ins. So I did reconfigure the entire collision system for the rocks, and I may not have fully updated what it does to check to see if a rock is spawning on top of another rock. I may not have updated it to be consistent with the new collision system, and that may be why that's happening. Yeah, for sure, Dungeon. Good call. Yes, I missed all those warnings, but now I'm pretty sure that red warning, that error, yeah, that error was definitely after, but that's not even what you meant anyway. Okay, well, this was fun. At least now I understand what you were talking about. Okay, let me just make sure we're live here. It's just nice when I can see the... Okay, all right, whatever. I'll just scroll it forward. It's nice when I'm caught up over here. Okay, I like to make sure the stream isn't glitching out. I like the stream only to not be the only ones that has to listen to this madness. You liked the stream, so you don't have to listen to it? Yeah, hit the thumbs up button. Go ahead and like it. It makes you not listen, apparently. Hey, Katie, welcome back. Thank you so much for being a member and supporting the channel for as long as you have. Look at all those gears. Look at all those gears. That means you've been a member for a long time. Appreciate you for that, Katie. And go check out Katie's YouTube channel, by the way, if you get the chance. Katie is working on some Blender stuff, learning Blender, and it's in that spirit. Like, look, when I'm here, I'm just here like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to learn and get better. Katie's doing the same thing. She's out here just like saying, I'm learning Blender. Here's my experience. It's really cool. Go check it out. Katie Code's YouTube channel. That's my song. I see so many vids showing I made this game in 6 hours, but they don't show all the balancing and tweaks, bug fixes, etc. Yeah, totally. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I'm not really here like editing videos. I would like to at some point, but it's a lot of work. So I just give you the raw, here I am, point A to point Z, making a whole thing every step of the way. The 1 hour jam was crazy. We still have those streams up if you want to see them. And you do see the entire process from beginning to end of making a game in 1 hour. But it's something. They were not supposed to be marshmallows, no. Has now consumed, oh yeah, dude, Frank redeemed a hydrate like an hour ago. I gotta get 2 sips. That was Frank's hydrate. Here's Roger's hydrate. Thank you guys for the hydrates. Make sure I get you credit for that. Lava is vibing. At least it looks like it. Yeah, right now it's on the hot side. Is YouTube chat bugged or is I'm just having too much fun? I'm wondering for my game in a store, will I have to add the unlimited meters? What's the unlimited meters? What does that mean? You mean like in SkiFree in the top right? Dude, it's still dark. Oh, I guess I didn't reset it. In the top right where they have all like the stats like that. The unlimited meters. I guess it's up to you. Is the texture override you were applying for main menu doing something unintended? Maybe. I don't know how I would even access those is the thing. Because there's not even references to these. It would have to be somehow iterating through like all of the nodes. I don't even have these accessible as unique names, which would mean that I'm referencing it somewhere. Welcome, Zagashi. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Is it normal for a texture? Is it normal for a texture that is reduced in size to become a little more pixelated? Potentially. Maybe. Depends. If you want to post some pictures up on the Discord and some things about your like settings and stuff, if you're using like Godot or whatever engine, you can post about it on the Discord. We've got a game engine section. We've got folks like myself who will happily help you. That's a good question. I guess it depends. Welcome, Zagashi. It's a good distraction. Let's go. Yeah. Well, game dev is a good distraction. Live streaming is a good distraction. Being here can be a good distraction. It can be a good distraction. Is Jam Devlog a contest of game developer? This is a game jam, yes. So I'm doing a devlog of a game jam game, which is the game jam is a contest. Now, I'm not actually submitting mine for the contest because I'm the host of the jam and it just feels weird. I mean, like, right now we don't have prizes other than, like, you know, giving you promotion and stuff. But what if we did? What if you, like, won a coffee maker for being first place? And then I win a coffee maker in my own game jam. Like, it's tacky. So, and then just besides that, you know, I'm out here promoting my game technically the entire time. So I feel like that gives me, like, a weird advantage. Everybody's already seen my game and experienced it. So yeah, I'm not submitting mine. But technically, you can join it, and you can participate in the contest and win one of these 3 categories. Absolutely. 100%. Zora says, and then this is my devlog, so I'm working on my entry, and it's gonna be for the jam, but I'm just not gonna submit it. And that's what this devlog is for, this jam right here. I'm liking the game dev madness. Good background. Yeah, game dev just like go, 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 go. Like this. That's me. Hyper game dev. Like unlimited distance. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, SkiFree didn't have unlimited distance. Did I put it in the community resources? I think I did. Where it was like a Reddit post. Yes. So this Reddit post features a bit of an interview with the original developer, and the way that they handled, it wasn't unlimited, right? So you don't have to make yours unlimited. So the way that they did it is they had an imaginary rectangle with boundaries at 2,000 meters down. I think they zoom that in just a wee bit there. Imaginary rectangle with boundaries at 2,000 meters down, 125 meters up, so the up was very close to the edge. You couldn't go up very far without hitting the edge, right? And then to the left, it was 1,000 meters, and to the right, it was 1,000 meters. Now, it does say that the slope wraps around, so that kind of gives you the unlimited feel, but, I mean, you barely notice it, because at the end of the day, the four monsters are guarding down there anyway. So, you know, you can just barely get past that 2048 before the monster, the Yeti, is going to get you. So you could really just do what SkiFree does. If you want to be like a SkiFree-like, you could make your map end at a certain point and just a monster comes to get you. I guess in the grocery store, I don't know. Maybe you check out and you're done or something. So I don't think to be considered a SkiFree-like, I don't think it has to be unlimited, because SkiFree wasn't unlimited, you know? Themes get inherited. Themes get inherited. Right, that's true, they do. You know, I've noticed that. I hate that they do that. Dude, I think you're right. Dungeon! That's totally what it is. I bet you. Because you know what? I believe I have... Why are you so smart? I have... So, like, instead... Like, maybe this pause button... There are definitely buttons that don't... But the thing is that what's weird about that is that they're just, like, in a different place. So I'm a little confused. Oh no, I don't. Okay, wait, maybe. Okay, that's okay. Let me just investigate that. That is incredibly intriguing. So I do have these themes. There's actually more themes. I don't know why they're not showing up. But in these themes, I might actually have a texture rect. Okay, where's like the menu themes? And why are they not in the themes folder? Okay, I actually haven't defined a texture rect in any of these. I thought, dang. Let's see this one. Dang. Okay, I actually don't know. Because I was going to see if I had actually defined a texture rect theme in any of these. But I haven't. That would have definitely been a good explanation. Because, you know, it could be inheriting something similar to this. I don't know. I don't think it's going to, like, fix it, but my first attempt is just going to be to try and, like, save this as its own little thing. So, come out here to UI. Materials. It's kind of a texture, but we'll call it a material. I'm gonna say this is data gradient. Just so it'd even be kind of nice. What if I just set that one too? You know, I'm just gonna set the top one. So the other three. The other three down here, the speed, the lives, and the gems, they're all going to have a non-saved texture rect. Just as an experiment. And then, you know, if all of those go black... Oh, wait, they all are inherit. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I guess they... Okay, well that didn't work. Cool. I guess I could make it unique. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm just gonna make the speed one unique, then. The speed one is unique. So, in theory, if that bug happens again, assuming this had any benefit by saving it as its own resource, if it did, then only that speed one with 999 on it right now, only that one should go black. But I don't know if that's actually gonna help. Keyboard go click clack, make me happy. Oh, you just like on your own. I love that. You got one of those like nice mechanical ones that make good sounds. I would definitely be making sure my game is the best of the best. Of course, I would expect no less from you, Derek. When I was testing, I was able to wrap around back to 0 in real SkiFree. Wow. I guess if you press the F key, you can go like really, really, really fast, right? Like that'll make it happen. That'll make it happen. Oh, Zora subbed. Oh, we got to Zora, you gonna get a song. You gonna get a song. That's how that's gonna work. All right, we gonna get to you. A Karen in the shopping center. Karen coming to get you. That's funny. I like that. Zora, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Let's go. All right, we're gonna have to sing the song. We gonna have to sing the song. That's what we got it. Can I sing to this? Is this okay? We got a new song. Okay, this. All right. Oh, Zora, we're going through the water temple, and we find Zora there. Zora's got a secret, gonna get me a key that's gonna open a chest that's better than the rest. Oh, we're in the water temple, where we find Zora. Zora's got a key, gonna open up the chest. It's gonna be the best. Oh, we're in the water temple, and Zora's got a key, and we're gonna open the chest, 'cause you're the best, Zora. Zora said, what's happening? You get a song? You get a song. Oh yeah, look, you got the emoji wall. Yes. Okay, great. Yes. Awesome. That's what you get. That's what you get. You're a subscriber or a member, either on YouTube or Twitch. You gonna get the emoji wall. Awesome. YouTube wouldn't let me upload the actually animated Kirby, so I'm glad that we can at least have it on Twitch. Welcome, Coinum. Welcome back. Good to see you, Coinum, from the Dreams days. Always a pleasure to reunite with y'all. Yes, Godot. I love Godot. I can't stop Pierogi gone. Mod extraordinaire, member on YouTube. Welcome. Good to have you here. Yes, affiliated, indeed. Still can't do subscriber-only streams, though, unfortunately. I wish we could. I wish we could. I gotta do 90 unique days. I might just like pop on Twitch for like 15 minutes or something once a day, just so I can get the subscriber-only streams, because you guys deserve those too. Welcome, Jord. Good to see you. It's not the texture rec theme because it's fine when you move its order. I'd be looking at panels. I mean, there is a panel container, right? Oh. Now the panel container theme has a gray box, so why would that overwrite with black? You know? It's just like so weirdly specific. Super strange. I'll just keep playing for a little bit and see if it goes away. And then, yeah, I gotta figure out the obstacles. There is that obstacles issue. Yeah, I changed the collision system. It's much more accurate now, so it doesn't. It just is more accurate, which is good. But it doesn't. And so the reason why I had to change it was because it was static bodies before, and the player had an area on them, and if the area, you know, was hitting that, if a body entered the area, it was then going to do all the things like stop the ground from moving and things like that. But that was a huge performance drain, because the way that the game works, if we look at it from above, you can kind of see when I move my cursor around, the level actually moves. So it's not that the player is moving, the level is moving. And when you have static bodies being like they're being moved like constantly, it's kind of clever, right? When you have the static bodies being moved constantly like that, it's a huge performance hit. So what I have instead is just a collision shape on each rock, and then that collision shape is being interpreted, like its points are being interpreted, and then by the player, and then the player is like seeing if it's bumping into that area that each rock is at, if that makes sense. So it's not like actually using built-in collision stuff. Instead, sort of the collision stuff is made from scratch, and it's working pretty well. But it does seem like sometimes there's some weird overlap issues and things get weird. Yeah, the player is completely stationary. The player is never moving the entire time. And again, if we go from above, you can see, like, so if I don't move at all, you can see the lava is approaching, because the lava is on the same level as the player. So the player is literally just sitting right there at the center. That blue kind of box you can see there, let's put it overdraw, it makes it a little more obvious. This is what it collides on. So the player is just like bouncing up and down and hitting that area the entire time, and that's how the collision is happening, the seeming collision is happening. And then the player has like axis locking. So the player is actually like a ragdoll. The skeleton has some physics bones on it. And those physics bones, particularly the root bone, is locked down on the x-axis and the z-axis. So that way, and actually I guess we go over here to see that, axis lock, linear x and linear z. So that way it never moves left and right, it never moves front and back, it always moves up and down. Yeah, that was like my core idea. I want to see a ragdoll flopping on down. This isn't going to be my final character. I still have to redesign it a little bit. I'm going to make it like kind of that old N64 style of like anime characters, sort of like Harvest Moon or Mystical Ninja or Bomberman or something is kind of like what I'm going for with that design. Where am I? I got lost. Okay, here we go. But, you know, and the reason why is because it's just going to be a lot easier to design the body parts and have them ragdolling if they're just sort of like disconnected joints and stuff, instead of like deformation or whatever. Yeah, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the sub. Maybe an employee coming for trespassing past closing time. Nice, nice. Right, because you're just there still going for so long. Sub song. What's this game all about? So right now, this is for the Game Like Jam. I don't know if you've been here since we started the Game Like Jam, but this is a new game jam. I was doing the 1 hour jam a while ago, but I got real tired of that. I wasn't growing at making games in 1 hour, so I started this. The first one we did was Frogger, where again, we tried to make a game that is based on another game. It's a 1 month jam, so we have a lot more time. Frogger was a nice and easy one. We had some amazing entries. This is competitive, although I do not submit my entries since I'm here promoting it all day. Just kind of seems a little unfair. Then we did Bloons Tower Defense, the original Bloons game. That was a tough one, but it was really great. Y'all still came through and made amazing games. Same thing with Puyo Puyo. That was a tough one, also known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. I think that's the more popular name of the game. Amazing entries, despite being very difficult. So this time around, I picked a simpler one, SkiFree. I always want to pick something iconic, something that can actually be achieved within a month's time, and you know, isn't so new that I'm gonna get in trouble for having us make replications of it. And so yeah, so this one is on SkiFree, which is a game from Windows Entertainment Pack 3, way back in the 90s. And it's a game that I think a lot of us, at least if we came across a 90s Windows PC at some point in our lives, have had the pleasure of playing. And yeah, so the game is pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. You're just skiing down a hill. You can use your mouse to control, or you can use not WASD, but arrow keys, or you can use numpad. Apparently, I can never get that to work because I don't have numpads on any of my keyboards. But yeah, you can use arrow keys or the mouse to move. I think the arrow keys are more precise, but I'll use the mouse, and you just ski on down a hill. And then eventually, once you get far enough, you're gonna get 8. You're gonna go ahead and get 8. So yeah, so my game is about falling down a mountain that just exploded. I would love to get, and this, again, like I said earlier, this is in the overscope category. This is in the stretch goal category. I'd love to like start it out with a the little character like climbing a mountain, just like, oh, I'm climbing the mountain, yay, I climbed the mountain, and then it starts to go and then the person falls down, and then we get, you know, some like a little bit of a volcano explosion, and some lava comes down, and it says volcano, and then we get the start menu, and then when we press start, I'd want it to explode again, and this time lava spews out, and then camera pans down, and we're falling, and the lava's chasing us. That's what I'd like to do, but I mean, I don't know. I got other gameplay ambitions I would like to implement. So yeah, it's similar in that right now you can have the cursor. It actually works great on mobile. I have been testing it on mobile. It works really, really well with using swipes and stuff. Vertical and landscape, so I've made sure that it works. So even if I come in here and I make it thinner like this, and let's say I even close that, it's gonna run just fine. Wait, it changed! They all changed to black! Saving it didn't help! Was it? It's when I adjust the size of the window? Well, I'm glad I explained it to you, Coinum. I've been trying to figure out why to be changing colors. Okay, but why? Maybe I do have some logic in here that pertains to the window changing. It does it when you go full screen in browser too. Oh, yeah, I did give members the secret URL to the game. So weird. I wonder why that does it. Making a compatibility sheet? What is a compatibility sheet? It sounds cool. It sounds generous. Why does that lava kind of make me want to make lava parallax from an RPG? You like the lava? I like it too, right? It's nice. Yeah, well, I mean, there are some layers on there. So, like, I actually have, like, a shader that I've modified to, like, have extra layers of texture. So there's, like, one texture going one way, another texture going another way. And then there's, like, 2 sets of it. So this crust on the bottom has a shader, and then this on the top has a shader. So I can see why, because there's different things moving in different ways. Yeah, I worked really hard on that lava. I really wanted it to look good. It's a central set piece after all. What happens when you get to the end? There is no end in this one. Of course, in SkiFree, you just get eaten alive. But in this, there is no end. I thought about having an end. Like originally, I was gonna say, okay, when you get to the end, you get rescued by some firefighters. They have like a trampoline that you fall on or whatever the heck. But I don't know. I'm kind of more interested in being endless. I have like these crazy ideas of like a friggin' merchant. like there's like a merchant riding on like a freaking ostrich or something down the mountain and will like sell you gear upgrades and stuff or cosmetics and things. Maybe a merchant that like sells you a casino game where you spin a wheel. I don't know. I mean, I'm not, again, that's stretch goal imagination stuff, but yeah, I kind of like it to be endless, where you just, again, make your build better and better, and then the game ideally would get more difficult. I'm just kind of feeling it out, you know? I'm feeling this is very iterative development. This is the first time I've ever truly been involved in like an iterative project. Like mostly when I'm making games, I'm like building each mechanic from like along the way the whole time, and then only in the last like week of the development does the game kind of come together. But on this one, I actually have pretty much the entire game, right? You just play till you die, and when you die, that's it. And so it's just giving me room to like build on and say, what would be nice? Oh, I'm gonna add some gems that you pick up along the way. Ooh, I'm gonna add stats, or, you know, want to track how far you go. I want to do this, I want to do that. And so the reason why today I want to make it like a roguelike, because it's just one extra feature that I feel like it just would really benefit from, is having some extra abilities, something more fun to do to add in. And then I think if that ends up making it too easy, because if you think about it, right, you keep going, you're eventually going to unlock all of the gear. So like, is that going to lead to me saying, well, maybe every gear you unlock, the difficulty increases? I don't know. So I on one hand, I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with the ending, but if I don't come up with anything, we're just going to go with, it's endless. That's kind of the plan. I've already found the idea that I will use as a general concept for the game. The cheese rolling rays, perfect, Sebs! You know, someone else was saying that. Was it you? Someone else in the Discord was saying that, I think it was Girthy Lemon, was saying that it reminded them of like that cheese rolling. That's perfect. I think that's, I think it's an exceptional interpretation of SkiFree. I cannot wait to see that. A funny idea would be if EA submitted to this jam and called their game Ski Cost and it was pay to win. Yeah. Let's get EA to join the jam. I'll look forward to that happening for sure. 1991, 1992, 2007, 1981, that kind of range. Oh, for our Game Like Jam games? Yeah, Frogger was, I guess, was it 81? 91 was SkiFree, 92 was Puyo Puyo, 2007 was Bloons. Yeah, so the next Game Like Jam is probably going to be the most modern game of all of them. The September Game Like Jam. I pretty much know what it's going to be. Because it's so modern, I'm struggling to find like a good browser version. So it might have to be like, you guys have to go download it, unfortunately. But I'm thinking it's going to be the most modern one yet. And it's going to be a spooky game, because we only do this every other month. So the odd months: January, March, May, July, September, November. So those are the only times we actually do the jam. So that means there's no October jam. So I figured, okay, September can be the spooky one, and that way we have a game by October that's spooky. See, you see what I'm saying? That way you're not in October making your game, and then you're done by November when it's like not spooky times anymore. So yeah, I'm really excited about that. But yeah, I think the next one will be the most modern one we've done yet. Don't give them any ideas. EA, yeah, I mean, they're the ones giving us the ideas to make our games suck people dry. That's really cool that you've hosted all these. I really wish I could join, but I've just been swamped with work. That's fair. Hey, we'll be here. Like I said, we're doing this every other month. And here's the thing, unlike the 1 hour jam, which I ultimately had to stop doing because it kind of depended on me showing up and doing the live stream, unlike that, when I stop participating in the Game Like Jam, it can continue. It doesn't need me to exist, which I think is so nice. So I would say it's fair to assume the Game Like Jam will continue for a long time. So if you ever wanna hop in, if you're ever like, you know, free from work, it'll be here. The secret link on a build that should be experiencing the texture bug is a secret link on a build that should, yes, absolutely, 100%, absolutely, yes, Dungeon. That's amazing, and it already works with so many days left on the jam. Yes. Yes, I know. Well, it's because it's such a straightforward game, you know? Like, my Puyo Puyo, oh my gosh. Like, I was suffering trying to get that Puyo Puyo, like, oh my gosh. And all these devlogs are up and available on YouTube. They're there, the full, you can find here, right in there. Look at that. We got Frogger devlogs, Balloons devlogs, Puyo Puyo devlogs, SkiFree devlogs. This one was rough. Like, I did not have that luxury on this one. I think this would have been the first week of the jam right here. This was the second week of the jam. This was the third week of the jam. I was remaking the entire code in the third week of the jam. And then I think I ended up streaming extra, so this was probably also the third week of the jam. I just started having to wedge in a ton of extra streams. Couldn't hear the fifth devlog, right? Like, this must have been the third or fourth week by this point, and I still didn't have the base gameplay going yet. I didn't even have, like, the base, like, 8 days left. 8 days left. I didn't have the game finished yet. It wasn't like in a working state. I wasn't able to, like, it was rough. I wasn't able to match things, right? I wasn't able to play the game itself with 8 days left. Garbage, which is a really fundamental concept in Puyo Puyo, I didn't have that in there by the 7th devlog, which was 6 ahead. Well, it was 1 ahead of the 8 days left. So this was maybe 7 days left, best case scenario on that one. It wasn't until the second to last devlog. The second to last devlog did I have the Puyo Puyo like together. Oh man. So yeah, I'm really lucky. I'm thinking, like, this is nice to pick games that are not overly complicated. I think that, like, I learned a lot. My Puyo Puyo, like, I'm super proud of it. Like, honestly, you guys should check it out. It's pretty good. Like, it's not everything I wanted it to be, okay? It just isn't, and it never will be. No, it might be. I might work on it. This one is vertical. I wanted it to be vertical or horizontal, but again, just ran out of time. I'm really proud of it. It turned out pretty good. It's the best game I've made yet, but you know, I didn't get to have that iterative experience of having so much done ahead of time. So yeah, it's really, really nice to do, but I'm super proud of the game. Really proud of it. Okay, so look at this. There's sounds too, but it's muted, I guess. There's not, like, music, though. I didn't get time for music, but it does work, and it works well. It works nicely. We got next piece. We got garbage. This little character up there is dropping garbage. It's the glass. It's got a Minecraft theme, because why not? I don't know. I was just thinking, like, you're digging deeper, so if we beat this level... And so what made mine a little different from Puyo Puyo is instead of... trying to, like, beat your opponent by getting them to stack to the top. In mine, you have these, like, lit up pieces at the bottom, and then you just have to clear all of those, and then you move down to the next level and fight increasingly creepy underground opponents. So, you know, I'm really proud with how it turned out. And, you know, I feel like this one is, I feel like every time I'm continuing to get better and better as a game developer, which is just super, super, super exciting. It's like the best thing I've ever done for my game dev career. What if the player started above the camera and the player's gravity was turned on when the game started? Yeah, totally. I mean, that is kind of what I want. That is what I want. That's basically what I want. Yeah. Yep, I want that. A list of browsers and platforms the game runs on. Good. Making the compatibility sheet for your game. Oh, nice. That's generous. Might make it for like the Fire Dungeon. Ooh, love that. Dude, Fire Dungeons are awesome. Fire is such a good theme for games. This looks really polished though. How many days did this take? The one that I'm working on now or the Puyo Puyo like? I don't remember when you said that. This one I started working on July 1st. That's when I started working on this, July 1st. That's it. July 1st. So however I can tell I'm not counting, but whenever it was from July 1st, where are we at? 14 days ago? 17 days ago. So this has taken me 17 days. And then the Puyo Puyo like, I probably spent 31, 32 days or so working on the Puyo Puyo game. All of them just about a month. But yeah, this one, I guess half a month. I would say half a month on this one. So we've got a lot of time left to keep working on it. Yeah, you know, I feel like I am getting like better. I'm just getting better at making games, you know? It's such an awesome thing to feel and to see happen. And I credit it all to the Game Like Jam. Is chat super delayed? I'm just slow keeping up with chat. You know me. It's not the chat that's delayed, it's Lee's that's delayed. Spooky Jam, that's right. November is starting to be crisis time. It's starting to be crisis time? Why? Just in life? But yeah, so just of course I choose when the chat messages appear on screen. It's not automated. And yet I'm making the entire game in 2 days, and considering the quality of life extensions, maybe making it able to keep records. Right, you've been pulling yours together really fast, which is super awesome. Game suggestion for spooky game like Jam, Castlevania. Nice, noted. Do you think that's doable, where the entire game could be made in 1 month? Like this is what I try to think of when I'm making these games, or I'm choosing these games, is the base game that's being presented for the Jam. Could it conceivably be completed from in its entirety within a month? If the answer is no, it's probably not a good Game Like Jam game. Because look, we don't have to make our games be the entirety, but part of what I want is for that to be possible. Now, here's what I will say. Dark Rose, and I'm going to write it down, and here's why. Because I kind of want to break that rule that I've imposed. Because there just are some games. There are some games that I really, really want to do, and I think are going to be good for the Game Like Jam. And I might just say, hey, you know what? Just do 1 level. Just do 2 levels, you know, or something like that. So I'm gonna add it to the list. But if I find games that are suitable, make the jam longer? No, we have to be consistent. Consistency is key. If I don't have something better, I will fall back to that one. Ones that are like that. But I have to vet it. So I've got this huge list of games that you guys have mentioned or that I've stumbled on but not quite dug deep into. Giant list of games. And then I have some vetted candidates, which are top secret. Ones that I've really deeply looked into. Although some of these I've already rejected. But basically the ones in vetted candidates are ones that are strong possibilities, that are likely to become Game Like Jam games. But I gotta keep those secret, because it's a surprise. Alright, but I'll add it in there. Castlevania from Dark Rosen. First one probably couldn't be full game. Okay. Looks really cool. No wonder it took so long. Yeah, thanks. Merry Crisis! Exactly. Oh, look, that little bug came up. So it's something in will spawn of can, which is possibly looking at the wrong. It's looking at the raw AABB of the mesh. So that's kind of not how we're doing it anymore. So I would probably need to refactor that, but I'll worry about that later. Today, I have a very specific goal, and that is to make the roguelike situation. So how do I want to do that? Well, first of all, I need a pickup of some kind. I'm not going to worry too much about visuals for this. So I'm going to create a new scene, and let's add a little something in there. Let's say a mesh. I pretty much have everything. Actually, I don't even want it to be a node 3D at the top. I want it to be a mesh instance at the top. All of the pickups, everything are mesh instances. Just to keep it simple again, when you have something moving constantly in Godot, I find that the simpler the thing that it is, the better a time we're gonna have. So this is gonna be a mesh, and we're gonna call it gear bag. It's a gear bag. It's like a goodie bag, but gearier. You know? Alright, so let's save it. You can't save it. Oh, okay. Here we go. Thank you, Walmart, for letting me run my game on demo phones. What? That's awesome. That's such a good idea. What? Dude, that's such a good idea. Oh my gosh. To test compatibility, that's like a hack. That's a game dev life hack. What? Just go to like these stores and test them. Test on the display devices. Wow. You just blew my mind with that. It's just a loading website. Now I can confirm that my mobile controllers do work. It's a really good idea. It's so smart. Are you at Walmart right now? Let's see. I want to. Can you put the stream on every device? Just have it up. Would be really helpful. I want to save this. I guess it needs its own thing. It's a pickup, really. So let's put this in spawns. It is going to be a thing that spawns. I guess it was a pickup. This was a day ago. Yeah, let's put it in here. Let's put it in as a pickup. You can do that. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. No, wait, but then they're gonna think I did that. Actually, don't do it. Wait, don't do it. Then they're gonna think I did it. I'm not. If I were like famous, like I Show Speed or something like that, okay, maybe like they would be like, I Show Speed probably didn't come and do this. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know. They're gonna be like, who's this? Why is she doing this? I don't want that. I take it back. Alright, so let's give it like a simple looking thing. I'm just gonna make it a box for now. It's not gonna be pretty, but that's okay. You know, it's like tall. It's a gear bag. You know? It's a gear bag. Look at that. Such a gear bag. Total gear bag. Alright. And then it needs to be set up. What don't you like about it? The root is recommended not to be transformed. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. My bad. You're right. You're right. To run devices I've acquired that I actually own. Okay. True. That's true. Wait, but then you're viewbotting. Don't viewbot my stream. I want only real views. So, actually, don't do that either. Okay. Unless you're doing it one at a time. So, I'm gonna make this be a proper pickup. So the way that I have pickups set up in this game are, there's like a collector. So everything is actually pooled. Nothing is instantiated. So right down here at the very bottom, we have the obstacle collector and the pickup collector. And both of these have some code on them. And goodbye from normal device. And this code helps govern how these things are instantiated. So it starts right at the beginning. Actually, it's probably better if I go to the ground. So the ground is what constantly moves. It's actually made up of a bunch of different tiles. All of these are the different tiles. And each tile can spawn objects or obstacles, as it were. So once it's at a certain position, the ground, it is going to clear any existing spawns. I guess I'm noticing that there is no clear, so that's an accident. If spawn is obstacle... Oh no, that's what this is doing. Yeah. Okay, so what it does is it looks... This is the clear, for all intents and purposes. So what this does is it looks at the children of the ground tile. So every ground tile calls this. I'm on a DVD player? That's awesome. It looks at all the children, because what happens is during the game, it's going to take obstacles from the obstacle collector and add it to itself. So now itself has a big list of obstacles. And then what it's going to do is going to say, hey, do I have any obstacles on me? If I do, put them back into the obstacle collector, which is what this is. Same thing, if I find gems on me, put it back in the pickups collector. And so then once it's done clearing them, it is going to add new ones. Now specifically, it requests a certain number of obstacles. You don't want to autocomplete for me? All right, that's cool. I don't need autocomplete. It's not like I wanted it. It's totally fine. I guess it can't find it. Oh yeah, that's why. So basically what we're saying is, I'm the yeah, it is. It's pooling, precisely. I'm the ground who wants obstacles. Correct. Exactly. I'm the ground who wants obstacles, and I want 10 of them. So every ground tile asks for 10 obstacles, basically, is how this works. Yeah, it is pooling, because, again, I don't want to be instantiating things constantly. I find it has a performance cost, so it's just something I tend to do. So yeah, so on the obstacle script, and we go to add obstacles. What add obstacles is going to do is going to take the ground and the spawn count. That's the autocomplete I was looking for. Show us that that's the spawn count. It's going to clear. Now this is AABBS, so this is axis aligned bounding box, and that's how the collisions are determined. The collisions are all determined based on bounding boxes. And so that's why it's clearing this list of bounding boxes that exist, so it knows what the size of it is. So the existing obstacles aren't being tracked anymore, and now it's going to pick one from the entire obstacles collector. So after a bunch of them respond, it's going to pick one, it's going to reparent it to the ground, and it's going to make it visible. It also checks to make sure that it's not overlapping with something else. That way we don't get a bunch of obstacles stacked on top of each other or overlapping. And that's where we're getting that warning, which is like, it's okay. It's okay if it chooses not to. I even think something that this does that I don't even know that I want it to do anymore, it will do attempts, right? So when you see like 2 of these, right? So it attempted once, it attempted twice, and then on the third one, it went through. I kind of don't even want the attempts, because for a long time, the attempts weren't even happening, and I never got this warning. But now I'm starting to get the attempts, and I don't like it, because what happens is once it finds a valid position that isn't overlapping, it appears. It's just like boink in front of your face, and it looks dumb. Because we want them to, like, when the level moves forward, we want them to seem like they were already in front of you. So I think I would just even say there's only one maximum attempt. I think that's what we're gonna say. So maybe I need to put that at 0. I don't know. And maybe we just get rid of that system. Well, attempts is less than max. Yeah, because it's gonna be at 0. Put it at 0. I say just, and if I can, I'll. It's just like we'll call this deprecated. I'll say it's deprecated for now. And if I decide I want to put it back in, we can. Because at the end of the day, like, okay, just don't put that rock in. It's okay. It's one less rock. We'll be all right. So yeah, so that's it. That's how it works. That's how that works. Let's go back to the obstacles script. Each pickup diamond, etc., is spawned from pool. Yes, so that's the next thing I'm going to get to. So, right, so it clears the position data. It picks a random one from the obstacle collector. Again, that obstacle collector is populated from each ground tile. Each ground tile says, hey, make 10 obstacles. 10 obstacles get made, and then it says, I'm going to pick one, and I'm going to assign it to that ground. And it's going to reparent it, make it visible. And then it checks to make sure it can spawn. If it can't, it won't spawn it. And then it's going to clear obstacles positions, which I guess it's doing twice, which is weird. Anyway, let's not change things that aren't broke. It's not what we're working on today. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it adds the spawned AABBS to the obstacles positions array. I guess this is different. Anyway, it works, so we're not going to question it. So then, after it does that, after it sets up the position data, picks which one, adds it in, it is then going to add the pickups. So that's where the gems get implemented. So it's like the ground says, I want obstacles, and the obstacles say, I want gems. And so for every obstacle that gets spawned, pickups will get added. So the number that it's adding is currently, let's go back. Pickups per obstacle, it is a constant 10. 10. So each obstacle asks for 10 gems. Now if we go to the pickup collector, we'll see very similar logic. So it's running add pickups, same kind of thing. It's clearing that, it's picking one randomly, it's reparenting it to the ground, and it's making it visible, and it's making sure that it can spawn it. And this one doesn't have its own thing that it spawns after that. So the reason why I'm going through this is because now I need to decide, okay, how do I want to set up the pickups? Or the gear bag. So that way we have like a new pickup type. So one other thing I want to point out is how the pickups get picked up. So this is a little crazy. So bear with me here. I have one humongous floor tile that is stretched. I do want to create multiple floor tiles stacked as child of movers that moves as the player falls. Nice, nice. Yeah, so I started out where like each tile would individually move. Like if the player moved this way, it would choose another one to put there, and it kind of got a little ridiculous. And so now they just all move as a unit. I kind of just went away from that. But they are broken up into tiles, and that just handles like which ones have spawns on it and if the spawns have reset or not. So it still is kind of valuable to have the tiles for me, but ultimately they're moving like one unit anyway. So on the player, this is kind of out there. So bear with me on this. So in the physics process, we have seek and attract pickups, which is just what it sounds like. And you'll notice, and I'll play the game real fast, you'll notice that when we get near a pickup, it actually attracts towards the player. So that way you have some room. And the nice thing is we can actually increase that radius, which would be like a gear or a stat upgrade of some kind to allow you to reach things that are further away. At some point would be nice. Gem spawned right underneath me. Oh, I broke something. Oh, what did I break? What did I break? I broke something in that time frame. Jesus. Oh, it's because of the attempts. Because I put it at 0. You know that's what it is. You already know that's what it was. Okay. I think we have to put that at 1. I think if it doesn't attempt one time, then nothing happens. So that's actually the spawnable entity script, which is a class script that everything else, the pickups and the obstacles all come from. Okay. 1. I'll put it at 1. Can't be at 0, otherwise nothing gets placed. Whoopsie. well, if I can get some gems to spawn, you'll see that they do get attracted towards the player. And that's a radius that we can modify. So the way that that works is it's looking at the position data for the player. That kind of popped in. Okay, so I'm gonna have to... you know what? I probably shouldn't have set that to 1. Oh God. Okay, I've made terrible mistakes. Oh, what have I done? Oh, dear God. Oh, I've broken everything, you guys. Okay, I'll put it back to 1,000. I'm sorry. Okay, obviously I have no idea what I'm doing. So please just, please ignore these terrible mistakes that I've made. I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna tweak this. I know what it does. I don't. Okay, let me just make sure I didn't change anything else that's like really important. Okay, so everything is gonna be normal, right? We'll work on it. We'll work on it. It's a work in progress. Work in progress. All I wanted to show you was the gem attraction, but I ended up realizing that all I did was break everything. It'd be like that, you know? Okay. So now it looks totally normal. It barely needs 1,000 attempts. Interesting. Okay, so when I get close to the gem... I gotta get closer to the gem. There you go. It kind of follows the player and gets sucked up. Hopefully you can see that. Get a little zoom. Try not to die. Try not to die. Okay, here we go. Boink. See? Gets a little sucked up. Boink. I think we'd have a nice like twinkling sound. Dink, dink. Or like a little glass clinking sound when you get those. That would be nice. Okay. So, how does that work? I'm going to need to know this so I can make sure that the gear bag works similarly. We do set up these variables, although they don't get used within this scope, but in theory we could modify it. So we set the collection target, that is to say what the gem gets attracted to, as the root bone, and then we iterate through all of the pickups. So we have like this spawned data, which if we go back to the spawnable entity, we can see what that data is. That data is the AABB, so that is to say the bounds of the mesh, what the node is itself, what its owner is, so we can tell if it's a pickup or an obstacle, whether, so this is for pickup specifically, whether or not it is being attracted to the player, and then how long it has been attracting to the player. That way, the longer it's been attracting, the faster it'll go. So that way, it's kind of got an exponential build to it, and you can't like escape the gem. The gem will always catch up with you. Okay. So it's iterating through that data, and it's making sure that it knows what the node is, it knows what its position is, and the distance that it has from the root bone of the player. Just setting up some vector math. If it hasn't been attracting yet, and the spawn distance is less than the attract radius, that is to say it's within the radius, and it can be attracted to the player, then attracting becomes true, and the attract time gets reset, and the node gets reparented. Forgot that it did that. What does it get reparented to? I made a node for that? I forgot that I did that. Alright. So this is why I'm reviewing it, so I can remind myself how it works. Wait, what is that? Attracted spawns. Does that exist? Is that in the player? Oh, it's in the player. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. So it gets reparented to the player, essentially. And a node that's on the player, which is attracted spawns. Okay. Understood. Understood! Okay. And then, it looks like it updates the spawned data, right? So we said that it's attracting true, we reset its time, and so it makes sure that that data is pushed to the dictionary of the pickups. Specifically that particular pickup, right? Because that dictionary is going to have a bunch of IDs that correspond to the different gems. So it's going to say, hey, that gem in particular, update its data that we just had here. If it is attracting, it increases the attracting count, which is not really being used. I guess this is in theory if I want to have multiple, like a chain of them being attracted. I'm not... But right now, it's a one at a time thing. But let's say I increase the attract radius, I might want to make sure multiple things get attracted. Okay, now here's what I'm thinking. I'm imagining that the gear bag is a pickup. So it would be treated exactly the same as all of these. Up until this point, it would be exactly the same. This is the acceleration multiplier to make sure it gets faster the closer or the longer that it's been attracting. Attracting stuff, direction, vector math, making sure it gets to the target. It reparents back to the collector right here, the pickup collector. Once it's been collected, this unused collected value increases, and then the node becomes, the spawn node becomes not visible, or the gem becomes not visible. It reparents to the collector, and then we capture the name of the owner. If not, Global's collected data has pickup type. Global's collected data pickup type equals 1. Okay, so what this is doing is this is keeping track of how many things we've collected, right? So right now, the only thing that exists is pickup collector, which I guess isn't going to work great here. If I want the gear bag to be in the same collector, that's not going to work very well, because it would need a separate collector, if I'm being honest. And that pickups.ref, that's the pickup collector. So I might want to find a different way to keep track of this, because this isn't sorting out between gems and other things. And so then when we save the game and stuff, oh, we also have here in update gems, it literally assigns collected data pickup collector directly to collected gems. So I'm probably going to want to separate that out if I want to keep it the same. Recently found out about metadata, and it's awesome. You know, some folks really swear by metadata up in here in Godot. So that's like, I've never used it, but I've been told it's kind of like groups or even resources where it just, you can just store in like strings and stuff that you can then, or maybe other stuff too, and then refer back to it. So like, for example, right here, right? I could say like, what's the metadata of the pickup? Does the metadata say that it's a gear or that it's a gem? Assign values to nodes, right? And I feel like in the UI anyway, it's like down here, add metadata. Oh, let me get the cat out of the way. You're a very good cat, but it just needs you to, okay. So like right here, you can add metadata and you can do all kinds of stuff. The only reason I haven't used it is because I often find like something else that I prefer to use. Oh, she's a very good kitty. That's Lila. She's a wonderful kitty. But yeah, right, you can set all kinds of friggin' values. Look at all those. Bool, int, float, string, vector 2, vector 2y, vector 2, vector 2y, vector 3, vector 3i, etc, etc, etc. Just tons of stuff. Packed arrays, transforms, node paths, dictionaries, arrays. And it's just there. It's just a part of the node. And then you can even set this up in code, so which is what I would prefer, so that way I can search it a little bit more easily. But you know, so the reason why I haven't is just because I tend to like just use other methods. So like for example, instead of that, I feel like what I would do is like check like the class or something. Give it a class script. So right now I have gem.gd, right? So I could look up at the class and say if pickup is gem, you know, then sort it this way. If, and they can make another one, and then it can have its own code, right? So I tend to just, oh yeah, right, yeah, there you go. Enjoy, enjoy the button. So I always just kind of have this like another way that already kind of like fits into what I'm doing. But if like that works, just like groups, right? Like groups, I tend to find like there are other ways I can achieve the same thing, but not necessarily. And if you can't achieve the same thing some other way, and you just want to like have a value that can be easily referenced on a per node basis, metadata is an excellent tool for sure. I'm gonna see if I can get away with class names. So then what the gem script does is it just rotates the gem around. This makes it spin. And it randomizes which material that it has. So I would create like a gear bag class script and then probably check it that way. But you are so right that metadata is a super good way to do it as well. Right, so I'm gonna have to make sure that we're not just looking right at pickup. So that's something to fix. So it just makes sure that it doesn't, so if it doesn't already have the pickup collector in collected data, it's gonna make sure it adds one in there. If it does already have one in it, I never like, so sometimes I always start out with not, and then I realize there's an else, and I don't know. I really prefer starting statements out with the affirmative, and then elsing it to the not. I don't know. This feels better. Welcome back, Ruff. You know, it just feels right. So I'm just gonna make that little change real quick. Hopefully that won't break everything. I don't think it will. Okay. So if it does have one of those, it's going to add a new one. If it doesn't, it's going to create the first one. Then it runs update gems, which assigns all the collected ones to collected gems, which I think this is like hacky stuff. This is me just like making the gems work without it being modular and ready to go for other things. So I'm probably gonna wanna change that as well. So this needs to change, this needs to change. How I set all that up elsewhere. Thank you, Zora, for the hydrate. Oh, I got some hydrate credits to give. Forgot about that. It won't break anything for us. This is what foreshadowing looks like. I know. We're definitely gonna break some things today. Pickups, ref spawn data, erase ID. So it removes it because it's no longer spawned, right? It's already been reparented back to the collector right here. So we do want to make sure we still declare this owner and we reparent it, but we just don't want to use it here. And then we remove that ID from the spawn data because it's no longer spawned. It's back in the collector. And then we break this, which is a very old for loop. where it's going through all the spawn data to see which one is the one that's close to the player. Okay, so let's where am I even starting here? Oh, credits. Let's do credits. What credits are due. This is volunteer credits, of course. Just a way to say that I appreciate you being a part of this journey with me. I feel like Dungeon has been helping out with some debug here, so let's give a debug credit. Purely volunteer credits, of course. No compensation is connected to it. Who knows? Maybe I put this on the Google Play Store. I don't know. Probably not, but you never know. It's gonna be, I hear that's a lot of work to do, so we'll see. Bart's was given some thoughts about metadata, which is nice. Appreciate that. Dun, 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 dun. And then Frank, Roger, and Zora all helping me stay hydrated. Thank you for that. Let's add Zora onto the list. And I do actually put these credits in the game. If you check out one of those games that I've made, you can actually see that there is a credits list. And this credits list is based on a plugin that I made that actually literally takes that spreadsheet and plugs it right into the game. So literally that spreadsheet into the game. Just a way to say thank you. Okay, Zora XIV. Hydrate credit. Frank, hydrate, and Roger, the usual king of hydrates. Now, since we started doing Twitch, the Twitch hydrate, you've got some competition. All right. Oh, I should probably not be running the game over there. It's probably not good for my performance. Okay. And probably don't need to. All right, we're gonna try not to break anything. So I need to definitely tease out that collected stuff, right? I don't want the collected data to be completely focused on the gems, or rather a bunch of things. Oh, I'm gonna claim the hydrate points. All right, Zora. All right, Zora. You got it. Look, often by the end of the stream, I haven't finished my water. I always finish my tea, but I rarely finish my water. Be the change that you want to see in this world. I don't think that works here. Okay, so back to globals. We definitely need to separate this out. Now, I don't really have to set these up, but I do just, mostly for the save game stuff. I should probably look for everywhere pickup collector is in this script. It's in there 3 times. 3 times. Can't find the Twitch stream? It should be, if you're on YouTube, in the description box. There's the links down at the bottom of the description box. You can also go to the channel page and find the link there to the Twitch stream. But it's hypergamedev_. Yeah, I'm not well indexed on Twitch at the moment, and my username, somebody already had the username hypergamedev, so it has to be hypergamedev_. Yeah, is what it is. Pickup collector. No more. We're gonna say gems, and then we're gonna say gear. Now, here's the problem with gear. There's different kinds of gear. It can't just be a number. I found it. It has to be more than a number, you know? Ooh. I wonder if there could be like a gear and then like separate entries for different kinds of gear. Like, so that way if there is one gear, that's very helpful. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about this. I kinda. And then I have to think about, like, what else do I want in here? Like, do I want So I want like lives in here. Basically I set this up to be modular to potentially have other pickups, but I don't know that I have other pickups that I want to put in here. Like maybe I just make a separate dictionary, and that separate dictionary handles the gear and stuff. Maybe that just makes more sense. I think it does. You know, and I could still have seek and attract. And it could just say if it is, that would really be nice if we could. And then how are you gonna match this? You can't, I don't think you can take the class name and plunk it in as a string. So how are you gonna fill this out without like some kind of match statement anyway, or something? Gems, gear, because it'd be really temporary. So I could say like gear friggin' axe, right? And that's 0. And then gear rations, and that's 0. But you'll never pick them up like one by one. You can have jetpack. That's true. Whoa. Whoa. That's a pretty good idea. That's not a bad idea. Parts, it's not a bad idea. Okay, I'm gonna have to think about that one. I'm gonna have to give you gear abilities credit and ponder on that one. So the gear that I have right now, I'm gonna definitely call that a, yep, there's a delay. There's a delay between the two. That's true. That's true. I don't know why that happens, but it does. It does! So far I have speed boost, the pickaxe, which will break rocks when you're close enough. There's the climax. That's actually kind of funny when you say it like that. Let's say climbing axe. So like, make rollable, so that we can actually roll it with the others. The climbing axe, which reduces or eliminates bounce on cooldown. Speed boost, which makes you faster. This, which eliminates bounce. This, which breaks rocks. And I'd love if this also gems spawn / get collected on rock break. That'd be kind of cool, just to like give you an incentive to do that. And then the rations, and then a pogo stick, which lets you jump anytime. And then you're saying a jetpack, which will hover above all obstacles. My biggest concern with that, I guess I don't have many concerns about that. I was just thinking, like, when you come back down, if you land on top of a rock, I have to make sure the right things happen. I think that's pretty doable. What I'm also, you know, it'll be interesting to see like how these like interact with each other. Obviously this needs to have a cooldown. So it's kind of like the more of these you get, if you don't have the pickaxe, right? Use the jetpack, right? If you've used your pickaxe and it's on a cooldown, and you need to avoid a rock, use the jetpack. If you're out of your jetpack, you don't have your pickaxe, use the pogo stick. So it kind of gives you like these different ways to try and avoid the rocks. Or whatever obstacles, trees. Well, trees will be a little different. Oh, will the pickaxe break trees? Yeah, I guess it'll break trees. Can break obstacles. Just any obstacle. Or it could be like geysers that make you fly to make it fit in. You just summon the geyser. You're just like you're a friggin' earthbender. You can just like break the ground and ride a geyser. I love the creativity, but I'm okay with jetpack. It doesn't need to. It's fine. There's a jetpack. Why not? No, I like it. It's a good idea. I mean, it's, you know, how much of this gear will actually get implemented, I don't know. But I think it's a really good idea. It provides something a little different. It's definitely a good one. It's one that you would really want to get, right? It doesn't really have any downsides. The pogo stick, you only get like one jump, right? And so you got to make sure you place it well, time it well, and you might not land where you want to land. The pickaxe, I don't know that it has a downside, but yeah, it feels a little OP, but we could potentially make it not so. That's okay. It can be a fun one. Okay, so now do I want to actually have these listed like this? I guess I do. I think I do. I think I do want to put them in here like this. It's just that when you get it, none of these are going to fill out. So you're going to collect it. The game is going to pause. It's going to give you the menu to pick which gear do you want out of the 3 that you're given. And there will be more than 3 total. Oh, you missed the gems! Okay. Alright. You've sold me! You've sold me! Jetpack is brilliant! Oh, that's so good, Bartz. What if Jetpack is a time power-up only for... Yeah, they're all gonna be time power-ups. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, all of them will have cooldowns. For sure. And then the rations are literally a one-time use item. And they give you an extra life. Okay, I'm all for the jetpack. That's a really, really good call, Bartz. I didn't even think about that. Okay, so jetpack, pogo stick. You know, pogo stick, that doesn't make sense. Why would you have a pogo stick? Doesn't matter. Because I said so. Gear pogo stick. 0. Hiking boots, which just makes you faster. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's okay. 0. Were those all of them? I feel like I'm missing one. Pickaxe. Okay. Which is like kind of confusing. We'll say climbing axe. Pickaxe. I guess this is how I'm doing it. Guess we're doing it like this. Now that means down here, all of these are gonna fail. On update gems, it should be making gems go to collected gems and increase our number of gems. And then in our dictionary, oh, this is fine. Yes, this actually works good. Okay, but here, this is when we load the game. It checks to see if we have collected gems. And if we do, it assigns the content, that is to say, the file that's being written that has the data. It's taking that data, collected gems, and it's adding it to our collected gems value. Simultaneously, it's fetching collected data and adding it to the save file? Why? So it's, I mean, isn't that essentially saving it? It's like doing a save operation at the same time as loading? I mean, I haven't noticed any bugs with the way the gems work. But that seems odd, right? I mean, logically, I don't particularly understand why. I mean, I suppose I can just leave it. It's not the end of the world. If nothing seems broken, and nothing seems broken. I'm gonna put a little note. To do. Confirm if necessary, LOL. Okay. Alright, the rest of the stuff can stay the same. So now the pickup collector has been purged from our global save load stuff. Back onto the player, where we are getting the owner information here. We do want to reparent it to the owner. That would be the pickup collector. However, the pickup type we are not going to base on purely the name of the owner, which would be pickup collector. So if we look back on spawnable entities, we can see a little bit more about the data. So it's getting the owner, which would be pickup collector. I feel like we'd want to look at the node, right? And we'd want to say simply node. I'm just gonna call this pickup node. It's set to that. If globals collect, so that's gonna be a little tough because that's not gonna be a class name. Well, I think you just make sure it's named good. I could use metadata here. Metadata or groups. I feel like I'd rather use groups because I'm more familiar with them. Although metadata could work. I don't like groups that much. But this could be a good use. I wish a gacha game with all the gear. I love that. I want in my wildest dream for this game, I would love like cosmetics. I was trying to think of the word. I would love to have cosmetics. That would be really, really nice. But that's very stretch goal type stuff. Highly stretch goal type things. But I would love to do it. I think that'd be really nice. But you're right though, because we are getting like a random one, so it's got that kind of roguelike kind of feel. It's overscoping. It is. But you know, I feel so much more comfortable overscoping this game because the jam could end tomorrow and I would have something and I'd be like, here it is, it's done, right? So I feel very comfortable just being like, all right, add it to the list. Will I get to it? Probably not. But I'm right now just at the point where I'm just adding stretch goal features. That's like my whole thing right now, is just adding stretch goal features, which is an amazing feeling, I have to say. So it's definitely out of scope, but as long as I don't brick playing the game, you know, make the game unplayable, by beginning a feature like that and not finishing it, I think it's okay. And then, you know, I also wouldn't want to start working on cosmetics if I didn't think I could finish it. You know, I wouldn't want to just spend the rest of the month working on cosmetics and then by the end of the month be like, whoops, didn't get it in, guess it's not gonna fit, you know. I that kind of sucks. So yeah, it's important to realize when it's like, maybe not realistic to get done in this time. But this is a game I definitely want to keep working on. I think I'm going to actually keep working on this next month because I want to stream a little bit more often again. And so, yeah, I'm thinking that we do that. And I keep working on it and maybe get those overscope ideas next month in. I have a backup. Yeah, I have a backup. Right? Like on GitHub or just like the backup game? Yes. Yes. Could do groups. I could also, like... But then a group, can I mean, the metadata works nicely, because... Well, group names have our strings. I guess I could just use metadata. Maybe I do use metadata. Maybe we do metadata. I think it's gonna be the easiest. I mean, I could just also have... I could just have a variable. I could just make sure that every node has a variable. And the variable gets the name of the thing. You know? I could just do that. That is an option. Then I wouldn't need metadata. Maybe I'll do that. So if I come to the gem, I mean, can I like fetch like script name? You don't want to fetch script name. I've tried it before, and I'm quite confident that we can't actually change class names into a string, which is super annoying. But I've definitely tried it painstakingly, and I wasn't able to get class names to become strings. I can get this to become a string, but I wasn't able to get this to become a string. Like custom class names, which is super annoying. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't able to. So then I guess the idea would be variable string ID. Perfect. String equals gem. I mean, at this point, you know, I almost would want to have like something that they all inherit from. So they all have a string ID, you know, and we could just have like a default one that pushes a warning if its ID hasn't been assigned. Or I could just not do that. I think I'm just gonna not do that. Okay, so if I'm gonna create this gear bag, right? So the gear bag is gonna have, we're gonna roll a bunch of different things potentially. And whatever we roll will update that data. So where is it gonna fetch the string name from? So okay, I know we're going into a million different things, but you know, it's kind of a little complicated feature. So in my previous totally overscope project that I would love to someday go back to, Harvest Earth, project named Alien Meat World, there was a very similar roguelike element where you would get power-ups in between levels, and it would pick 3 out of a giant list of a bunch of them. And you would choose one of those 3. So I would love to borrow that code and take a look at that for thinking about how I'm going to inject which gear did you roll. I mean, there's going to be 3 that get chosen, and the player is going to input which one do I want. And that one has to go back into that data somehow with that string name of what it is. It's a little complicated, but that's okay. I feel like this was spread across a couple scripts. Maybe the UI script as well. So that would be when we added a power, when we upgraded a power up. So that's important code to borrow from. This project is a public repo, but it's pretty embarrassing. It has like some of my most newbie code and some like slightly more advanced stuff mixed together. That's okay. Okay, power up menu. Okay, YouTube Premiere Music, we get it. You're here. Okay, when the power up menu begins, I really wish GitHub wouldn't do that. When the power-up menu begins, it shuffles an array of power-ups that are currently available. It assigns all of those power-ups, 3 of those, so it picks, I don't know how this works. Power-up chosen. Power-up chosen is a signal. There's gotta be something else going on here. On power-ups assigned? What is that? I do not remember how this code works. Let me see here. Hopefully I can search it. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. Power up orb! Oh my gosh, this code is across 3 scripts. So these are the individual orbs. Okay, so this is just some old code that I want to borrow here. Or at least study. So the power-up menu opens. It shuffles the available power-ups. Okay. And it runs on power-ups assigned. This is crazy. I could do this better. I can do this better than this. I don't know what I was doing. If power-up key is set to null, I think the key thing to think about here, let me draw this. This is, wow. Yeah, like I said, embarrassing code. So we have a couple different things. We have gear available, that is to say it hasn't already been chosen, right? That's an important component. This is its own array. Okay. An array of gear available. And then we also want to keep track of the gear chosen. We also want to think about the gear assigned, or not assigned, but gear rolled. Like when you randomly roll, there'll be 3 that are presented to you. So of the ones that are available, that'll be shuffled. And then 3 of those, okay, let's write this out. So first thing that happens is shuffle array. We shuffle the array. What's up, Echo? Welcome. Thank you for the trophy. You're a winner. You're a winner for being so supportive. How you doing? Welcome. I'm working on a SkiFree-like game. A game that's like SkiFree, but a little different. It's for a game-like jam, which is a game jam that I started to help me finish games by providing a known scope. And SkiFree is an old game that I like a lot, that I think is a good one to practice the skill of finishing games. And stuff like that. So my game is about tumbling down a volcano that's erupting. And I'm trying to add a roguelike element, and I'm just kind of planning out how, specifically the roguelike element will be, you'll have a bunch of like abilities to choose from and then depending on which ability you choose, you'll have it. And so I'm setting up how that's going to all kind of function. So I'm just sort of drawing it out to make sure I've got my logic under control. So initially, we will shuffle the array. Once the gear bag is collected, shuffle the array of gear available, and then we need to pick. We don't even have to shuffle it. That's like not even necessary. You know what I mean? All we gotta do is just pick 5 randomly, right? That's all we gotta do. Maybe I'm missing something here, but pick 5, or pick random times 5, we'll say. Pick random times 5, and that gives us, or times 3, sorry. And that gives us the gear rolled. So it'll pop front, pick random 3 of them, or whatever. Oh, right. Yeah, no, just pick random and assign them, and then just move them over somehow. Okay. So it moves them over, and those are our gear rolled. And then the player is going to choose 1. And that's going to be our gear chosen. And not only that, but it is going to need to remove that one from here. So whichever one is chosen, remove chosen. That would need to be dealt with. So it's no longer in there. Right? Okay. I think this makes some sense. In theory. In practice, we'll see what happens. And then, of course, well, okay, and so then the other thing is that when we choose it, we're not just saying in gear chosen. Really, this would be my collected data, right? And in that case, I would want to fetch that string. So maybe we have a script that contains all the gear data in it. So this is our gear class. Class name gear. And within that class, I'm going to keep track of, so an array of gear types. So let's say, whatever, gear types array. And it can have the list of strings, gear, colon, blah, blah, right? Gear, blah, blah. Something like that. All right, I'm not gonna obsess over this just yet. Instead, I'm just gonna start building it. I'm bored with that. I'm gonna start building it. Okay, I know we're jumping all over the place, but it'd be like that. Okay, so if I want to create these arrays, I am going to create them. Do I want to put that? Do I want to have this gear available array on class name gear? I think I do. I think I do. So let's create a new script. Well, let's do it. Where do I want to put it? I want to put it in... do I have a gear folder yet? I think I do. I think it's going to be in pickups. Spawns, pickups, gear. So in there, I'm going to create a new script. And we are going to call it gear. Very simple. And say class name gear extends node 3D. Well, that's just the thing. Where you want this to live. I don't think it matters. I think you just say node. Where does this live? Well, you might want like a gear collector. Anyway, right? Well, you want that in the pickups. Where do I put this? What if... Because the gear, I mean, it's just going to have like icons, right? So I'll show you just, by the way, this is where the game... Oh, the game might be broken. Okay, well, actually, we're going to find out. Oh dear, hold on. The game is currently broken because... I just realized I have not finished any of this. Okay. Back up. Wait a minute. So we're doing the node. We want to say if it has pickup node dot, which is pretty terrible, string ID. Oh, that's a string name. So this needs to be a node. This will be a mesh instance, all right? For now. I guess the gear can have a mesh instance. Does the gear need a mesh instance? Maybe. Mesh instance 3D spawn data node. It's going to check to see if the pickup node string ID is in collected data. If it is, here, let's say this too. Well, you can also just say pickup string. Make this a string. You don't have to worry about any mesh instance stuff. And then say string ID here, right? And then now we can just put in pickup string. We'll see how this sticks, if it sticks. Okay, so maybe the game is not broken right now. Now, update gems, right? They're not all gonna be gems. So I might even want to like kind of put a messy little match statement in here and determine if it's a gem or not. So we could also say if pickup string is set to gems, I will refactor it, okay, if I need to. Do we call it gem or gems? It's called gems. Okay. Alright. That's different. What do we put in here? We put gem. Okay, so the string ID needs to be gems. If it's set to gems, then run that. No matter what, erase the ID. So really to spawn data, this is just going to be a gear bag, right? So here we'd want to say if... Now that's going to be different because do I just want it to be like gear? Well, no. I want it would be like specific gear something. It'd be kind of nice if I could just say what's like the first half. Like, just does it begin with gear? If it begins with gear, then it's gear. I don't know how to do that. There's probably, let's see, some string operation that just lets me look at like the suffix or the first part of it. I feel like I've done things like it before. I just don't remember off the top of my head how to do it. Contains. Returns true if the string contains what? Oh, I love that. Yeah, do that. What does contains n? Ignoring case. Oh, that doesn't have to ignore case. All right, let's do contains, baby. Hydrate! Thank you, Zora, for the hydrate. I appreciate you for that. Credit where credit's due. Keep me healthy. Okay. So if it contains contains gear. If pickup string contains gear, then we want to run the selector for the different kind of gear, which would be, you know. But here's the thing, Elise, I don't think you have to do this. You don't have to do this. You don't. But you do. Okay, this is actually a little confusing. I actually don't think we want this here. I think we want this sooner. You know? I think we want this sooner. I think we do. Because we don't want to set what collected data has been increased until we know if it's gear or not. So I'm going to want to say if the pickup string is gear, then we do like gear, open gear menu, right? Gear.ref, which will be a static variable. I'll set that up in a second. Gear.ref.open gear menu will be some function that I haven't made yet. So we'll have to put pickup string up here, of course. If the pickup string is set to gear, then open the gear menu. And we actually need to wait until a gear is chosen. Then we proceed with all of this. Okay, let's set up the static variable. So this will just make sure it's accessed on every instance of the script. Kind of makes it like a global variable so I can always access, and in this case, it's gonna be itself. So we're just gonna say node, and we're gonna initialize it as itself. Okay. Now we can go back over there. And anytime it's ready, if it wants to find it, gear. Okay, all right. No, I see that you still haven't. Okay, there we go. And then we want to say open gear menu. Okay, I still haven't made that function. I guess we might as well make that function while we're here. Open gear menu. Right now, it doesn't do diddly squiddly. Okay. I wonder if we could even... I mean, technically, I think I'd want to, like, pause the game. You know? Open the gear menu and make it, like, just, like, pause. That way, this code won't even continue to execute, right? If I just make sure open gear menu pauses it. I actually have no idea if that's going to work that way. It'd be kind of interesting. Let me see if it does. I have my own special print script that just lets me ensure that it doesn't show up in the release build, only in debug builds. That's why I have my special debug print. So I'm gonna say checking pickup data. And this is from the player script, just so I can confirm that that's happening after this. So open gear menu will actually pause the game, except for that menu where you'll be able to choose your gear. Now, once you do, pickup string is going to be something else. So I guess in that case, we would need pickup string to change. This is getting a little confusing. The gear menu opens. If the player chooses a gear, how does that data get sent back here and change what happens in this? I could have pickup string get updated. I just don't know if this code's gonna run that way. But in theory, we could say pickup string becomes set chosen gear or something. This is dude, is this gonna work? Is this gonna work? And then this would return a string. So we would have one of those arrays there. Variable gear array. And that's gonna be an array of strings. And we would do the different gear. So if we come back to globals, we can just pull that list right here. Now that's a dictionary, obviously. Which maybe I will want a dictionary for that? I don't know, my code is weird. Okay, click on this, click on this, click on this, and this, backspace. So there we have all the different gear. It has to know which one to assign. Right, so it'll have to go find it, which is kind of some effort. Is Dr. Lee's octopus in the zone right now? Dr. Lee's octopus is fully in the zone. She really is. I gotta be. I'm hand coding some roguelike stuff. There we go. Dr. Lee's octopus has entered the building. Indeed, Rorik. She's trying her best. I'm kind of putting some hacky code together, but that's how we get things done sometimes. So what I'm trying to do is get it so that when we pick up a gear bag, which is currently a block, when you pick this up, and it somehow works with the existing pickup system, when we pick it up, I would like it to pull up a menu where we choose one of 3 random presented gear options. So it's like an ability kind of power-up thing. And so I'm setting up kind of how that's going to work, how it's going to load, how you're going to pick things, and I'm doing it my own way. I'm just kind of fumbling through it. I feel like there's better ways to do this, but we're gonna roll with it for now. So from the gear array is where it would pick it. So if I have this set chosen gear, this is going to return one of these, right? Depending on which one the player chooses. So I need to design this menu, obviously. But depending on whichever is clicked on, it's going to need to deliver something. So it's going to need to know if button 1 is clicked on, that means it's the first one that's chosen. If button 2 is clicked on, it's that one. So I need to make sure that those are all kind of set up and assigned. So maybe I could say something like variable button 1 gear, and that's a string. Button 2 gear, that's a string. Button 3, that's a string. And we're all over the place putting this one together. And then we can say, I kind of would like to just use the main menus. Honestly, I feel like that'd be kind of nice if I reuse it. You probably want to use a submenu, but the submenu has some special rules to it. So in this game, hopefully I am not playing this broken. In this game, there are a couple different menu types. There's the main menu, which gets reused in the pause menu. Okay. Oh, yeah. Return hello. I don't care. There's the pause menu, the main menu, and the game over menu, and they all share the same menu code. The only difference is they have different buttons that are visible, they have some different text, and stuff like that. And then there's submenus, and the submenus have like your record data, the settings, things like that. So if I pull up records, it doesn't, I need to put a background on this. It doesn't look great on the main menu, but this has your scores. If we go to settings, this has your settings. And then there's some extra ones too. If we go to reset all, we get this "Are you sure?" thing that resets all the scores. And then if we start the game and I press pause, this is actually the same main menu as before. It just has a few different buttons, and now it says pause on the top. And now it has a much nicer, you can see the records a little better because there's an actual background there and stuff. So I could have it pull up a submenu, but I'm worried about that because there's just some special code to think about. Like, it has this back button. I guess if we just get rid of the back button, maybe the submenu is the way to go, because it just has a lot of freedom in here. I wouldn't need the scroll bar, but I think it would just maybe not be visible. But we could also use the main menu. I feel like I'd rather use the main menu, you know? It's just like cleaner, it's simpler, it would just have 3 options in it. So all the buttons would just be gone. And at the top, we could just say, you know, what gear did you find, or something. Or which gear, what gear is it? Something like that. I think I'm gonna try to redo the main menu to work with it. It just feels simpler to me somehow. Okay. So let's let's try this. So now we're bouncing over to the main menu code. We're all over the place. It feels more comfortable. Exactly. Thank you. I'm calling that moral support. You're getting a moral support grade because I'm moving forward with a little more confidence. Juicing your improvements. Thanks. Yeah, right? It says new record, and then it's got like the bounciness and the text fading in and out. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very proud of that. Again, I just wanted, like, what is going to make me feel good when I play it? Like, what do I like to see when I play? Now, it gets to a point where my score gets so high that I just, like, basically can't get further and I can't beat it. So that's part of the reason why I want to add these power-ups. Because I get such a high score that I never get better than it. And I think by adding these gear power-ups, it will let me get further and do better and try different builds to get ahead and stuff. We'll see. We'll see. And that's the best thing about this iterative process. I love getting to have this option to even build on an existing project that I get to play in between dev sessions. Add some juice, increase the difficulty, stuff like that. So on the main menu, it checks what state we're currently in. So when we update game state, right, things happen. So I guess I would need to create a new game state. Whoa. That's a big deal. Okay, new game state. Wow. Okay, so intro, main menu, gameplay, and then we'll say gear menu, I guess, which I then need to update. So this is a global script called game states, and it handles game states being updated, so I can easily keep track and organize what happens when. The main functionality here is in the signal. So whenever I emit the signal update game state, I state what state I want to switch to. I do have mechanical arms behind me. It's because I've been told by Rolric specifically, who as a member, a paying supporter of this channel, is granted invoking such a thing. But I have been told that I bear a striking resemblance to this lady, which I think it's a bit hard to unsee once you see it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this shape. Look at his glasses. Look at his hair. And this is Doc Ock in the Spider-Verse movies. And let's just say she's got some mechanical arms. So this is an homage to that. It's right. I know. I wanted to be her for Halloween, but like, dude, that is some cosplay behavior to get that. Like, I don't know that I have it in me to design that. So maybe one day. You see it, right? I know. Ever since Rolrick mentioned it, it's just been like, yeah, wow, okay, that is who I am. Yes. So that's why we have this. And it would be, right? It would be. I know. Someday I'm gonna do it. Someday I'm gonna do it. So yeah, that's why sometimes I have these mechanical arms behind me. I'm glad you asked. Also, welcome Insane Alpha Beta. Thanks for being engaged enough, by the way. Wait, oh yeah, it's not YouTube membership, that's a Twitch sub. I'm glad you got gifted a Twitch sub. And thanks for being a mod over there on Twitch. I just saw the gear and I'm like, that's YouTube members. Wait, no, we have Twitch subs now. Is there a difference between these two? There is. It's the same photo. Thanks, Insane. One of those filters you set up caught a bot earlier, so thank you for that. I appreciate that. Oh, it's a good time. Right, I gotta remember that Twitch be running ads all the time, so I gotta like be quiet while Twitch or not do too much work while Twitch ads are running. I still have to watch the actual Spider-Verse movies. That's something I've been meaning to do. I still haven't even seen them, which feels like I'm betraying myself by not watching them at this point in life. It just seems hard. I wonder, I mean, somebody's done like cosplay, obviously. Dude, it just looks like some work. It looks like some work to do this. Look at those. I guess you just need like a backpack and then find some way to have things grow out of it. But this looks like a costume piece. Like you'd almost like go to a Halloween store and like pick that up or something. And that's the other thing, like I don't like my Halloween costumes to be too expensive. Halloween is not that far away at this point. It's only a few months away, so I gotta start thinking about it. These are way better than anything I would come up with. Oh my god. Alright, ads are over on Twitch. Let's get back to work. So, on YouTube, they don't even tell me when the ads happen. I can't even give that courtesy. Okay, so anyway, so this game states, basically what it does is it checks for when this signal is received, when we update a game state, and it calls with what game state we want to update to. And there's this enum here that contains all the game states. And so when it receives that signal, it is going to make sure it sets game state to the state that was sent in the signal. And when it's received, all this get set stuff runs. That is to say, this set value is overriding what a variable normally does. So a variable normally, when you set it, it just gets set. But if we put this set value colon underneath the variable, we're actually overriding that behavior. And so I'm able to do things like say, okay, at the moment that I have decided to set a new game state or update the variable, before I apply the new value that's coming in, first log the previous value, or the value that it currently is before being updated. So it logs it as the last state, which is useful for me, and then it finally updates the game state to the value that was being sent to it. But the real crux of this logic is in here, where now this is making sure that we're not doing a debug build. If we're not on a debug build, or if we are on a debug build, it'll do some debug stuff where it sets up the label, which lets me just see while I'm testing it what the current state is, but really it doesn't do much else than that. It's just lets me know. That's the crux of that. That is the crux of what it does, is it lets me save the last game state and update the debug script so I can actually see what it does. I thought it did more, but it doesn't. That's what it does. Okay, so anyway, it sets the game state, logs the last one, updates the debug, and then it's gonna pause the game if we're in paused. Now, I'm also gonna want it to pause it now. So will this work if I say or? That seems like a mistake. I'm just guessing this could be a mistake if I say or gear menu. I might need to make this separate, but we'll see. So basically what this is doing is it's pausing the game if the state is set to game paused. And if the game state is not set to game paused, then it's going to not be paused. Something about this concerns me. I screw up logic gates all the time, but I'm gonna put it like this and we're gonna find out if it doesn't work. Something I also need to do is make sure you can't pause when you're in other states, because that could get really messy. So I should work on that too. Okay, anyway. So when the update game state comes in, it updates the game state, it pauses it if need be, and then it's going to match the state and do stuff. When it's intro, doesn't really do anything. When it's paused, doesn't really do anything. When it's U1, doesn't really do anything. But when it's game over, gameplay, or main menu, it plays these transitions. So specifically, the main menu transition makes like the camera come down. When we go to gameplay, I don't know, it does something. When we go to game over, like a slow blackout happens. So there's just some different actions that happen in here. So I need to make sure that I do have a state or a match case for our new state, which is gear menu. In this case, we're not gonna do anything. But I do want that there so things can happen. Okay, hopefully I've done stuff. Okay, so now back on the main menu script. Now that we have a state for this, we can say, so the reason why I love this being a signal is because all throughout the entire project, so if I search up on update game state, we'll find this function on a bunch of different scripts. So on the lava script, we check what the game state is. So at that same time that all that logic was happening back on the game state script, right, saving the last one, updating the current state, running transitions, at the same time that that's happening, on a bunch of other scripts in the project, other things are also happening, are also happening. For example, on the lava script, whenever we emit a new game state, it's going to say, hey, if that state that just got emitted is the main menu, do some stuff. On the ground is going to say, and this is where the last game state, I think, comes into play. Yes. So if the state is gameplay, and this is the ground that constantly moves forward, that is to say, when we run into an obstacle, the ground will stop or go or whatever. So if we are in the gameplay state and the last state was not paused, that's why I use the last state here, then it's going to actually spawn new grounds. So init grounds make sure that like the obstacles reset. So I don't want the obstacles to reset if every time I press pause and unpress it. If I didn't have this here, then I could just press pause and unpress it and all of the obstacles positions would just change all of a sudden. So this says only when we enter the gameplay state, not from paused, do that. So anyway, so that's all that happens. So here on the main menu, when the game state updates, it is going to match the state with whatever state it currently is. So let's say that if we are in game state's gear menu, we're gonna want to do a bunch of stuff. So it gets a little, you know, chaotic in here, but it works. So we're gonna say the main menu button, all the buttons actually need to become not visible. Every single button. We don't want any of them. None of the existing buttons. Settings, this is not for settings. All of these are gonna go away. Button, start, don't want that. They all need to disappear. Probably need to think about some, oops, okay. Some of these others, we want the style box, the main menu style box to go away too. Separator, probably don't want that to be visible either. Is that all of them? I think that's all the buttons that are there normally. Yeah, okay. I also want to update the text at the top to something different. So we're gonna say set default title font, and what this does is basically when it's the main menu, it's gonna show the logo of the game. If it's not the main menu, then we see just like a kind of basic label. So for the gear menu, we want it to say, what gear did you find? That's gonna be kind of awkward, but that's okay. Something to start with. Okay, so that's cool, but we want more to show than just that. So if I come in here to the main menu, I've got this canvas layer over here called main menu, and a container, a panel container, a VBox for the main menu. The sub menu is like where the records and stuff go. So just while I'm designing it, I'm gonna hide all of these. Okay, so that's like separate. Got it. I kind of wish this, you know what? This feels a little extra. I wonder if we could just, they're not quite all grouped up. We don't want to lose the title. I kind of do. I'm thinking, okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe instead of hiding each button, what if just this whole VBox goes away and there's a new VBox? I think that's going to be easier. Imagine if I was at two places at once. What? Huh? Nice. Super mod. Oh, I guess you're only a mod on Twitch. Okay. I think this is going to make more sense. Right, and that's how the sub-menu works. The sub-menu is actually in opposition of it. Raphael is also on both. You guys are awesome. Being over there on both. Y'all are amazing. Hey, if you're on YouTube and you haven't hit the like button, if you're going to go ahead and be on both, you might as well hit the like button on YouTube. It helps. It helps so much. More people find out about the stream and this community. There's not much you can do on Twitch other than just like hang out, be here. Thanks for being here. Okay. Hit it right before I said anything, so take that! Ah, you got me! You knocked my arms off. I'm defeated. Okay. So, yeah, I think this is gonna make more sense. Instead of hiding every little friggin' thing in here, we just hide the main menu and create a new menu. I think this is gonna be simpler. So let's do that. So let's create a new VBox. I am gonna put some buttons in there. I'd like them to look a little nicer. Notre Dame, welcome. Long time no see indeed. I am doing well. Notre Dame I know back from my dreams days when I was using this little game that, it's a big game that lets you make games within it. It's called Dreams, and I wanted to make stuff outside of Dreams, so I started learning game engines like Godot, and I fell in love with that. So it's good to see you. How you doing? Where have your creative pursuits taken you, Noter? I only recently started streaming on Twitch. I've been on YouTube. I mean, obviously I was on Twitch a long time ago, and then I've been on YouTube for the last couple years exclusively, just to like kind of find myself outside of Twitch. And now I'm ready to come on back to Twitch, and it's nice to bump into all you guys. Still dreaming. Nice. Love that. What you working on in Dreams? You don't have to tell me. It's okay. No pressure. I don't think I've booted up a PlayStation in at least a year. Sometimes I miss it. You know what I miss more than anything is playing all the games. That's to me, that's one of the best things about Dreams, is you just get, for a small amount of money, just an incredible library of games that are just like infinitely customizable, which is so cool. So I'm making a game based on SkiFree. How I've been trying to learn game development is, outside of Dreams, is by making games like other games. So I have this game like jam that I've started, and we pick simple games, simple old games usually, that have the whole scope decided for us, so I don't have to worry about like, what's the game gonna be about? How big is the game gonna be? It's just like right there, decided for me, easy to do. And SkiFree is this most recent game like jam game, just like going down a little mountain, a little ski guy, and there's some obstacles you can run into and stuff like that. So my interpretation of this is, let's see, is my game broken right now? It might be. Let's find out. Let's find out the fun way. My interpretation of this is a volcano that you are stumbling down and avoiding lava. It is broken because I'm in the process of adding a new feature that I haven't finished yet. Specifically a roguelike feature that lets you pick different abilities at a certain time. Okay, let's see if it's unbroken. It's just, you know, it's just the way it is. Whether you're on Dreams, Unreal Engine, Godot, when you're trying to add new things, you gotta break it all. Sometimes it just be like that. Okay, so it's really broken. Okay, yep, it's broken. It's okay, it's a little broken right now, but you know what? Oh, dude, wait, I'm so silly. Wait, I have the game. I just have to open it. So I have uploaded it. This is the way you show off what you're working on when you break it. Duh. You have an exported version. All right, give me a minute. I'll load it up because I think it's just stuck in this state. This is actually good for debug opportunity while that loads. Let's see what you were talking about. Hydrate. Thank you, Roth, for the hydrate. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. Started tinkering back with my monster raising versus pet style game again. Nice. Oh, I do remember that. Nice. Nice. Yeah, Dreams is so good for just like prototyping and coming up with games in a way that you can like have an audience of players right there to try out your stuff, give you feedback, and you can make this really complete experience at the end of it. That's so cool. Like, you've got thousands of players right there ready to go. So great for that. Okay, I'll show you the last build of my game. I think that will be the way to go. What are you working on, Dreams? I'm not used to you talking about Dreams such joy. I know. Well, you know, it's since I came back on Twitch. It's since I came back on Twitch, and I'm like, and it's just giving me a renewed sense of gratitude, you know, about. I mean, I took a hiatus from Twitch. I went to YouTube, and I sort of wanted to separate myself from that. You know, I was so in the Dreams land, and I wanted. I felt like I had to use it. I felt like I needed it. Like I couldn't get away from it. And I needed some space. And now that I'm like fully entrenched in Godot land, and I feel like I need to use Godot and I gotta use Godot, I'm like, okay, I can start acknowledging and being comfortable with my Dreams history. So yeah, that is a newer development in some ways. This new co-op game, Peak, I think it's, oh yeah, it is. I see that. Dude, that game looks so good. That game looks really, really fun. Dude, totally. Like you're falling down mountains and like helping friends. No multiplayer component in this one. But yeah, that game is pretty sweet. Okay, so this does take some loading time. But once it loads, I need to put a loading screen in there that actually says it's loading. Okay, here we go. Come on, there we go. Now we're tumbling down a mountain. Beautiful. So this is actually the web build of the game, and these rocks are a little too light. The small ones, they're kind of hard to see in this version. I just changed the textures. But we collect gems, we avoid this lava that's constantly approaching, and so this is my game kind of like SkiFree. So instead of like a Yeti monster getting you at the end, there's lava that chases you, and you just try to survive as long as possible, falling on down endlessly. It's got a lot of like stats kind of stuff, so I can actually come in here and reset all my stats, and I'm really loving doing this SkiFree-like because I can just iterate on it and build on it and test it, and I'm like, what things do I appreciate? I love having stats. I love seeing some juice that says, hey, you got a new record. Good job. You know, little pats on the back. I can end my run, check my records. Look at that. Oh, yeah, look at all that. So, yeah, there's not the co-op rescuing, but I totally see what you mean, especially the little guys with, like, circle heads. I still have to make the player character look a little nicer, but wow, I actually completely see the similarities now that you pointed out. So yeah, I'm super, super proud of it, and it's just fun. It's fun to like be working on a game like SkiFree that I can really easily come back to and be like, what is it missing? Oh, I know. I need to add upgrades or abilities. I need to add new records and things like that. For sure. Thousands might be a stretch nowadays. Oh, on Dreams? Okay. Hundreds. Yeah, I wasn't sure if, like, players were still there. I know, like, a lot of the people making games went down after, you know, Dreams was like, hey, we're not gonna become bigger, sorry. But, yeah, I wasn't sure about the player base. I literally thought of me a few weeks ago when you saw Peak. Immediately wondered how you've been. Glad you popped up again. That's so sweet. Yeah, and so I see why you say that too, because in Dreams, I was working on Survive Escape, which I used to have a website up about the progress of Survive Escape, but the domain was approaching renewal, and I was like, I can't keep paying for this domain anymore. I'm sorry. But yeah, so Survive Escape, I mean, I was gonna like finish that in, yeah, that's right, Notre Dame, and dude, right? I don't know, what is that? I mean, look, I know what it is. Like, I fell down a hill, a giant sort of mountain, and I injured myself. And so I guess that's why it's an enduring theme of mine. Oh man, that is very true. Okay, I gotta see if I can find this site. I'm gonna try to find it. It's kind of, yeah, there it is. There it is. So I can show the people what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about here. Can I pull it up? Proper. just see what it looks like proper. There we go. Okay. So Survive Escape was a game that I was making in Dreams, and I started working on it, and I realized it was the biggest game ever. It was like your classic game dev overscoping mess. Okay? Like, you know, I wanted all the features. I wanted there to be like sort of like Sims, where you had like multiple different characters you could potentially, like companions you could work with, and they'd be like doing their own thing, trying to survive in the wilderness. You'd collect items, and this was like what I was working on in general. So you have like an inventory. You can grab items from the inventory and put them in the real world and move them back and forth. Hey, Katie. And it was just like kind of a lot. You mini map so many things, different activities you can do. You can switch between the different survivors, just like tons and tons of things. I even had like a little trailer put together. The people who made Dreams, Media Molecule, were super supportive of it, which was really cool. Yeah, massive overscoping. So actually, this still exists if you want to see the trailer. And that was kind of a cool thing to like make a trailer, you know, to like envision what my game was gonna be. The guy running through, it's a person, it's a non-gendered person running through the woods and tripping on a stick. Yes, the helicopter, that's right. Right, well, exactly. I mean, that was perfect, right? Perfectly emblematic of the issue. I wanted to have it be such a perfect simulation that you could. So the point of the game was to find a rescue helicopter and escape. But in theory, you could be like evil and do bad things. And so Insane Alpha Beta was like, you know, wanted to say that they wanted to see if you get to the copter, you can like cannibalize the rescuers. And I was like, yes, that's gonna be in the game too. Yeah. So you saw so much. I did well, and we kind of did like in like the artist who made a lot of this stuff, Ian, did make a very scaled down version, and I started working on a scaled down version. But you know, it was kind of at this point where Dreams was like, hey, we're not gonna keep expanding, and I was like, you know, I kind of want to just learn other game engines. And so that was, I was just kind of ready to move on at that point. You know, and I thought for a minute, like, okay, I'll finish the prototype in Dreams and, you know, use that to market for the big one on other game engines. But, you know, at some point, I was just like, man, this game is too big. And I tried to make a smaller game, Harvest Earth, and that was also too big. So that's why I started the Game Like Jam, because I have a blindness to scope. I suck at it. I'm terrible at scope. But yeah, there was just like so many things going on in here. I mean, you could like injure, in theory, all of your limbs, have to drag yourself across the ground to get items. Again, you could take things in and out of the world, a dynamic map that evolves as you're playing. It would like come up with like paths, shortest paths between points and stuff like that. You would be able to examine your like injuries and stuff and like see like what's on your body and like you know, whatever, move your arms around and crazy stuff. You could full character customization. You could choose different types of characters and customize them entirely. Unique loading screens that depended on where you were and had little tool tips, just like everything you should never add to your first game, right? And I mean, we've got some meters here. We got thirst, we got hunger, and then we've got heart rate and respiratory rate. I also had blood pressure and stuff like that in there. Like the most, man, the absolute most. Oh, your like mental health. Like your energy levels, like it was too much. It was everything. It was just everything I could have ever wanted in a true survival simulator. I wanted to make it, and I wanted it to be there, which was great. I mean, I think it's so important to like honor that drive. Everyone has that, right? I think it was important to find the excitement of me just like going, let's do it. What's the biggest thing I can imagine? What's my dream game? I think there's something really healthy creatively in trying it out and imagining and fantasizing. What would that be? And then for me, realizing, nah, let's step back. Let's learn the fundamentals piece by piece, and maybe someday I could build a team to make this be a reality. So I'm in that phase of learning game development from the ground up, and especially figuring out how to scope on games. In about 10 seconds here, the ads are gonna start on Twitch, so I will chill and not do any game dev for the next few minutes. But yeah, I mean, look, it was a great experience to try to make it, and you had to like light your own fires. You have flint. You'd have to go collect like not flint, but like that too. But tinder, right? You have to go find like certain plants that would let you gather up tinder, and you'd have to start a fire and build it yourself. There's a companion chilling over there. Just too much. And then you can see his little home base icon, so you'd like establish different home bases. It's so excessive. It's everything. Dude, there was even an article. Some of y'all, were you in this article, Notre Dame? I remember a bunch of people got into this article on Dreams. Oh, it's okay. It's gone now. It's gone now. Well, it did exist at one point. There was a Play Magazine article, sad, that covered the game, which was really cool. And you could take off your clothes and use it as a flag to flag down the rescuer. Also, you could burn down, this would be the evil path. You could set the forest on fire to try and get the attention of rescuers, but you would like lose karma, right? You'd have like a bad ending if you did that. Oh, and then like it had motion controls, so in order to wave the flag, it's just crazy, just everything. And so all of this existed in these horrible components, like there would be, this would kind of work, and this would kind of work, and that would kind of work, but nothing worked together. It was pretty awful. Flag them down by like waving your hands. What else? Chaos. These devlogs don't exist anymore. They do, but you can't get to them. Character creator, dragon yourself, wounds, right? You can actually create bandages out of plants and like heal your wounds, and you have to like wrap them using the sticks, like wrap it around the right way. It's everything. And look, I'm gonna tell you right now, that game would be awesome. If you had gravity changing, nice. That would be a mod. That'd be DLC. That'd be the alien spaceship DLC. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now, this game would be the friggin' best game. This would be the coolest game. But, yeah, I don't know if it's ever gonna happen. I might try someday, but it's quite a lot. I really like the state Dreams is in now. Yeah? Nice. Wait, I gotta go back further. I missed something. Insane Alpha Beta. I almost want to make a fun skit of you're just doing different locations, and the second there is a slope, you start tumbling down. I love that. Sounds about right. There's still plenty of... Oh, I think you've gotten much better with that over time. Okay, wait, I gotta go back here. I keep skipping ahead. I really like the state Dreams is in now. It's what it was always meant to be. A big playground, not a professional game engine. Hell yeah, big playground. Right, I mean, I think that was a confusing thing for a lot of us, right? We had big ambitions, we had big dreams, right? And Dreams was kind of catering to that a little bit, you know, helping us get interviews in magazines and helping us learn how to be good little game devs. but that's so real that like it is just like a fun place to play around and be creative and experiment. That's beautiful. I think you've gotten much better at that over time. I think I have too. Scoping and stuff, I agree. It's been like my mission for the last 3 years is to get better at that. And there's still plenty of people. Hell, I still get notifications on a daily basis of people liking / playing Vengeful Eyes 1 and 2. That's awesome. Right, there's still people playing for sure. You should check out Barotrauma. It's not quite like this, but they have a similar goal, I think. Yes, and I actually have taken a note from you for this game. So I do still, sometimes I'm like, ooh, for Survive Escape, that would be really good. I actually already have a list, and Barotrauma is on it for things to research. Yeah, right, it just has all of that like complexity to it. Hey Paige, welcome. How you doing? Thanks for coming through. I think you're getting better with that over time. I was referring to you talking about managing scope. Yeah, thank you. I think so. I'm trying. That's what the Game Like Jam's all about. There are a lot of dreams and dreams. You've been following me for 4 years and 4 months. Let's go. Yeah, so that's when I started. My first stream was February 21st, 2021. That was my first ever live stream. On this same account. It's different though, because I changed the name. But yeah, that's when I started. Yeah, you've been here for a long time. We got all kinds of dreamers in the house. I love that. Thanks for sticking around, Paige. Appreciate you. That's also kind of why you're making Harvest Earth and doing the game jam. So learn the skills needed to make Survive Escape. Exactly. Well, yeah, so Harvest Earth, which I actually might. I always act like I don't, but I think I actually do have a playable version of it. It's not like the most up-to-date version that there ever is, but I do have like a version. Let me find it. So in Survive Escape, one of the primary mechanics is that you could injure your limbs. So like in a game, you can get fall damage, right? But I really wanted specifically limbs to like break, and now you have a broken leg, and you have to manage the game with a broken leg, broken arm, all that kind of stuff. I wanted these complex injuries that impact the gameplay itself. I know I have builds somewhere. Where did I save them is my question. Oh, did I put them on the folder outside? Maybe I put them on the folder outside. That's gotta be where it is. Not that folder. And so I started to make this game Harvest Earth builds. I started to make this game Harvest Earth based on... Wow, so my last build was actually testing skins. So this is definitely not going to be a latest version. Yeah, I like Harvest Moon too. It was kind of like, the name is sort of similar, but it was about being an alien who's invading Earth to collect humans, and it was going to preserve that single mechanic of limbs getting damaged and that impacting the gameplay. So it was an endless runner type game. Now this isn't the latest build that I ever had, but it is a build. Okay, so we have all of these. Yeah, family fun. Yeah, it's a little intense. We had different skins that you could pick and stuff. So you can start to see where the scope is starting to come in already, right? You pick your character, and there's all these different skins that you could unlock, and they wouldn't all be unlocked at first, and you'd unlock them at different points in the game. That was some scope right there. But this is the default alien. And so you would go from your home planet. I didn't finish designing all the home planet. And you'd get placed back down here on Earth. And you would come and start harvesting up people. So you'd start out without any limbs here. And your goal... Oh, the eyes are the wrong color. That's okay. Your goal was to abduct humans, but there was also going to be like a morality system. So the humans are just standing there waiting to get eaten. And so you have these like little limbs, these little itty bitty limbs, but they can break off. So if I run into something Hey, what's up, Pepe? No, not the wrong one. You break these little limbs off, and now I can't, you may notice, but the circle on the ground is now lopsided. Whereas when I had all my arms, the circle was a full circle. So it limits, I did get a lot of progress on it. It limits where I can grab, so I can't actually grab all of the characters, or the humans. Now, the leg breaking off was supposed to change like how you moved around, but I haven't added that in yet. But yeah, so you can grab them. Instead of just eating them, you can also abduct them. And when you abduct them, you get abduction points. And that's ultimately how you move to the next level, is you get a minimum number of abductions, and then you go to the next level. Also, everything is destructible! So you can destroy obstacles that are in your way. So you can also get even bigger limbs if you keep eating them. You can get up to 2 size, so you can see I can just destroy all these things by smacking them. By having bigger limbs, I can reach further. So the idea was just to explore limb damage was the purpose of it. But I mean, man, did I get over complex. I over complexified it. Things got too complex, as it just did. So, you know, I do think this turned out, yes, I did get some good progress, but the plans for it, man, I'm barely 35% done with this. You know, there were so many levels. Oh, there's also, I don't know, I think I have power-ups on this. See, I have a debug key to artificially increase the abductions. Right, so this is actually what I'm setting up today. We haven't gone back in time. I'm actually setting up the same kind of system today, right now. A roguelike system for the SkiFree-like. And so there was a pool of a bunch of power-ups, and these actually are all meaningless. They're just placeholders. But you pick one. So there's like a whole collection of power-ups. I think I was gonna have like freaking 40 power-ups. Again, overscope. And this is just 3 that it randomly presented. And then when you pick it, you'll get it. And then you move on to the next level. And then the next level just like looks a little different. So like the terrain will be different and stuff like that. But you can see level 2 is empty because I never made level 2. So yeah, so that was Harvest Earth. I tried, again, just like you said, and saying, to explore those concepts that I was originally exploring in Survive Escape, but it just, I ran into a similar problem. Sure, it's not as overscoped as Survive Escape, but it's still a bit overscoped. So yeah, that's when the Game Like Jam started, and I originally was just gonna like kind of make it sort of similar to my Harvest Earth stuff. So I actually made, let's see, do I still have it up? We'll pull it up. So for my Frogger-like, it's actually got the same like assets as Harvest Earth, and it's called Bunker. It's very similar to Frogger. It has terrible performance issues, but that's okay. It's all right. Oh, I think I got music in this one too. Oh yeah, I made this music. And this was just like, I was like, dude, I gotta stop working on Harvest Earth. I gotta stop doing the 1-hour game jam. Game Like Jam is life. Because, like, sure, this doesn't use the alien in the best way like we had before. They just kind of gobble you up if you walk into them. Me neither, Insane. I don't know how I keep up with them either. I don't. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I finished it. Like, this is a game from start to finish. It's a complete game. You can play it, you can get high scores, and it works. The performance is terrible, but it is a game. And when I felt that I made something and I finished it, I knew that this has to be what I do for a long time. So I can get that full sense of what games are like. And then, yeah, after this, I just kind of went outside of that, using the Harvest Earth assets. So it's always been transitionary, you know? Started with Survive Escape, did something kind of like Survive Escape, but different. Took something kind of like Harvest Earth, but different, and now I'm just kind of doing who knows what, whatever gets me some experience. So yeah. Insane says, I totally get that. As someone who hasn't finished a project in a very long time, I need to do that. Yeah, right? I mean, it's just like having the game presented to me. Like, here, make this. You don't have to come up with the ideas. And what a gift, again, making such a simple game here. What a friggin' gift, because I can really get creative. Because I make the game so soon that now I can start experimenting with increasing scope. Really, really, really a nice experience. Lee's Lady days. Yeah, it used to be Lee's Lady. It used to be Lee's Lady. I know. But then I wanted to I was like, okay, I want it to be more general. It's not just about me. Like we're all here together. We're a community. It's Hyper Game Dev. We're Hyper Game Dev. I don't know. I guess I was going to YouTube. I wanted to rebrand. But then, I kind of lose all the stats and stuff for Leaf Lady on Twitch. That's what it is. We gotta play Barrel Trauma together at some point. Oh, that sounds fun. Was it Pierogi or Pressfire who was interested? Probably Pressfire would be my guess. If I were to guess. But maybe Pierogi. Probably Pierogi would play it. That would be fun. I'd be down. I need to get those Twitch stream numbers up so we can unlock subscriber-only streams. Which that game, Survive Escape, you should not give up trying to make it someday. I will make it someday. I will. There's still no game that's quite like it. I will. But I'll need a team, I didn't finish my main project yet, but at least it's playable. Yeah, right? Oh yeah, Class Boom, you're it's like kind of a crafting creative game simulation. And with each new game, you learn something new. Your skills and code knowledge grows. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so I like doing challenging ones too. I think doing simple ones like Frogger and SkiFree is important, but doing Puyo Puyo and balloons taught me a lot about complicated mechanics, so it's all good. Unfortunately, my grammar ability is not so grown. I think the next one's going to be nice. I think it's going to be a nice balance between simple and complex, and not that complex. I'm very excited for the next Game Like Jam. But we're on this Game Like Jam, and I've broken my Game Like Jam game mid-setup of the abilities. Definitely want to make sure, because I added a new state, so I definitely want to make sure I've got... I wonder if the menu just wasn't showing up. That's probably what happened. I probably just hid the main menu. I guess. Wait, no, but it's... Okay, I actually have no idea what happened. Just kidding. Because it is visible. We'll see. Tetris is on the hard side or easy side? I would say, to me, that seems a little difficult. Because you're going to have to... Maybe not. I feel like it's easier than Puyo Puyo. Because Puyo Puyo is like checking matches within a grid. Which is kind of similar to Tetris. But Tetris is just looking for, a complete line. So I would think Tetris is on the harder side. I don't think it's as hard as Puyo Puyo, because in Puyo Puyo you're matching 4 within the grid. The 4 can be anywhere in the grid. But on Tetris, all you have to check is an entire row filled. But you still have to make sure they fall down. I think it's a little bit more on the complicated side. Tetris is one to do someday, for sure. Yeah. But I would approach it with some caution that it could be difficult. Potentially. Okay, let me make sure my debug stuff is visible here. And then the game states as well. So I'm just kind of curious where we're at and why we're where we are. Zora says, oh, I gotta move that up a little bit. Let's move it on up. Dang, Twitch lets you type longer messages than YouTube. Jeez, YouTube. Reminds me how I used to game dev around 7 years ago. Oh wait, now it's working. Why? I don't know. Reminds me how I used to game dev around 7 years ago. Had many ideas, few of those projects managed to get a stable demo state, and was out for public to try. I didn't code whatsoever, so I don't know how I managed. It's so real though. Unfortunately, those projects were canceled because I wasn't fully happy with them. That's impressive that you got some game demos together without knowing how to code. Yeah, I know how to code a little bit. What do you like using Godot? Because I know some people use like Unreal Engine, right? And they're using like blueprints and stuff, so they're not using text code per se. But you know, I think trying just to make stuff is a valuable lesson and a valuable experience. I don't think you have to learn how to make a small, you know, known scope project. I just think for me it's a lot easier. But it's definitely something to try. Oh, RPG Maker, gotcha. I don't know about VX Ace, but I do know RPG Maker. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes it right. So that's kind of like a visual thing. Now I do know they have our visual coding kind of environment. I do know they have a new one now, which is actually made with Godot. And it seems like it's RPG Maker, but like even better. Oh no, it is broken. Okay. Got it. The name of this game is 10 out of 10 Volcano, right? That was like the first idea I had. I was like, yes, let's go. The only way it's ever been used is like a Fall Guys map is called Volcano, and I think it's like a user-made map. So I'm like, this is safe. Okay, why isn't the game starting? It says we're in the gameplay state. Oh dear. Sometimes it really is like that, yeah. 11 out of 10, let's go. The first idea is the one you stick with, absolutely. But you also said that 7 years ago, Zora, so I feel like at this point, you've grown a lot, I would guess. I think the first things I really started making were, I mean, I did like Earthbound ROM hacks when I was a kid, and then I started doing Fallout mods, and then I found Dreams. I keep remembering 2 of my games are on YouTube. Nice. Nice. By the way, if you guys ever want to share projects you're working on, every other month on the even months. So February, April, June, August, October, December. On those months, I do only on YouTube for now. An unlisted live stream. I think I can really only do that on YouTube. It's an unlisted live stream, so it's kind of semi-private, but a lot of us do show up, and you can find more about it on the website is the best place, actually. And I just spend a whole day playing your guys' games and giving you feedback and stuff like that. So there are some steps to get involved. It's just kind of a way to filter out people who aren't serious about sharing. And just, again, to create like an environment that is like supportive and stuff. But you can learn about it here. You sign up for a newsletter, a Hyper Game Dev newsletter, and then you'll get emailed the secret. It's a secret stream, the secret link. And yeah, we do these cool unlisted streams where we play through people's games. You just fill out this form, tell me about the game, what feedback you're looking for, and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, if you ever want to share stuff, that's the place to do it. We might do that more often too. We'll see. I might do that stream more often. It's a possibility. Dude, why is everything broken? It's gotta have something to do. Like, what did I do? I added a new state. Like, that's like the thing that I did. That has to be what broke it. Next community creation stream, Class Boom will have a Steam page. What? That is so friggin' hype. What? That's awesome. Nice, Ruff. Yeah, it's always nice when I can promote your guys' games that way. Oh, is it this ore? Is it that ore that I put in there? That would be kind of surprising. But that was like the most risky thing that I did. That was a bit of a chaos choice. Okay, so let's pull that out. Let's get that out of there for now. And let's see if that runs a little better. Zora says, I always am thinking on wondering or not to try and at least try to make a game. No matter how big or small, but something I can be like, yes, I'm liking this. Yeah, I mean, you never know if you try. If you don't try. You never know if you don't try. That's what I meant to say. You'll never know if you try. Yeah, I mean, if it's something you're interested in and you've already had a little experience like doing it, I think you know the right move to make. Oh, yep, that's what broke it. Okay, so we won't say or. We won't say or. I really, look, and I'm not just saying this because my game jam is about this. I really mean it. I truly believe that among the best ways to get started, and to get started like in a valuable, helpful way, is to mimic a small old game. 80s arcade games are by and large excellent things to imitate. It's just something that you like, you know, some game that you know that's really simple. I wouldn't recommend doing like all of Mario or something, but maybe like you could do, you know, Mario Brothers or Super Mario World or something, but like just do a level, you know, something like that. Set a nice tight known scope. But I think it's even better if you don't just do a level, but you literally pick a game to emulate. And hopefully, my hope is that, you know, as time goes on with the Game Like Jam, we develop this huge list of games, you know, just like a nice giant list of games that are suitable for making in a short period of time. So Frogger, I definitely recommend Frogger. I recommend SkiFree. I think things like Puyo Puyo are a little bit more on the difficult side, and Bloons too, but you know, they might not be the most exciting thing. So Dragon Quest is that's one that's on the list to potentially do, right? Simple game, but you were talking about RPG games. So the original Dragon Quest game, right? It's like pretty short, pretty straightforward, you know, and it might not, you know, be exactly what you want. You can change the character names, you can change the art, right? You can make little things different, but you know, if you just know exactly what's going to go into the game, it can just make it a little easier to get something done, and you get to have that experience. I definitely think we should do an RPG game at some point. I think it's basically necessary. We must. Okay, so I don't want to type it out like that. So I hate to like duplicate this. I guess I could ask the chatbot. The chatbot's gonna know how to do this. I always gotta ask the chatbot for logic gate help, because that breaks my little brain. So I'm just gonna, I said Game Gear. Gear menu. I'm just thinking about old things. Here's the thing, you're making horror games. Oh yeah, perfect. Do like Slender Man or something, or Slender the 8 Pages, you know? Great simple game to do, for example. Okay, I'm just gonna ask the chatbot how to do this more simply. It's gonna help. We're gonna get through this a little faster. Make this one line GD script 4.4.1. A pipe? No, but I did do that. That's the same as or, isn't it? Slenderman like Jam? I think we could do Slenderman. Totally. Would you guys want to do Slenderman? Dude, I already tried that and that didn't work. So I guess the chatbot is not helpful because this is exactly the same as or. Yeah. Oh, I didn't put state equals. That's why. Oh, I need to say or state set to. Did I do that? Did I forget that last time I did this? Hold on, let me just check. Yep, I did. I just said or that, but what I needed to say was or state set to. Gotcha. See, sometimes the chatbot will help you a little bit. Okay. That makes more sense. You would love to do a Slenderman-like? Alright. That's one vote for Slenderman-like. Okay, let's do polls. Let's put up polls. I'll put polls on both, and we'll see what we think here. Oh, Katie, wait, you cheered? Did I miss that? Dude, why didn't I sing Katie a song? Because I didn't see that. Sorry. Jesus. What a jerk I am. Okay. Oh, because it's a big emote. Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, I just started streaming on Twitch again. And so I forgot about checking on that. Well, Katie, that means I'm going to sing you a song. Okay? I got to. That's how that works. I got to make sure I look at that so I see that. Okay. Ooh. I got to get it together. All right, let me make... How do you make a poll over here? How the hell do you make a poll? How do you do this on Twitch? I need a mod to help me. How do I make a poll? I don't know. I was going to. I guess I can do it just on YouTube. Guys, how do you make a poll on YouTube? I can just... Oh, that's not YouTube. On YouTube, all I gotta do is pull this over here. Oh wait, who's top on the leaderboard on YouTube, by the way? Just type in chat yes or no. Oh, that's so boring. We gotta do more fun than that. Raphael still on top on the leaderboard on YouTube. Nice. Timeless and Bart's not far behind. Okay. See, on YouTube, I just click this little button, start a poll. Slender-like Jam? Yes or no? Yeah. Nah. But I don't know how to do that on Twitch. It's gotta be easy though, right? Right? How hard can it be? How hard can it be? It's 2025. Create Twitch poll. It's 2025. Dashboard, creator dashboard. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. So I gotta pop this up. Well, we're gonna figure this out. Nigh is the time. We've got to do this. The poll is up on YouTube, though. It is ready to be voted on. I gotta get good at the twitching. I mean, I can twitch, but I mean at Twitch. Okay, poll. Here we go. Okay. We're getting there. We're making it happen. We're becoming learned. No, not a goal, a poll. Here we go. Poll. Got it. Okay, question. Slender-like Jam. Additional votes? No. Okay, duration. Okay, you have to set a duration? Okay, we'll do 10 minutes. A long one. We don't have plenty of time to think about this. Okay, poll is up on both platforms. We will check in to see what the results are. Slender-like Jam. Okay. What was I doing? Game dev? If this motivates me to do a Slender Jam, I'll try to do a Slender Jam through RPG Maker. Nice. Perfect. That'd be so creative. Okay, I didn't sing Katie a song. I'm sorry, Katie, if you're not here anymore, and I didn't give you your song when you deserved it. But we're gonna do it now, because it's better than never. Am I singing to this? Okay, the song's actually about to end, so I'm gonna just help it end and move on to a different song that's easier to sing to. Okay? Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, Katie, oh, Katie, Katie knows how to code and how to be so very cool. Katie codes and Katie is so cool, don't you know? Katie codes and Katie is so cool, don't you know? Katie codes and Katie is so cool. I know that Katie knows how to code and how to be cool. Yeah. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Although it might be a bit too easy, it's just walking, interacting with papers, I guess. Oh, Bartz is on the fence with it. Too easy. I mean, look, and here's the thing, right? You can really push into that creative twist category, because that's one thing, thank you for the hydrate, that's one thing I like about simple games. I think you could say the same thing about SkiFree, right? And it's not just collecting pages, because you also have something chasing you the whole time, right? But what's nice about simple games is that folks who are newer to game dev or don't have a lot of time to make something can quickly whip up the game in a basic state. And then, exactly, it can be creative. And then folks who have more time or capacity to get weird with it and push it beyond the base game have room to do that. But I hear you. I think that's a good point. I mean, you think about something like Baldi's Basics, right? Like, that's a Slender-like game. Okay, good. Everything's fine. Beautiful. Excellent. Okay, let me make sure collecting gems still works. It does! Nice! So I didn't break that. Excellent. Okay, we're actually in good shape. I think I'm gonna make a commit while we're at it here. I think it's a good time to do that. Everything is working. We're starting to implement these roguelike features. It is definitely time to make a commit. Oh, the ads are on Twitch? Okay. I gotta keep up with that. I gotta pay attention to that. Heck might be able to even push the engine with something so simple. Yeah, right? Oh, like get some like really cool like graphics or something. Another blank canvas for artistic and story writing vision. Yeah, totally. Okay, understood. Another game that has been suggested in a similar vein has been Granny. That's been another game that's been brought up. Which I feel like is sort of Slender-like. It just kind of takes it a little further where you have like more tasks to do. So if you are looking for something less simple, we could do Granny as well. Or instead. Or both. I think that has some potential. I don't know if I call Granny a Slender-like, but there's overlap. Okay, so we're gonna make a commit here. I'm gonna say began gear bag, refactored gem, pickup stuff, miscellaneous fixes. That was good enough. We get the idea. I guess I need another poll. I should have done Granny or Slender. That's okay. Okay. We're all committed up, so let's keep doing this. Let's get some more of this functionality in there. So where did I leave off? The player. Oops, I opened another godot. The player collects things. Right. So if the pickup string is gear, it's gonna open the gear menu. Right, I was working on the gear menu. Got it. And then it's gonna update pickup string to whatever gear is chosen. Now, I'm still not sure, because this is gonna pause right? This will, in theory, pause the game, but I don't know if it's gonna quite work, where it actually, like when we unpause it, it's going to, like, follow through with the next code. I don't know how that's gonna go, so I'm kind of experimenting there. But we'll see. We'll try some stuff. We'll feel it out. But what I definitely need to do is make the power up or the gear choosing menu. So let's do it. For that design, I kind of want to just make everything from scratch. I want it to be a little different than they made. I do want to have some similarities, but mostly I want it to be a little different. So let's just create a fresh VBox, which will let me have a vertical. Well, actually, I kind of want, well, we want both. I want an HBox so we can have the 3 power-up options next to each other. Would be ideal and preferable. So I'll put an HBox and a VBox. Technically, I'd want the main menu to not be visible, and we'd want to say that as well. So whenever the gear menu is chosen, instead of doing all of this chaos, forget it all. We do want to actually say that we're not in the main menu anymore. That's true. But besides that, I'm gonna want to say VBox main menu visible equals false. I don't know why it would be, but I guess also a submenu should not be visible. We'll add that if it needs to be added in there. So if I do that, that also means, unfortunately, that I need to add this to be visible in these others. So, like, you know, I feel like I could learn a better way to code this match statement. I mean, I've used this same kind of framework for, I think, all but my Frogger-like. So my Puyo-like and my Bloons-like had this exact same framework. And it works for me, but I think it kind of has some obvious flaws. In that we're repeating a lot of things, we're not repeating ourselves, and, you know, I have to remember to add stuff to each one. So maybe someday I'll iterate on it, but for now, it gets the job done. Okay, so we definitely don't want it to be visible here, but in all these other cases, we do want it to be visible. Yep, okay. Similarly, this VBox is going to be VBox gear menu. And I'm going to make sure it is accessible as a unique name, which just means I don't have to worry about referencing its parent when I talk about it in code, which is really nice for UI elements because often UI elements get reparented and moved in different places. So by saying access is unique name, it adds this little % sign right next to it, which will ensure that I can just, you know, reference it with % VBox gear menu, which again just makes it really nice for not breaking things if I move it around, especially for UI elements. It's like essential. So let's create onReady variable VBox gear menu, and it is going to be VBox container type, and then all I gotta do is type % VBox gear menu. Love this inconsistency. This is not using an underscore, and these are. That's okay. Then we come down here, and we say VBox gear menu visible true, which, yes, that means that in theory, I should come through here and say that it's false, right? So you can start to see the flaws of doing it this way. It's okay. It's okay, we can always change it. Let's just get it working. So the gear menu becomes visible, main menu disappears. Great. So right now there's nothing in there, so let's add some buttons. Now I do have a theme that I'd be using, which has inherited, as Dungeon was talking about earlier. Themes are inherited. I guess I'm okay with that. I mean, really I'd want like images, right? So like in this case, there's the climbing axe. There's an image of that. I'd want it to show you what it looks like. I don't really want to make all, I guess I could, like, you know, I'm just doing placeholders up in here. All right, let's make a placeholder. Just make a little placeholder. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So I'm just gonna get some stock elements and slap them in there, cause it just gets it going. And then on an art stream, I'll make it gooder. I'll make it gooder. Okay. So what do I want it to look like? I guess I just kind of want it to be invisible and we can design around it. So what do we got? We already have the climbing axe. I think I have a good version of that. Gooder is gooder, right? We only got 2 votes on the Twitch poll. It is tied right now. The Twitch poll is dead tied. Doesn't show up in the pop out? Cool, cool, cool. Really, even if I refresh it? Okay, Twitch. All right. I mean, if YouTube's got it, come on, Twitch, you got it. You gotta have it too. But we have a few more votes over here on YouTube. YouTube is feeling it. YouTube's feeling the Slender-like jam. YouTube is Team Slender-like jam. Over on Twitch, if I can find where the poll results live. It's a separate pop-out? Okay, sure, why not? We only have 2 votes, and they are tied. It's in a dead heat. Who knows? Who knows what it's gonna be? But if I were to aggregate these, I think the Yaz would still have it. You guys are feeling the Slender-like jam. You guys are Team Slender-like jam. Okay. So, right, icons. Yes, icons, of course. Right, oh, I wanted to check to make sure I do have the climbing axe where I want it to be, where I expect it to be. So I just want to make sure I have one that's like floating on its own. UI icons. We have the climbing axe looking like that. Yeah, I don't have it actually separated on its own. I just have them in the circle. Maybe they should be the circle. You know, that way it just like looks like what it's supposed to look like. Actually, I think that kind of makes sense. What if I even just copy the buttons? You know? I keep it simple, so I don't have to spend a lot of time on this. Because I do like already have this button here. I could copy it, paste it in here instead of creating a new button, right? Then we just load that in. And so this would be button axe pickup or something. Or button pickup axe. Technically there's like a difference because there's gonna be a climax, the climbing axe, and a pickaxe. Yeah, okay, let's do it like that. I don't know that I'm gonna keep everything looking quite like that artistically, but for now it'll do. Actually, I'm gonna stay over here. So we'll use this same kind of template. This. And I want to find, we have a pogo stick. Again, I'm gonna replace these stock images, but just to like get us going. Great, this works for me. Keep it stupid simple. I guess I kind of want it to be like at an angle too. I don't know. I think I almost want them to be like the meshes. I don't know, we'll see. Okay, pogo stick. What else? Pickaxe, which is different than the climbing axe. Great. Works for me. Flip it. Now none of these work except for the climbing axe, so that actually could be a good opportunity to try and set up the climbing axe only being available after you pick it. Okay, then we have jetpack as well. I kind of rather it be, yeah, maybe like this. And I think some like text behind it would be nice as well, or underneath it or around it, so we just have like a better sense of like what kind of icon it is, or what the, you know, or going beyond just interpreting the icon could be kind of nice, I should think. Oh, the poll ended on Twitch? Jeez, that was so fast. Okay. And then let's go ahead and check. So it was a tie. Twitch is divided on that. On YouTube, YouTube is all in. 10 votes. I don't even think, even with the nay we got on Twitch, I gotta say, the yays have it. Slender Jam is favorable. Welcome, Awab. Welcome back. Good to see you. How you been? How you doing? How's your game dev journey going? It's good to know. I'm glad you guys are interested. Okay, jetpack. I'm making some roguelike features, some like ways to pick different abilities for my SkiFree-like game. Okay, what else we got? Jetpack, rations. Oh, what's that gonna be? Just like a soup can or something? Yeah, but a good, just like solid looking clear soup can. Like obvious, not a trash can. It's different. That is not the same kind of thing. Oh, there's not a lot of good soup cans. There's a lot of good other kind of cans. You know, it's just like two colors. Nice and simple. Okay, well that was harder than I expected. A lot of soda cans. And it's like kind of a soup can, but it's like, what is that? Like, what even is that? It could be anything. Okay, don't want to spend a lot of time on that. What other things could a ration be? It could be like a packet. There's a beans can. Oh, maybe something like this. It's like a package of some kind. And then we could just like neutralize the colors. Yeah, maybe that'll work. Let's try that. Like a bag of chips, and then if I take all of these and make them all white, maybe it will kind of look okay. I guess. I don't know what that looks like. I can say it looks like a can or a, let's see here, food bag. Food bag. You know, a food bag. Oh, paper bag has some potential. I know, I don't need to overthink this. I really don't. Alright, this'll do. A dog treat for rations! There is all these dog food bags. Actually, maybe, no, it doesn't let me change the colors. That's super funny. What are you gonna do? You're trying to survive. What are you gonna eat? You're gonna eat what you get. If it's dog treats, well, oh, this could work. I was kind of hoping it'd be more solid. It feels like it kind of betrays some of the established. But again, I'm not gonna use these. I'm gonna change them all anyway. It's a lot of icons to make myself. Alright, there's rations. That'll do. Dog tree. What other gear ideas did I have? Oh, hiking boots. Right. Hiking boots. No, I don't condone just taking stock images without looking at their license, but it's just for placeholder purposes. Let it be known. Okay, anything else that I forgot? Rations, pogo stick, jetpack, pickaxe. Great. Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna download all of these. We've got page 12 through 16. Through 16. Nope. 12 through 16. Please. Transparent background. Download them. I'm just gonna drop them on in the project. Temporarily. Just so I can get this set up and get the feel of everything. Downloads. There we go. Alright, Zora. Gonna head out. Trying to draw made me head scratch as well as personal stuff. Fair. Good luck with the game jam and deving. I'm liking the progress so far. Thank you, Zora, and thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. Welcome to the community. Good luck with the drawing and personal stuff. I hope I see you again. Take care, Zora. It's been lovely. Didn't use that when finished the game. I'm not sure what you mean, but if you mean if I'm going to keep these images in here, I am not. I'm meaning that they are placeholders. And they're just here while I set it up, so I just kind of get the vibe of what it's going to be, and then I'm going to replace all these icons since I didn't make them. You know, I probably do have a license to put them in here to some extent, but I'd kind of rather make something that's more tailored to the game. But in theory, for now, it'll be fine. Okay, I'd kind of like to refactor the naming on some of these, which is probably a little bit of a risky business. Let me see. Okay, I have referenced them several times. But it would be nice if we, like, preface this with, like, gear _ climax temp, climbing X temp. Gotta stop saying that. So let's do that. Right, the tracker, yeah, the tracker I guess is important too. So let's see how much that changed. I know they don't exist, I know. Okay, that's prefaced or prefixed with gear. That one we don't have to worry about. Okay, good. Then I'm gonna come into the icons and we're gonna prefix each of them with gear, just because this is getting a little messy in this folder, so I think it would be nice to just at least have the gear prefix, and then maybe I'll reorganize it at some point. Okay, so these should no longer be errors. Good. Then over here, we're going to say gear, boots, gear, boots, temp. This is gear, rations, temp. What is my zoom like? Nice. Gear, rations, temp. Gear, jetpack, also temp. That is to say temporary. Not going to keep them in the final version. Gear, pickaxe, temp. and gear pogo stick temp. But these will actually be the gear that we have in the game, assuming I don't run out of time to add it in. Oh, gear pogo stick temp. Okay, then I'm gonna drag them all into the project like that. And now we have all these icons, and we'll come back to here. So we would want it to pick the icon based on which ones randomly get chosen to go in here. I do kind of feel like a dictionary might be nice. I don't know. That's a maybe. That's a maybe. If I can avoid a dictionary, I will. But in theory, I would put 3 of these buttons on here. As you can see, that is a bit large. It does fit though. It like just fits. Maybe it's okay that it's large. So I wouldn't want to say pick up climbing axe. I'd want to say button 1 pickup, right? So that way this is going to just be assigned one of these pickups. Button 2 pickup. And button 3 pickup. Right, so it just kind of depends on which one is the current active pickup. I'm gonna make sure that we're accessing them as unique names so I can easily reference them and move them around as needed. I would like a little more in here, so if I were to add, say, a label, put that on top, we can say, what gear did you find? What gear did you find? And we can make it look a little nicer later. Maybe we could drop a separator in there. Some of these separators are nicer looking than others. That one's empty. Oh, I think this is the one. Okay. I'm gonna say visible gear. Okay. Nice. What gear did you find? Pick the right one, or whichever is the one you need. Now we do have some other stuff, right? You can see it's overlapping with the buttons down here. So I would want to make sure that it draws on the tippy top. Would be ideal and stuff. I probably will just say that these get hidden when that menu is up. So let's make sure that happens. Back on the main menu script. I think I have that handled somewhere else, actually. I think it might automatically hide. Oh, nope, it's in each one. Nope. Again, something I could easily not repeat myself on. Yeah. Like, we could just say if the game state isn't gameplay, right? Yeah, I think we could just do that for now. So we could say UI Z above. This is with the buttons, the pause button, and the gear that you'll actually use. That will be this visibility. I'm gonna say that its visibility is set to whether or not the state is gameplay. So if it is a gameplay state, game states Game states, gameplay. If we are in the gameplay state, oh, my bad, up here. If you are in the gameplay state, then make that UI visible, otherwise don't. So then I can actually get rid of all these. Wait, why do we have gear buttons versus UIZ? How would we do that? I guess because if we're in... If we're in paused, I want the pause button to still be there. Gotcha. That is a little bit more complicated, actually, than that, unfortunately. Okay, actually, I think I actually can't quite do that. Okay, you know what? It's fine. So we're gonna add in game states. Game states. We're just gonna keep it the way it is. It's hard to know, like, sometimes it's easier for me to just, like, lay out the conditions as it is, even if it's kind of crazy, and then step back near the end and say, okay, now that I see what is and isn't going to be true for these different ones, now I'll make a more unified, not repeating myself type of thing. But for now, just getting it laid out, sometimes it's easier to just let it be a little chaotic. Gear menu. So if we're in that state, the UI visibility can remain, yes, that's fine. The gear buttons and the pause button I would both want to be gone, so I want to say the UI visibility above becomes false. What is UI? That's the main UI. Yeah. Well, then I would also want to make sure that in gameplay, this does become visible. Right? If now we're hiding, because game over was like the last one, so it didn't, if we made it false, it wasn't a big deal. Okay. Whew. Okay. Good. So back on the main menu. I think everything is fine. Gear menu opens. We see the gear menu, the main menu closes. We shouldn't have that overlap here where we have that button. So now I want to make sure that it assigns those different buttons depending on which one is rolled, essentially. Okay. And then the icon is going to change. So let's go back to the gear script. So when gear menu is opened, this script runs and things are going to happen and stuff. I really think you should make a dictionary. That's what I think. It's just my opinion. I think it's just gonna be better if you do a dictionary. It's gonna be nicer. So I want a dictionary of strings, or string names, I guess, and I mean, I guess the icon would be convenient. So we're gonna say dictionary string name and then compressed texture 2D. Oh, do I have to do the little curly brackets? Of course. Okay. So for climbing axe, we need to say, I guess, preload the icon. Which you already have a reference to the axe elsewhere, so I think that there is some opportunity for not repeating ourselves eventually. Okay, next is rations. Drop that in. For the jetpack, drop that in. pogo stick. And hiking boots. There are the boots. I was like, there's no boots, there's boots. Hiking boots. Oh, that one didn't come in as a preload. Here we go. And finally, the pickaxe. Okay. I've got a dictionary with a string name and a compressed texture to D. So I do have to make sure to pass this correctly, which is always fun with dictionaries. Okay, button 1 gear. Okay. Okay, so that's what we pull from. Got it. So if I'm gonna set up the ready function in here, let's also make sure, and you know what? I think we could, I'm even gonna change this to gear menu. I think that makes more sense than just calling it gear. And that means I also need to come back to the player and refactor the gear.ref to be gear menu.ref. I think I'll update the script name as well, just for the sake of consistency. So I'll probably want to move this out of gear. We'll see. Probably want to move gear into UI. I'm not sure. It's kind of both, you know. Okay. So now I'm going to make sure that I attach this. Do I really? But do you want to do that? No. I've made a terrible mistake. Don't do this. Because remember, you want this to be a collector. Do you want it to be a collector? I mean, yeah, no. I don't want it to be a collector. No, you know what? I am gonna call it gear menu. Yeah. I want what I want. I changed my mind. Okay, but I do want to make sure I reference each button in here. Can we just call this something? I'm gonna call it gear pickup. I don't know. It's a little bit of a chaos name. I don't care. I want what I want. Okay, then I'm gonna unready all of these so we have all the buttons referenced. And we're gonna say button 1 gear pickup. I guess I kind of want to put these as string. Can we actually refactor these a little bit? Okay. Button 1 gear. Pressed. Keep pressed outside. No, thank you. Gear pressed. Oh, we got ads on Twitch? Okay, sorry. Dang. It's hard to keep up with that. I'll tell you what. I need to get like an alert that automatic. You know, I'll make sure I set that up so that way I know when the ads are up on Twitch. I do actually have to take a short break though. I've been drinking all this tea. You guys have been keeping me hydrated. I kind of have to take care of business, but just in a moment here. Button 1 gear pressed. Connect. On button 1 pressed. Welcome back, Twitch folks. I have been setting up these buttons, and I am going to make them work. So I've got the buttons referenced here as variables. I've got these strings that will be passed on. I don't know that I really need this string. I feel like this string is not necessary. I feel like what you really want is like the chosen string, right? Oh yeah, that's just a parse error. That's fine. You want the chosen one. Yeah, pickup string equals gear menu set chosen gear. Okay, so I guess this, yeah, I don't think we need this. I think this is held right in here. That's all we actually need. So we don't actually want that. that would be in this function is going to return the one that's pressed. We'll see if that actually works. Okay, so then I have to create these button functions. So on button 1 pressed, stuff happens. And then we create for each one, 2 and 3. Okay, I'm gonna get these buttons set up a little bit more. I will be right back. I just need like 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So some folks on YouTube will also get ads while I be right back. We gotta have equal opportunity ads. We must. Okay, I will be super right back, you guys. Just give me 3 minutes. Enjoy the music. If you're co-working along with me, go stretch your legs. Get yourself a snack. Okay, you deserve all of that. That's something that you deserve, in my belief. So, let me make sure I actually set up this correctly on the YouTubes, if it wouldn't mind. Oh, it's being very buggy. Okay, YouTube. Okay, there we go. 3 minutes. Okay, got it. Okay, I'll be super right back, you guys. Get yourself a snack if you're co-working with me. Enjoy the music. Stretch your legs. Stuff like that. All right, hold on. Jonas would have voted yes on the Slender poll. Let's go. That's good to know. That's good to know. Yeah, it seemed like that was the overwhelming preference. Hope you guys had a nice co-working break. Got some more water since we got people doing hydrate like no tomorrow. So I'm ready to go. I'm ready to hydrate. Welcome, Jonas. How you been? Thank you for being a member for so long. Look at all those gears. I appreciate you so much. Okay, so I'm making a roguelike kind of ability system where you're gonna stumble on a gear bag, which currently is gonna just look like this. I'm working on my SkiFree-like. It's like SkiFree. You're falling down a mountain. You're just tumbling down a mountain as one does, apparently. And I probably still have the game friggin' loaded over here. I do. You're tumbling on down a mountain. This UI, there's a UI bug. It's not supposed to be black. And lava is chasing you, and you're collecting gems. And so what I'm adding in now is a new menu and a new pickup. So we're gonna run into the gear bag, which will sometimes appear, and you'll get to pick one of 3 different gear types. And when you pick that gear type, it is going to be something that's available to you now. And there's gonna be multiple gears, so it needs to pick like one, and there's gonna be like a pickaxe, a jetpack, hiking boots, different stuff that give you abilities to play the game more or less, well, not less, but mostly more effectively. And so I'm setting up the fundamental menu and how it's gonna randomize which gear it assigns you, and when you pick it, what does it do about it, and all that kind of stuff. So that way it works nice, because I do feel like the game is coming together really well. I mean, it's done. If the jam ended tomorrow, I'd be like, here's my game, we're good. But what's nice is I get to just add extra stuff. So I'm adding in that. And I just feel like it's just gonna add some more fun and some more longevity into it, which is part of the reason why I'm doing it. Thanks, Jonas. Yeah, I'm super proud of it. It's like, dude, working with SkiFree is so good because it's just such a simple game that there isn't much need to, worry about all kinds of extra things to add in, you know? I mean, so I get it all done, and now I can just scope creep out and just have fun. So I've got like this nice like records menu that tells you like what your best scores are and things, and it's just like super hype. And one thing I just feel is there's a lot of things I think will help it, but a big one for me is some abilities, because you keep running into rocks, and I want to be able to like break the rocks, or Bart suggested a jetpack so I can fly over the rocks, and different stuff like that. Maybe get a more smooth experience. Jonas has been really busy, so you've missed most of my progress, but this is a very cool state to see it at. Yeah, this is the furthest I've gotten in a game like Jam yet this soon. Even my Frogger-like wasn't in this playable of a state by this point. So yeah, I think it's that SkiFree is simple, but I think I'm getting better. I think I'm getting better at making things. And at the Puyo Puyo, like, my God. I mean, it was like the last week of the jam that I finally had the game together. Yeah, right, exactly. So much time to polish. It's really, really nice to be able to do that and to just get a more rounded game. Now, I still have to do music. I still have to do sound. I tried to reach out to someone in the Discord about music, but they didn't get back to me. So I might have to scrape that together myself. I do have some things in mind, so it'll probably be okay. Sound effects, maybe some Dungeon was saying some oofs, youch, like every time it hits the ground and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of good to work with here, which is nice. Okay, let me not have the game running constantly in the back. Oh wait, it does. I think it auto loads. Actually, it should probably. I don't even know how to stop it. Maybe I'll just come over here. It's not like constantly running. So I've got like the makings of this gear system. I've got some placeholder icons. All the icons that are in there are placeholders. So I'm not necessarily ready to change it. Oofs, right, a very good touch. And I'm gonna make sure they're not annoying. I don't want them to be, because they're gonna be like a lot of the time. Like, you're gonna get gear that you can like bypass the oofs, but I think for most of your gameplay, you're gonna be hearing them. So I gotta make sure they sound good. You know, like understated, but confident, certain of what they should be. Okay, so that's +1 for the oofs. Good to know. Will she be on camera? Almost. She could be less on camera. So you're gonna pick up the gear bag and you're gonna say, what gear did you find? And then these different, one of these 3 placeholder icons, I've got a bunch of them, are gonna swap in. I've got them added to a dictionary of a such. Somewhere here, gear menu, please. So we've got the icons and the name of the thing. Oh, of course she's cut off. Come on, we can't, she gotta be, I wanna see the cake. I wanna see the cake. It's still like not enough. Okay, that'll do. It does mean if another cat moves over here, I'll have to adjust it again. Maybe I should do an Arduino or Raspberry Pi or some kind of robotic stream, building a automatic turning system with a servos or something that rotates it around. That would be freaking sick, dude. Alright. Good, so let's see if this works good. So this is a dictionary, but you're gonna wanna load them into an array so you can like shuffle them and stuff. And I guess the array would just point to like these different IDs. Like we could just store the string name in the array, and then depending on which one it lands on, it will just point to the index in the dictionary. I think that makes sense. Okay, so when button 1 is pressed, what we want to do at a minimum is assign. It's kind of confusing, isn't it? Because when we set the chosen gear, how do you want to do this? How do you want to do this? I think you don't need this set chosen gear function. I think all you have to do is just say variable chosen gear string, you know? And then that just becomes whatever this is, you know? So if we press button 1, now I mean, it's gonna have to have that assigned to it is the thing. So it's gonna have to know what is button 1, button 2, button 3, and all that. Okay, let me look back at my drawing. Let me look back at my ye old drawing. Okay. So we've got the gear available array, which isn't currently quite set up. The gear rolled array, the random 3. The player chooses one. We remove the one that's chosen from the available array, except for rations. Rations you might be able to get multiple times, because it's a one-time use item. Or maybe you only get it once. I don't know, because that could get you a lot of extra lives. And that really puts almost too much luck. Like, you only survive if you keep getting it each time. It's a bit overly generous. Maybe you should only get it once. We'll see. I feel like what's nice is I can implement it and then test it and see if it feels like it would be nice to have more of that. Okay, so you choose one, and that goes to the collected things you've collected and that is now in your possession. Okay, so I need gear available and gear rolled arrays. So that's gear array. Gear available is going to be an array of string names. And I really would just like to populate it with all of these. What would it think, okay, about me saying set up gear array. Now this is not the same, or gear, set up gear available. And that's like initial setup of gear available. And what we're gonna do is say for I in gear. Oh, this is a gear dictionary. We're still calling this an array. Ain't no array. That's a dictionary right there. In gear dictionary. Do we have to say like keys or something? I don't remember. For I in gear dictionary keys returns the list of keys in the dictionary. Yes? Maybe we want to do like size. Does the dictionary have a size? Returns the number of entries in the dictionary. And then gear available, we want to say gear available append gear dictionary I. Invalid index type integer for base type dictionary string name. Find keys looking for a variant. How do we search on a dictionary for like an int in there? How do we do that? Like by like the indices. I always have to look this stuff up. I just do. Maybe you don't want size. Maybe that's kind of unnecessary, you know? How about that? Get key variant. I feel like there is a way to just use an integer, right? No? Oh, wow. Okay. Alright. Good. Now I know, I guess. Excuse me. Okay. So then let's roll this back a little bit. Instead of size, if I do keys, and if I append that, it doesn't have any problem with that. If I were to come up here and make this array be for a bunch of ints, would that give me an error? It wouldn't. So we'll have to see if that is allowed. We can test it right away too. For dictionary, append that to gear available. Let me just see if that works or not. Let's start there. Is that what functionality is? Or is it not what functionality is? You got this, Godot. I believe in you. You can do it. Okay. I don't have any errors. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go look for the gear menu, script. Oh, I never attached the script. Forgot about that. Totally forgot about that one. It's a little all over the place here. Volcano's a great title. Thank you. It was one of the first things that came to me when I was planning this game, and it helped drive me to be like, yes, this is the game. I have the name. The game is going to be this. With a name like that, how can I not? The only thing I found that was already called Volcano is a player-made map for Fall Guys. So I feel like it's safe. I feel like I got it locked in. Thanks, Jonas. Menu. I feel like it's in spawns pickups, which isn't great. Gear menu. That's okay. Okay, now let's try it and see if we get the errors and make sure it actually loaded it in to some degree of correctly. Nope. 13 errors. That's what I expected to see. Oh, we do have another cat coming. Now I know I've probably moved the camera, or he's gonna be cut off. Okay, what'd I do wrong? Attempted to push back a variable of type object into a typed array of string. Yeah. Object. What do you mean object? Oh, they're negotiating. Oh, she's allowing it. She's allowing his approach. But he's treading carefully. She's the dominant one here. She's the one in charge. He only gets permission. I really wish I had that servos rotating camera at this moment. Seems like it's gonna work out amicably. She's not sure. She's thinking about whether it's okay. She's an ornery old cat. Bless her heart. I feel like I can save myself a lot of time here by asking a chatbot. I feel like I can save myself a lot of time, you guys. Chatbot real good for things like this. Make gear available, fill up with the string names in from the dictionary in setup gear available. Just tell me. Just tell me. Save me from my struggles. Yeah, everybody, we can hang out together. It's okay. Clear it? Yeah. I don't think it's necessary on ready, but okay. For gear name in gear... Actually, I would want that, because if we get a game over, It's actually a good call, other chat. Other chat, you're making a good call. Because if I want to call this like on game over when a new run starts, I would want to do that. I'm connecting on button to press twice. Thank you, chatbot. Okay, so we want to say keys, gear name, in gear dictionary keys. Wait, where are you defining gear name? I see, because keys is the top level. We're just calling it gear name. Gotcha. But isn't that what I'm... Oh, I don't want to say gear dictionary I. We just want to straight up say append I? Oh, because I is the string name. Gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you. Can we just say gear string, append gear string? Okay, thank you very much. And then thank you also for letting me know I connected this button 2 times. Who knows how long it would have taken me to catch that one. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so it's gonna append just the name to the gear string. I do like the idea of clearing gear available. I think that's a really smart idea. And then, perfect. So now that's gonna fill up with all of the names of the gear. When a button is pressed, no matter what button it is, real ones just turn off their brains and let the AI take the wheel. I know, right? I know, right? I don't, look, hook me up to the Wall-E machine, whatever. You know those humans in Wall-E? They're just like floating around on like a lounge and just not even feeding themselves. That's me. That's me. No, I'm also kidding. No, I mean, look, they're really valuable tools. I mean, at the end of the day, the chatbot, also welcome Eclipse. The chatbot is, for me, a lot easier than searching up or looking through the documentation. It just often, not always, it often helps me like pinpoint exactly the question that I have instead of mucking around forever. But with that said, you know, I try not to be too dependent on it. It's like, okay, am I losing development time right now that I otherwise could get back if I just asked the chatbot? Oh, hold on. You know, sometimes it's not that way. You know, that question, if I'm like coming up with a super complex system and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna ask the chatbot to make this super complex system because I'm losing time making it. That's a mistake, right? Because then you're gonna get into this huge loop of like, this didn't work, here's the error, this didn't work, here's the error. And then like by the end of it, I don't even understand the code. And then I have to like really work hard to try to understand it, and it just kind of becomes that vibe mess. But, you know, for like simple things or rote repetitive things, I find it very valuable. With that said, try not to be too dependent. Okay, so when a button is pressed, we want it to pick a random one of these. No, from available, a random gear available, and then assign it to our chosen gear string. Now, before that, actually, we needed to also set up the icons. Well before that. So actually, whenever the gear menu gets opened, so right, we need another array per my amazing drawing. Where is it? Per this. We just made gear available. Now I need to make gear rolled. So every time the menu opens, it needs to roll 3 gear. Right? Open gear menu. and say for I in range 3, please gear available, pick random. So let's assign this here. That's true, vibe coding works sometimes, and sometimes it writes a single function to delete a cube that's 900 lines, and when it optimizes it, it just deletes the whole function again. Totally, dude, it kind of sucks at optimizing. It really kind of does. I don't think it understands optimization. Yeah, it can totally over-engineer things. Absolutely. Like, take me down, like, insane paths. Which is, like, fun the first couple times, but, you know, if I'm, like, actually trying to get something done on time, it's like, nah, this ain't worth it. Deletes the whole function. Right, it tries things and it doesn't even commit to it. Ah, you're exactly right. What an excellent point. Yeah. It's so sycophantic, you know. It'll just try to do whatever it thinks you want, but it's not necessarily doing whatever it thinks is best. It's a useful tool. But I think learning the limitations of it, and when it's time to say, all right, it ain't working this out, and this problem is not suited for it, knowing when to, like, back away from it is really important. It doesn't remember what it came to do. No, it doesn't. It's got a very short-term memory, for the most part. It remembers some things, but it'll prioritize your last prompt and what it thinks you want above all else. You know, it's like every time you have to be like, without doing this, don't delete the entire function, right? Don't remember the version that I'm on, remember to do this, remember to do that, and you have to, like, type it every single time. You know, it gets a little ridiculous. You know, it has, like, its own things it wants to do. You know, freaking add emojis. Oh my god. Like, don't add emojis. Just stop it. You're just about fixing you run out of tokens. Yes. Oh man. What a world. What a situation that we're in, where we can, like, joke about this and we know what we're talking about. Where is this gonna go? What's this gonna become? I don't know. Something. So let's actually assign this to a variable. We're gonna say variable rolled gear, and that's gonna be a string name. And then what I'd like to do is make sure that that one gets removed from the available dictionary, because it has now been... Well, that's not true. We don't want to remove it from the available dictionary yet. Not yet. So actually, I do want... Oh, I actually do... No, because you want to put it... No, remember. We're going to make variable gear rolled. Alright? Array string name. Okay? You could pull them out from available now and add them back in later. I don't think that makes sense. Yeah, so actually we'll just say this is our rolled gear. And then I'll say gear rolled append rolled gear. Right? I think that makes sense. So there should be 3 in there. It is not actually popping them out of that array. It's simply assigning them in there for now. Okay. And we could even just say 0, 1, 2, 3 for each button, right? So after it's picked all 3 of those, we're gonna say button 1 gear icon equals gear dictionary gear rolled Let's see if I can figure out the right way to do this. Hey Gab Games, welcome! Been busy, miss you guys, gotta go, and I thank you for the thumbs up over there on YouTube, I appreciate you, Gab! The likes help. If you're here and you haven't hyper smashed the like button on YouTube, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and like it. That means more people find out about our game jam, find out about the community, and other good stuff. So thank you for willing to do that, I appreciate it. This is where my game is at, Gab. Thanks for coming through. Sorry you've been busy. You deserve to have free time. We all do. But I'm glad you're able to make it in and say hello. This is my SkiFree-like so far. A game based on SkiFree, which is what the Game Like Jam is. It's a jam, you know this, but just to do the spiel, it's a jam we do every other month on the odd months about making games like other games. This is the 4th one we've done, and this is my game that is like SkiFree, which is this old Windows game where you just kind of move around and you ski and you hit obstacles, and it's fun. It's fun. It's a nice, simple game, something that has good known scope, so I don't have to worry about what kind of game am I making. I don't need to worry about that. It's already chosen for me. And mine, which is just taking a wonderful long time to load, there we go, it's called Volcano. And it is about falling down a volcano. I've added some, let me actually reset, I've added some nice menus and stuff. I reset all these records here. So we get new record, yeah. We added some juice that gives us some nice brain satisfaction. So instead of skiing down a mountain, you're actually just tumbling down a volcano or the side of a volcano where lava is falling down, and you're collecting gems and stuff like that. As the lava gets closer, it changes and it starts to kill you. Today, what I'm going to add in is some gear. There's actually one gear that is for temporarily unlocked, which is the climbing axe. And what it does is it reduces your bouncing, so you have more control over your movement. So that's going to be one potential gear item you can unlock. So what I'm doing is I'm adding a gear bag, which you can stumble on, and then when you find it, it randomly picks 3 out of all of the possible gear, and you can choose one of those, and now you have like an extra tool to brave the volcano. So I've been working on it for a couple weeks now. I've got a couple weeks left to keep getting it together, and I'm really proud of it. I'm really excited about it. Let's see. All right, and so I've got some of this code coming together for picking a random gear. So this is all the gear I have so far. Climbing axe, as you saw, lets you sort of, the idea is you're gonna be like dragging yourself down the mountain, so you're staying on the ground. Have some sparks coming out or something like that. That's the climbing axe, reduces bounce. Rations will be a little mini game where you can spam a button until a bar fills up, and when it does, then you get an extra life, and it's like a one-time use thing. There's the jetpack, which will let you hover above the rocks for a short time, but you won't get gems, so that's a downside. Pogo stick will let you bounce, have a little jump for a second, and then hiking boots are gonna make you go faster, and the pickaxe will let you break obstacles. I want to put more meaning behind the gems, like you can spend them to maybe upgrade your gear or something like that, like reduce the cooldown or whatever. I probably should add a gear for attracting gems, like you have a wider range. I don't know what that'd be, a hook shot. Magnet, maybe like a magnet. It just like brings them closer. Like, why would gems be attracted to a magnet? They're metallic gems, obviously. So yeah, so we've got an array or a dictionary that contains the name, the string name of the gear, and the icon of the gear. And then we've got a gear available array, which is going to keep track of all the gear that hasn't yet been picked by the player. And then the gear rolled, so whenever the menu is opened, that is to say you stumble on a gear bag, it's gonna pop up this menu here. What gear did you find? And so those 3 are gonna be stored in that array. And then we have the 3 buttons that you choose, and finally a chosen gear once the player clicks on it. So we're setting up the gear available, which is iterating through the gear available array or dictionary. Or sorry, this is the array. It's clearing the gear available array, and then it's iterating through the dictionary and pulling just the string name and adding it in to the gear available array, so that way we get a full array of all of the gear names. So now when the menu gets opened, this will just happen right away. When the menu gets opened, it's gonna iterate through 3 times to make sure that it picks one random one from gear available, and it's going to append it to gear rolled. It's going to pick a second one because it's going through it 3 times, append another rolled gear string name to gear rolled, and a third one. They'll all be in there. So that's kind of where I'm at now. And what I want to do is say that after it iterates through those 3, update the gear icons. Now you do have button 1, so you might want to think about that. How do you want to do that? I mean, I guess we could say for gear in rolled gear, right? We could just go through all of those. So this will be a string name. Oh yeah, I forgot to type these. That should be a string name. This will be an integer. This one is also a string name. Rolled gear is not, oh, sorry, gear rolled. So it's gonna iterate through all of the 3 that are in there. Are you sure this is what you want to do? I don't think that's what you want to do. Don't do that. I think you just want to say that button 1 icon gets set to gear dictionary. Okay, now I gotta make sure I'm doing this right. Invalid index type array string name. So would I say gear rolled? I think you would have to iterate through. I think you would have to iterate through. I think you could do gear rolled 0. There you go. And then we can say this one is gear rolled 1 and that one is gear rolled 2. So for each of these button icons. Now that's not going to be an icon. Gear dictionary, gear rolled 0, that's going to pull up the string name. But how do I specify that I want to access this? I think it might just work. I think it might just work. I need a way to pull up the gear menu right away. Let's make a debug key. I'm gonna go to my debug script. Actually, before I do that, let's make a debug input. So I have debug reset, debug camera, debug mouse, debug bounce, debug text. Okay, so I'm gonna make a new one, debug gear. And we're just gonna add the G key on here, which I don't have currently mapped to anything. And we're just gonna say if input is action just pressed debug gear. We just want to go ahead and run gear menu.ref.open gear menu, so we can just see what happens right away. Now I haven't even tested opening the gear menu yet, so I have no idea if this is gonna work. Let's find out. So what I'm hoping to see is that when I open it, we'll get 3 random icons of the whatever, 6 or whatever I set up. I probably typed something wrong, so I'm prepared for errors. I'm ready. Hit me with the errors. I don't even care, whatever. Like, I'm fine with it. That's one step closer to functionality. Okay. Okay, G key is doing nothing. Alright. Cool. No problem. No, you know what? I will struggle against adversity. Is it doing anything? Print, debug, print. Gear menu opened. Let's see if that much is coming through. Oh yeah. Yep. Okay. So, what's wrong? What's the issue? Let's go back to the gear menu, please. See what I'm doing wrong. Open gear menu. Oh, it doesn't make it visible. So actually, we didn't get any errors. That's actually a great sign. What I'm also gonna want to do is open this up. Am I going through the dictionary like an array? Yeah. So the way that this is currently working is at the beginning of the game, it sets it up. Otherwise, you can use get key name. Right. So it sets it up. We have the dictionary, which has got a string name as the key, and then in there, this compressed texture 2D, which is the icon, and then that's true for all of these. 7 of them we have so far. Yeah, and then we have a gear available array and a gear rolled array. And so when we set up gear available at the beginning, it is going to make sure nothing is in gear available, and it's going to iterate through all the dictionary keys, which are those string names, and it's going to append that string name to gear available. So gear available is just going to be filled with 7 string names. Then when we open the gear menu, I want it to iterate 3 times through just this range, and 3 times it's going to pick a random rolled gear string name. And then it's going to append that string name to gear rolled. So gear rolled is now going to have 3 in it. 3 string names in it. And then after it's assigned 3 of those, yeah. No, thank you for like trying to help. I appreciate that. So then button 1 gear icon is, especially because it helps me, because then I get to like go through the code again, get to be a little chat rubber duck, which is super helpful. And then it's gonna assign an icon based on the gear rolled in the first index of that array, 0. It's going to, hopefully, we're gonna find out, pull the icon from gear dictionary and assign it there, and then do that for the other 2. That's what I'm gonna test. And then what I still haven't done is I haven't actually made the menu visible. So really what I'd wanna do is say update. So I talked about this a long time ago today, but I want to update the game state. So this is a signal that changes the state. So we are going to emit update game state. Specifically, we're going to update it to the game state that is gear menu. And so when it does that, the game should pause, and this menu should appear. Now, hopefully, this is set to always. Let me just double check. So the process mode is inherit. Okay, so I think up here on main menu, yeah, so all of the menu stuff is set to always. So if it's paused, we'll still be able to access it. No problem. So I guess what I'll add on here is a reference to the game menu VBox. So we can just say VBox gear menu visible Although, I mean, no, we don't have to do that. You don't have to do that because changing it to the state is going to automatically open it because we set that up on main menu, right? So on main menu, whenever that signal is received on update game state, it's going to take that state and it's going to match it. And it's going to see, oh, we're on gear menu. Therefore, do the style box stuff, hide the main menu, but show the gear menu. So I think, oh, we also need to say visible true, by the way. Very important. Okay. So let's see if that works at this point. Okay, let's try restarting it. I might have changed too much. I did press the key, and then we have, so it's just a debug key for now. And it's supposed to run open game menu. Hopefully it does. It prints a little message letting us know that the input was received, but doesn't necessarily tell us that the game menu tried to open. So I'll add that print next, but first let's see if this works. G key. Oh yeah, whoa! Okay, alright, I mean it did pick 3. This one's a little small. Those are a little big. But yeah, we got 3 random ones. Nice. Not sure what's going on with the sizes, but that's okay. Let's see. So this one has icon alignment center, vertical alignment top, and in container sizing, it's got shrink center, horizontal, and vertical. On these, it also has that same icon behavior, and it has that same horizontal and vertical. Okay. So I wonder if something with the icon? How big is... Oh. The icon is twice as big. I saved it too large. Okay. Alright, that's good to know that my icon is too big. No problem. No problem. We can fix that. That can be fixed. Easy. Pepe says, I beat procrastination. Yes! Take that, procrastination. Take that. That was procrastination. I was beating along with you. I finally posted a trailer to the project you decided to finish. Yes, Pepe! That's awesome. Let's go. One of my smaller scope projects. Nice. Couldn't have done it without seeing how scope killed older projects. Right? Right? Like and we were talking about that earlier, you know, just like, you know, yes, making small games is really important, but sometimes you just gotta like follow through with your big old crazy idea so you can find out it's too big. And maybe don't for now. So nice work, very nice. And obviously thank you for always believing in the projects I start, then stop. But I think if I post about this one, I'll be more likely to finish it. Yeah, post about it. Is it in Games by You in the Discord? I love that. Yeah, always y'all can share your projects on the Discord in Games by You. And then every non-game like jam month, we do a unlisted live stream. It's only on YouTube right now. Or you just put it on your YouTube. Okay, that's fine too. Very good. Yeah. Don't worry about it. You ain't gotta put it on there. But we do have a stream. It's unlisted. It's only on YouTube because Twitch won't let me do such a thing. But it's an unlisted live stream that we do on the week before every Game Like Jam, and we just play through a bunch of your games. There's a link in the chat if you want to go learn more about how to get involved, and we just spend the whole day playing your guys' games and projects, checking out your trailers, whatever. So I would love to check it out. All you got to do is sign up for the newsletter, the Hyper Game Dev newsletter. That's where you'll get the link for the unlisted live stream, and then you just tell us about your game and where we can find it, and then I'll play it or check out your trailer or whatever. I would love to. I would love to. Congrats, Pepe. Or send it to me privately. I'm proud of you. Nice work. Let's go, Pepe. Pepe. Yes. I'm gonna have a little dance party for you. That's for you. Nice work, Pepe. Let's go. That's huge. That's huge. You're very kind. You're very kind to thank me. Which game was it? Is it anyone that you've shown us before? Is it the Cyberpunk one? Okay, so these icons are too friggin' large. Let's shrink them down. So I was gonna export it just like before. I'm gonna, you know, just so I don't make this mistake again, I'm just gonna resize the whole thing to 256. And then export them at that size. Because I bet I'm gonna forget that again. There's just nothing but a good chance I forget. Okay, then we're gonna download them. And I get to rename them all again. Luckily, I still have that open. So we'll do it like this. Two windows side by side. Pop this into a folder. These are temporary icons. I'm gonna replace them. But for now, they get the job done. Okay, then we're gonna copy these and paste them in. Very important that the names match, so that way it replaces it in the same place in the project. No, it was a smaller project I made back in like 2023, 2024. It was just a test of mechanics. It was the PKE from Ghostbusters when deleting old projects. Whoa, I don't know what a PKE is, but nice. I found myself really enjoying it and decided to bring it back to make a small, like 30-minute game, smart, about going into an abandoned building with it and finding ghosts. Nice. Is that like the thing that you trap ghosts in? That must be what a PKE is. It sounds kind of fun. Like, it sounds very fun. It's like a ghost radar. Gotcha. It seems like fun mechanics, right? Like you get to like see like ghosts like on like a map or some kind of device or something, and you gotta go and like get them, and it sounds super fun. Dude, you're putting out a trailer and stuff? Trailers are so smart to make early. Just like help you like even like plan your game, give your game an identity. Okay, so we're gonna replace all of these. It should just do it. Bam. Much better. And I gotta say that highlight around the edges is not very pronounced. It's a little hard to tell, but that's okay. Scientific version of an EMF radar. Gotcha. Sounds cool. Great, so pressing these isn't going to do anything at the moment. Out of curiosity, let me just try restarting it. Different. Restart. Different. Let's go. Oh right, I don't even have to. Wait, it did. Why double jetpack? Why would you do that? I mean, I'm kind of curious. It's kind of a subtle thing, your trailer. You still, what's your YouTube? Is it, oh, it's, you're literally on it right now. You're literally right there. That's literally your YouTube right there. I know, it's not the same as playing a game though, you know, so it's like, it's easy to like quickly access. I made a Games by You section, but it uses copyright, so watch muted or off stream. Got it. Oh yeah, Games by You. Yeah, thank you. Dude, right now, all these songs I'm playing get muted on Twitch. Not all of them, but a lot more than I could ever want get muted on Twitch. It's pretty annoying. I gotta figure that out. What I need to do is make sure I put it out without like a separate track or whatever. This is ominous. Hey, welcome back, Skate. How you doing? How you been? Look at that asset. That is a nice asset. Wow. Hype. Super hype. Wow. Just like slowly like recognizing this iconic thing. Then like this jump scare of it coming to life, which is like nice if it's like a game about ghosts and stuff. It just kind of has that vibe of things that are a little scary. Awesome. Love that. Nice work, Pepe. Trailer hype. It's much better with audio, but it was a quick render made in Unreal Engine. It's still got hype even without audio. I believe you though. I believe you. Glad you've been good, Skate. Can't wait to see more, Pepe. Yeah, that render was beautiful. Makes sense that it was Unreal. Super gorgeous. Oh yeah, why the heck are there two jetpacks? Did I just put jetpack in here twice? Jetpack. Did I? Maybe it's because I didn't reload the project when I replaced the icons. Climax, rations, jetpack, pogo stick, boots, pickaxe. Those all look pretty different to me. What we got down here? What's going on down here? Yeah, I only see one jetpack. Oh, you know what though? Dude, I'm probably not clearing the rolled. We have to say every time you open the menu, your roll gets cleared, so it's gonna add them in multiple times. Simple. Simple as getting a pimple. Anyone can do it. Getting music muted on Twitch isn't so bad. It's not exactly the most high profile stuff. Nice. Oh wow, and every time I press it, wait, why does it get longer? Every time I press it, wait! Let me just see what's happening to the, like, extends itself. Why do you do this? I mean, you're not supposed to be able to open the menu multiple times, to be fair. What's going on inside? What's going on inside your heart? This is in main menu. Why are you saying it's a node? Oh, first of all, that's a mistake. This is supposed to be a VBox container, so we should change that. And then in the array, so gear rolled is actually 3 sized. Okay, so right here is the live update of the rolled array. I'm gonna keep doing it until we get double. 2 jetpacks. Oh, right, because it's picking random, but it's not removing it. Oh, okay, that you know what? That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we want to make sure that 2 of the same don't go in there. Okay. So then we'll say if, okay, we want to roll it. But then we'd want more than range 3. Well, here's the thing, you're clearing it. So you could even just say there's a lot of different ways I could do this. I could check to see if it already has that in there. And if it does, roll a different one. I think it's gonna make more sense if we just remove them. So if I say gear available erase rolled gear and then append rolled gear into there, and then, oh, that's true, Patrick. That's a good point. I could just shuffle it. Welcome back. It's coming along really well. Thanks for asking. You're right. That's kind of simple. Okay, you know what? Do I need gear? I don't need gear available to be in the same. Yeah, you're right. That's actually a really good idea. Okay, all right. Excellent idea. Great. Then we don't have to do that loop, right? Oh, thank you. Now see, Eclipse, if you're still here, earlier you were talking about letting the AI just do it for us. I gotta tell you, sometimes y'all do it for me. So I'm kind of already used to that feeling. Amazing. Thank you. Hope you're doing well, Patrick. Gotta give you a credit for that. Okay, so we want to say gear available shuffle whenever we open the gear menu. Then I don't have to do literally any of that. I don't even need to set up a gear rolled. You're making this really easy on me. By the way, you're making it so easy on me. What? Shuffle it. And then we can just say gear available. This is such a better solution. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Button 1, gear dictionary, gear available 0. Button 2, gear dictionary 11012. Wow. And that is much simpler. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll show you how the game is coming along. It's coming along really well. This is the last build I'm about to show you momentarily. Patrick, I think we're gonna say not gear design. What do I even say? Not necessarily debug. I guess that's kind of godot consultant. I think we could say that's godot. Although that's kind of, I'm gonna give that a coding consultant credit. I'm gonna say you're like fundamentally thinking about code there. And just because I appreciate it so much, I'm gonna give you a Godot consultant as well, because you know about what to use in Godot to achieve this very solid pattern. So thank you, Patrick, I appreciate it. Hey, welcome back, Sean. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev over there on YouTube. I appreciate you for that. Look at all those gears. I'm certainly doing well. Travi is doing great. Yeah, he's chilling. He's being a good boy. Yes, he is. Oh, he's a sweet boy. Hey, what's up, David? How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. So yeah, I'm working on my Game Like Jam game. Of course, this is a jam that we're doing every odd month of the year. We just started this year. It's a game about making games like other games. So that way we don't have to worry about scope. We just get to make. We just get to build. And this month the game is SkiFree. And so it is like this old Windows game where you move your cursor or arrow keys and you go down a hill and you avoid things that you shouldn't hit and you hit things you should, like ramps. And it's kind of fun. It's kind of simple. It's nice and straightforward. And so my interpretation is currently loaded. Let's go. So this is the last build that I made. I've made some updates since then, but this is where it was at earlier today. So we tumble on down a mountain here. The UI has a little bit of a bug. It shouldn't be black like that. It should have some more color behind it, but it's fine. And those icons are all going to be replaced. But yeah, you're falling down a volcano and you're avoiding this impending lava. Sort of like in SkiFree, you may know that if you play it far enough, eventually you're going to get eaten by a Yeti. And here, the lava is frankly an inevitability, but I am trying to make it more avoidable, specifically by adding in some power-ups or some gear that you can pick up off the ground, making it kind of have like a roguelike element where you pick up a gear bag and then you randomly get given 3 out of a bunch of other gear to choose from, and that becomes something you have. So I only have 1 gear implemented so far, and that's this climbing axe, which you're going to use to like drag yourself along the ground so you don't bounce. Gives you a little more control. It unfortunately slows you down, so I have to make it a little more powerful there. But yeah, I got some nice juice in here. So far, we got some little, look at your new high score, which is nice. Travi's like, I gotta take a break from chilling right there. And it keeps some stats. So that's kind of the game right now. But like I said, today I hope to have that menu that pops up, and it's gonna be just like an item that's around, and you're gonna find it and you're gonna get stuff. Now what I really want too, and there's little chance that I get this today, but what I'd love is for there to be like a map marker that appears that like tells you if you need to go, thank you David, I appreciate that, that tells you if you need to go more to the left or more to the right to get that gear pickup. But I don't know if we'll be able to figure that out today. But at the very least, I would like to get the menu pop up and working good and stuff like that. Yeah, it's called Volcano. It's good, right? Like the name was one of the first things that I thought of, and I was like, okay, now I have to make this with a name like that. Thank you. I feel so good about everybody saying that the name works. I dialed in the lava effects. Yeah, I did, because like, I mean, it's so important. It's so important. It's like the fundamental mechanic is the lava coming forward. So yeah, we've got some light, and you guys helped me design that well. We got some light coming, and as it gets closer, it gets brighter. It actually goes, at first it starts to get more saturated and more red, and then it starts to get brighter. And then there's like a couple different layers where like some lava is going one way, some lava is going another way, and then there's like a crust and then just like a regular lava. Yeah, I was super excited about the lava effects. And I think it just adds like a nice impending doom, like you feel it creeping and it's like, oh my god. Yeah. Oh, and then of course the borders as well also add some effect to it. Thank you guys. Appreciate the kind words. Yeah, I'm really proud of it. This is why I started this jam, because I just hadn't been like finishing projects. My scope was too big. I never really got to see what my full potential was. I was just kind of like getting stuck on a super long project before I really developed my skills as a game developer. And so now I get to like make these smaller projects and like make them nice, you know, pump a bunch of good stuff into it and have that experience of making a full like thing, even though it's a small full thing. So yeah, thanks. I'm really proud of it. And I'm excited to see how it turns out. We're only halfway through the jam, so you can still join the jam and make something. SkiFree is a simple enough game. Yeah, really glad that I picked a simple one this time. Not like the last couple. The last couple were harder, which was good, but harder. All right, anyway, Patrick, thank you so much for your help, by the way. Works really well. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Yay. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll put this one on Google Play Store. I mean, I hear it's a little intense to try to get something approved on Google Play Store, but it is mobile optimized. So like, I can click on the screen and a little joystick appears. And that works with touch and everything too. So it's very mobile friendly. You still want to participate in a jam, but your mind keeps drawing blanks whenever you try? That's fair. Well, and look, for whatever it's worth, so we're gonna do this game like jam 6 times a year, every even month, so you can keep coming back and seeing if other ones inspire you. So again, this one's based on SkiFree, so we give you the idea. You can have a blank mind. Let your mind be blank, right? And just make a clone. Make your own assets and stuff, you know, but you can make a very, very similar clone. You don't have to think about any ideas at all. And you actually have a shot at winning a category, because this jam rewards you for making a game that's most like the original. Now you also can get rewarded for being super creative, making a best twist on the original. I mean, David, I'm biased because I like this jam. I made it. But I think this might be a perfect jam for you, because you don't have to have an idea. You just don't. The idea is given to you. SkiFree. Go forth and make SkiFree. And you could, if you make one that's the most like it, you get first place. So, yeah, so the past ones we did Puyo Puyo. This was kind of a tough one. This one was a bit complex. This is the perfect one to get involved in because it's one of the simplest ones that we've had. It's probably the simplest one we've done. I'm going to keep doing at least one more nice and easy one after this. But, so always check back and see what the next one is. But yeah, we had some great ones, again, that were quite similar to the original, although this one was still pretty unique, even though it was like the original, Shadows in the Circuits. That was by Dormouse, really, really well done. These both, Rainbow Totem and New Mortis, were quite unique. And then, now for the Bloons-like jam, the most like the original was really like the original. Like, if you've ever played Bloons Tower Defense, the original Bloons Tower Defense, I mean, this is like a spitting image of the original. There was another one too that was a lot like it by Mervkins. It got second place as the top most like the original game. But I mean, just like wild how similar this was to the original, you know, just like no creativity needed. I mean, obviously they did some art, you know, but if you're drawing blanks, making things real similar is an option. Man, there was one that was by Sable Spirit. The one by Mervkins. I guess we could just, oh, there it was. Go to results. This one got second place in most like the original. And I mean, it is just a spitting image. Bloons, Tower Defense, like look at this side by side. Let's see if I can pull this off. Putting them side by side. So you even saw that intro where it like shrunk down like that. Hopefully it's working. Pepe says, I would love to join them, but Unreal's HTML uploads are a nightmare. Fair, fair. Okay, and you'll see the intro is gonna like even do the same animation. So this is the original game. Once it loads up here. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that that's something that gets in the way. Look at that. You see the menu does the same animation? Right? It's very similar. And that's doing it correctly. Look at these menus side by side. Look at that. If I can not cover it up. Look how similar they are. It is very 80s VHS title, totally. Same kind of button. Okay, let me get out of the way. Same kind of button design. I want to make it bigger, but sometimes projects get weird. Okay, there we go. Nice. So you can really see, look at that. A little bit different on the colors, and the path is like a little block here. But look, we put down a little dart tower here. Tack tower. Dart tower. Tack tower. Look at those. Just a little different colors. Start it, start it. Look at those. Look at those. So just for whenever it's worth, I'm gonna drive it home, David. If your problem is blanking on ideas, it's kind of the perfect game jam. Kind of the perfect game jam. So yeah, you can go to the game, any of the game jam pages, game-like jam pages, and hit the back button at the top, and you can go look through the past jams and the entries and all that good stuff. It's right here, right there. Look at that. Just skip ahead, see what all has happened. You might fit in this one. Yeah, damn, Pepe. I hate that that's a limitation. I don't know if have I ever even seen in any of our, I feel like I have tried to add an HTML Unreal game. I don't remember if it worked. I feel like it didn't. Yeah, I think that is a tough one. Dang, I wish that wasn't such a big barrier. Yeah, because we do require that the games be embedded for malware avoidance purposes. Come on, Unreal. I don't know if I have either. Like, is it even possible? HTML5 embed Unreal game. It's probably like poorly documented too. A year ago, Unreal Engine dropped HTML5, but there's a community extension. There's no other way that HTML5 is no longer supported by Epic. Oh. That was 2 years ago, though. Wow. Oh, WebGL? Okay. Sorry. Excuse me. Dude, Unreal community can be a little snippy sometimes. Alright, maybe it's possible. I feel like I have done it, but I could be misremembering. Oh no, they did. Okay. Yeah. What a shame. Well, anyway. On that downer of a note. Why would you do this? Why would you do this, Unreal? How dare you? It's like we're too powerful. We're too powerful for that little piddly web stuff. Alright, what was I doing? Oh yeah. Let me try out the new shuffling system. Because the problem with the one I had set up is I had to all of a sudden add all kinds of guards and checks to make sure that it didn't have double. Patrick was like, hey, what if you did it easy? And I was like, oh, you're right. So let's test it out, make sure it works good. And then I'll try to get it so it actually is assigned on a per button basis, which it is, kind of. And then we actually get that gear. Okay, so we open this. Should be able to just keep testing it. Actually, every time I click it, it should randomize it. And look, it's never double. Love it. Now, what this isn't accounting for is if you pick one, removing an option, so you can't pick it again. That would be something to do too. I'm just spamming the menu key right now, which is just refreshing it. They focused heavy on being the de facto AAA engine rather than being a Swiss Army knife, I think. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. Although, I will say, a lot of AAA games are starting to come to mobile. You know? Mobile ports are becoming a thing. You know, for now. It may not last. Mobile ports of AAA games. There's not many though, but there's some. Isn't Fortnite on mobile? Fortnite's made with Unreal, right? I mean, it's made with its own, like, kind of version of Unreal. But I guess mobile isn't the same as web. Very different. These two things are not the same. Alright, great. So that works good. I'm gonna at least give myself a GitHub commit. Gear menu openable and roles random gear. This is good. This is progress. Next, make sure that when we press a button, a certain thing gets added to chosen gear string. So when button 1 is pressed, chosen gear string equals gear available 0. Simple. And then this one would be 1, and this one would be 2. I don't think we need this set chosen gear thing, because we can just fetch chosen gear string. Now when that happens, we also want the menu to close. Now ideally it'd be nice and juicy, and oh, I want descriptions of them. Oh, I forgot about that. Yes, give me descriptions. I think what I'll do is let's put a label underneath. Okay, that's better. And then this will be like climbs or eliminates bouncing for a short time. Okay, we definitely need that to wrap around. And I probably want that font to be a little smaller. I know it's a little crowded in here, but it wouldn't look like that. Here, I'll get rid of that. Okay, let's make it wrap. So in order to wrap, we have to set a minimum size. I'm just gonna say 1080, which is the window size, the maximum window size. And then we're gonna say, we're gonna wrap. There it is. Auto wrap mode, word smart. And we can make it a little smaller. It's a bit on the large side, don't we think? Something like that. And then whenever you hover it, it can just like change what it says underneath. Now I kind of hate for it to be like bouncing in and out. So it would be nice if it just kept that size all the time. And so maybe we just modulate its visibility down, and then, whoop, not that one. And then whenever you hover over it, its visibility comes up. So I'm gonna call this label gear description. And I'm going to make it accessible as a unique name, again, so I can always move it around. Stuff like that. Modulate it down to 0. So that it holds that space there. So actually, now I have more stuff I need to add in. Right. Ooh. Okay. Whoops. So do I want to do a dictionary and a dictionary? No, I don't. Technically, I really don't. If I'm being honest with you. So because I don't feel like it, but maybe I'll consolidate it later. Maybe I'll ask the old chatbot to consolidate it together, because it's such a pain to reference nested dictionaries in Godot. Granted, resources are a way around that. I don't have a lot of experience with resources, and I feel like this is kind of a lot for that. But maybe it's not. Maybe I should do that. I'm going to call this gear descriptions. I'm just going to make it an array of strings. I think you would want to make that a dictionary, which starts to feel a little redundant. You're going to have 2 dictionaries that have the same names. It's pretty ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous. I feel like this is a good use of a chatbot. So what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna break my brain trying to do this, and I'm gonna set it up like this, and then I'll ask the chatbot to combine them. Okay, so for now, let's do the horror of repeating myself this way. All right, good night, Pepe. Yeah. There's 13 days left. I wouldn't call that last few. Thank you. I appreciate that. And nice work on working on a nice small project. I look forward to hearing more about it. Good night, Pepe. Thanks for supporting for so long and so well. You're the realist. Good night for now. Okay. Oh yeah, so we gotta change all of these, of course, to be different. So let's delete that, and for now we just say hello. Oh, cool. Whoops. Okay. That was an accident. Oh, great. Okay. That didn't go as planned, did it? No, it did not. Gear, pickaxe, and then close it. Okay, we get that right. Climbing axe, rations, jetpack, pogo stick, hiking boots, pickaxe. Okay. So then for the climbing axe, we kind of already started to type that out. Eliminates bouncing for a short time. Rations. How do I describe this? So this is supposed to be you spam a button and it fills a bar. I kind of like the word spam because it's kind of like food. Spam to... Spam to earn a one-time extra life. Spam button to earn a one-time extra life. Jetpack. Hover above the map for a short time. Hover above the ground for a short time. No periods. Pogo stick. Jump above. Jump anytime. You could even have that be, I don't even know if we need a cooldown on the pogo stick. You know, you can really just kind of use that. We'll see. Lets you jump anytime. Hiking boots. Use for a temporary speed boost. Pickaxe. Break obstacles. Break the obstacle in front of you. I don't know if I like that description, but we'll say it as a cooldown for now. Okay, so there's the gear descriptions. So obviously I'm going to want to set that label up. So that way we can pump the text into there. So label gear description. Whenever we... Oh, right. So for hovering the button, we're going to have to check that. Which is something to do. I don't think there's like a hover state. I think we have to do mouse entered probably. Which is not going to be good if you're on mobile. If you're on mobile, you can't hover over things. So how's that going to work? You just get no info? It would be nice, you know what would be nice? Instead of hovering, what if like you tap it? Or click it or whatever, and then it gives you info, and then you confirm if that's the one you want. I like the hovering concept, but again, if you're on mobile, which is what I really want this to work well for. Unless you've got a fancy pen, you can't be hovering over things. I'm trying to think like how I designed that. Hey, Kite Guy! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Did the emote work? I don't even know if it did show up. Hello. Good to have you. I hope it worked. Thank you for supporting the channel, being a member on YouTube. You're a real one for that. I'm adding roguelike features to my SkiFree-like Volcano. This is the previous build. I've made some changes since then, but I'm really happy with where it's going. Today I'm adding like a roguelike feature of getting like a random piece of gear. So you'll find a gear bag, you'll run into it, and it will ask you, what gear did you find? And it's going to give you an option to pick one of 3 out of a bunch. Currently there's 7, and you pick one and you get it, and then you'll have an ability. So this is the most recent build, and I've made a few changes, but not much since then. Let me reset the record so you can appreciate all the features that are in here, including all the juice. Yeah, let's end the run. Reset the records. Continue. So we can get some new records. Oh yeah, look at that juice. Look at that juice. So just like the gems, you'll be sometimes finding a gearbox or a gear bag, and it will pop up this little menu, lets you pick stuff. And it'll let you do things like break through rocks, hover above the ground, go really fast, things like that. And I'm currently kind of figuring out how I want the menu to look. Originally I was going to do just like I had in Harvest Earth, where you would hover over the power-up you want to choose, and then it gives you the description. But if I really think about it, I don't actually want to do that, because I want this to function well on mobile. And on mobile, it's not really realistic to be able to hover over stuff. So I need to say, like, if you tap it, it shows you the description, and then it gives you a chance to confirm it. I mean, or the description for each one is just underneath each one. That would also be an option. But I kind of like the thrill of being like, I don't know what they do. Oh gosh, what am I gonna do? And then you tap it, and it's like, oh. So maybe that'll work out kind of fine. Thank you so much. It is far along. I do credit myself, but also the game is fairly straightforward, so that helps a lot too. Plus, you guys help a lot. With your ideas and your suggestions. Hope you've been doing well. It's a bit large, isn't it? It's really taking up a lot of the frame. That's okay. Yeah, so that's why I don't want to do text underneath. And then, so I'm trying to think like where I want the confirm to go, you know? And like, if you gotta confirm, you gotta be able to go back or something. Maybe there's like, okay, let me try something. We're just gonna try some things here. I'm gonna put a button in near the bottom. And this button can say confirm. So whatever that label has. Oh, right, the modulate. I forgot about that. So the modulate's invisible. And maybe confirm also won't appear until... Yeah, that could work. I almost want to put it in like another V-box so I can like control them more easily. Kage says, going good, getting out of the house for a bit at least. Just got out of seeing the new Superman movie. Nice. How was it? Right. You're like a comic book aficionado. So I'm sure you have like some thoughts, some like nuanced thoughts about it. But you seem to be like not like super like, oh, it wasn't true to the original. Like you seem like open to. Was it good? Did it live up to the Superman legacy? Yeah, the confirm's like a little wide. I think we could shrink that down a little bit. I think it would be helpful too if it was like kind of lighting up so it was clear which one you chose. You know, maybe the one that you chose is more obvious than the others. There's a lot of like, you know, design choices to make here. I do care about those things. Okay, let me see if I can bundle these a bit so they're not, I don't have to do them both all the time. So what if I pop this in a V-box? Okay, nice. So this is gonna be V-box gear info or whatever. What's up, Sagal? Buenos noches. I do not speak Spanish, and because of that, I can't recommend that you speak Spanish in chat, because I don't know what it says, and I can't moderate it. I can't moderate it if I don't know what you're saying, but, you know. Okay, I know buenos noches. ¿Cómo estás? There's far more comic book knowledgeable geeks than I. Okay. Well, of course, there's always someone who's more than us. You're a big fan of the medium. Nice. But welcome, Sagal. Good to have you. I'm working on a game like SkiFree. I gotta say it. It was Superman. Nice. Let's go. Superman. Guy always with the puns. The dad puns. Good to hear, good to hear. It's always nice when you make the effort to go see a movie. It's nice when it turns out to be an enjoyable experience. Okay, so this will be nicer to deal with because then all I can, no, I don't know Spanish. I don't know Spanish, Seagal. I don't know it. I can't speak it. I can't speak it. I gotta put my foot down. I must. I apologize. I apologize. How do you even frigging do this? Oh my god. I don't even know how to do this on Twitch. Don't I have to like have like a special view or something? Okay, just don't do it, okay? You had to pun it. I only know how to ban people. I'm not gonna ban you for it. It looks completely safe, what you said. It really does. It really does. It truly does. Where's the auto-translate when you need it? Are they working on it? I know, right? That would be nice. I see what you're gonna have to do. Thank you for reading me in Spanish. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. No, it's cool, but really though, don't speak in a language that I don't understand. They can't moderate. If we had like a Spanish moderator, oops. Oh god. You tried to study Spanish in Duo? Nice. Duolingo? Gotcha. Dude, I'm just like faffing this. I am completely faffing around here. Utter faffage. Wait, how did I... Oh, I see. You guys, I'm just trying to get my Twitch things right. It was an accident, David. It was an accident. Look, I've been streaming on YouTube for 2.5 years. I haven't been on Twitch in a long time, so I don't remember how anything here works. Okay? Including moderation, which just means if you do something I don't like, I'm just gonna ban you, which I don't... I don't want... Oh, I found it. Twitch doesn't put it on by default. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're cooking. Bam. Okay. I'm a mod. Look what I did. I deleted a message. Yeah. All right. Thank you for understanding, and thank you for the kind words. I appreciate the well wish, Seagal. Appreciate it. Right back at you. Good afternoon. Good night. Both. It explains why there's more YouTube messages, YouTube audience. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, I was on Twitch like a long time ago. Like over 2 years ago. I was on Twitch, and I was just kind of changing like the focus of the channel a little bit, and I just wanted a clean slate. So I started like just doing just YouTube, focusing only on YouTube, and I've sort of like figured out like what I want things to be, and I'm ready to come back to Twitch. So I literally, this is like the 3rd stream I've done on Twitch in like over 2 years. So yeah, building back from the ground up on Twitch. You can be on the ground level of a Hyper Game Dev community member on Twitch. Okay, so now I have this V-Box here, which will be nicer because all I have to do is modulate that. We don't want to do self. So self-modulate is going to only modulate the V-Box. But if I want to make sure the children also get modulated, then I have to do the regular modulate. If I do the regular modulate, and I make that alpha go away. Now it'll go away. Obviously the VBox doesn't really have any visibility, so there's nothing to hide. But like, for example, if I were to put the button as a child of the label, just as an example, and I were to run modulate and reduce the alpha on the label, they both disappear. However, if I do self-modulate, only the label is gonna disappear. So that's like the difference between modulate and self-modulate. But we do actually want them both from the VBox. So what I'm gonna do is, oh, what the hell? That was a mistake. I wanna make sure that the VBox is accessible as a unique name. And then we're going to reference it in here so I can easily modulate it when it's time for it to show or not. So we could do on hover for if you're on desktop. I don't think there's any point in that. I say we just have it be the same. And if I feel like I'm on desktop and it isn't good enough, I can always add it in later. So what we want to say is if it gets pressed, then VBox gear info modulate A equals 1. It's just gonna pop up. Bam, it appears. But of course, before we do that, we need to make sure that the label for the gear description matches. So we want to say the text equals, and I'm gonna get a chatbot to refactor this for me, because it's just monotonous setting up nested dictionaries in frickin' GDScript. It's just, there's just no reason to do such a thing. Okay. So I'm gonna say gear descriptions 0. But that's not going to be the same. So you actually would want to say gear available 0. That's the one we want to reference. Gear available not declared in the current scope. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I was like, are you sure? Okay, so we'll do the same thing for all of these right down here, except this one is on 1 and this one's on 2. So it's going to update the gear description, and then it's going to show all this stuff whenever you click on things. And that's going to give us the confirm button to use. Now hopefully the confirm button isn't clickable when its modulate is 0. That would be important to find out. So let's make sure I do connect that button. So I'm going to call this button confirm gear, let's say. Hey, Alvaridum, thank you for the Prime sub. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. You may not know this. If you're new around here, you might not know this. But any donos, any super chats, any members, any subscribers, any of that stuff, gifts, it gets you a song. It gets you a song. So, I'm sorry, and you're welcome. Okay, here we go. Oh, a new song. What's it gonna be? I don't know. Oh, thank you, Sean. That's Sean over on Twitch. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. So you do know. I don't gotta tell you. You already know. Well, we gonna give it to you like that's you. We gonna dress you that way. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Let's go. Here comes the best singing voice. The best. Step aside, Michael Jackson. Step aside, Chapel Roan. Step aside, Monica. Step aside, Lady Gaga. Step aside, Beyonce. Liz is here, waiting for the beat to drop so I can sing to it. I think this is the song. Okay, here we go. This is what we're singing to. Ocean, aka Algorithm. Algorithm is doing things that are yummy in my tummy. Algorithm yum in my tum. Oh, algorithm yum in my tum. Helping the Twitch channel out for Kingdom Come. Oh, algorithm yum 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 in my tum. Making us good for all Kingdom Come. Yeah. You're welcome, and I'm very sorry, and thank you. At the same time, it's David. David, you know that is. He hates it. He hates singing. He can't stand it. Like oh my gosh. Like our lives have fundamentally changed because if we're just like jamming out to a song in the house, he will come. He doesn't just come and like, you know, get in our face. He will start scratching. He'll be like, stop. He hates singing. It's so weird. It's so weird. So you actually nailed it. He's a sweet boy, though. He's a very sweet boy. Yes. If he gets some scritches out of it and mommy stops singing, all is well. I love you. I love you. Yes, I do. Oh. He's a good boy. He's a good boy, even if he hates singing. He just doesn't feel the beauty of music. It's not his thing. Okay, thank you, Sean. Appreciate you for that. Okay, so it's gonna make it visible. We'll see about the button. Okay, so I need to hook up the button. I gotta make sure I can't press the button when it's invisible. That would be not good. He's just sitting there. Make it accessible as a unique name as one does. Drop it in. And connect it up. Appreciate you, and you're supporting on YouTube. Look at all those gears. You're a real one. I gotta remember to remind about the Prime subs. The Bezos money, as it were. This will be on button confirm. Can we just say on confirm pressed? Just kind of keep it simple, on confirm pressed. We don't gotta get complicated with it, you know. There's no reason. Okay, on confirm pressed. Come down here. Create the function. Now what's gonna happen? Well, we don't necessarily want to set up the chosen gear string yet. Yeah, but it'll be easier if we do. When confirm is pressed, we actually want to unpause it. We want to go back to gameplay, is kind of the main thing. So let's update the game state again. I'm going to copy and paste it, because it's easier that way. Game states, and we want to go to gameplay. Now, this is a big test, because what I'm not sure if it's going to work, when we open up the menu, it's going to automatically pause the game. What I'm not sure of is if the code that comes after it is going to just run normally. So what I'd want to say is that the string for the pickup that we got needs to get set to whatever the heck it is. Gear menu, chosen gear string. Your walls aren't walling? Oh, right. So I remember you're making a game with a flashlight. I know that. And your walls aren't walling. Collisions and stuff. I see. Collisions are important. Walls aren't much of a wall without collisions. They're just like a suggestion. Maybe if you just, it's a feature, not a bug. Pivot. Make it a ghost. You're a ghost. You go through walls. That's what you do. What's a big deal? As long as it doesn't break the game to do it. No, I'm kidding. But maybe not. Maybe you ghost. It's called chosen gear string. You know what? I'm just gonna put on the clipboard. That's what we're gonna do. Come to the player, paste that, so that becomes the pickup string. So then we'll say checking pickup data. I'm gonna add an extra one here because what I want to find out is if these prints are going to actually happen after the pause. Player setting chosen pickup to the pickup string. Print checking pickup data if global's collected data has pickup string. So collected data, I've added in gear climbing apps, it's hard to say, gear climbing axe, rations, jetpack, pogo stick, hiking boots, etc. So it should be able to match with those and everything be fine. And so if it does have it, it doesn't really make sense, does it? Because of course it's gonna have it. This actually doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not gonna not have it. Well, whatever. That doesn't make any sense. This code is actually ridiculous. You know, it should say if the pickup string. This is actually completely unnecessary. If I'm being honest with you, I feel like we can just do this, right? Expected closing, oh, right? Like, I feel like that's not necessary. And then, if pickup string is set to gems, it's gonna update the gems, otherwise nothing. Okay. So we wouldn't want you to be able to get multiples. It's a little risky to have this plus equals. You know what I think? I say, if it's gems, do this. I'm gonna add something else in here. I'm gonna say if, oh, right up here, we have if pickup string is set to gear. Right, so then it's gonna change it. It runs this. I mean, you could, because pickup string's gonna change, so you could come down here. Okay, let's actually do it like this. Let's get rid of that. And we're gonna make sure it gets set to 1. And I guess I could put a check here. We could say if that is set to 0, then do it. If it's not, I mean, that would be quite bizarre. But I suppose it's possible. I guess push warning. Push warning, chosen gear is already collected. That would be interesting to know about. Okay, so it won't be gems, so it'll skip that, right? But yeah, this version of Superman won with me the moment he saved that squirrel. Yes, it's a real scene. There's a squirrel in there. Okay, I mean, if you're gonna, we did this earlier with Rolric. Okay, you are one who can invoke
the squirrel. Oh, my tail's on the wrong side. Yes, if you are a member or a subscriber. We can set up a custom thing that you're allowed to invoke. And Kind Guy's custom thing is the squirrel. If Kind Guy mentions squirrel, I become a squirrel. And I am now a squirrel. Now, I'm not going to subject you to the voice for much longer. This is a very temporary one. But for now, I will say, good job, Superman. You know how to make Kind Guy happy. All you need for Kind Guy is to be a squirrel. You summoned the squirrel girl! And last, Kind Guy, you have your wish on Superman and you have your wish here. Squirrel Girl is manifest. And now, she must go. Squirrel out!
Okay, so where was I? Yeah, some course. Just for you, Kind Guy, just for you. Okay, so I think, look, I think at this point it's test time. It's time to see like what's gonna happen. So what I'm hoping for is when we choose gear. The other thing is, I think it's okay. Actually, there's one more thing I want to do. There's one more thing that I want to do. One more thing. Of course, guy. I'm actually gonna change something really fast. Where's your Captain Planet movie? Oh. Has there not been a modern Captain Planet? Captain Planet was cool. I mean, we kind of need that more than ever. I'm actually gonna adjust this. I might regret that at some point, but we'll see. You can have a heck of squirrels. Oh, did he have animals? Dude, I don't even remember much about Captain Planet. I remember he was blue and buff. That I remember. And he had a bunch of, like, friends who helped him. And he cared about the Earth. It seems like it's coming. It seems like it's coming. He'd say that because he's saving the environment. Honestly, Sean, I think you might get your wish someday. 2024. Determined to make it happen. We got Leo DiCaprio. These are movers and shakers, all right? These are movers and shakers. Your dream might yet come. Is that Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy? Wow. Is Captain Planet based? It's pretty amazing. Okay. So I'm gonna potentially regrettably rename those. The reason why I'm renaming them is because it would be nice if I could use this as a way to put the name of the gear as well up. So actually, I think what I want to say is when the gear menu opens, so let's actually add one more label in here, which is label gear title. Access that as a unique name, and we're gonna have the name of the gear go up there, right? Okay, we got labels just all over the place, just all over the place. I try to keep these things sort of organized, but it can be hard. Yeah, it's tough because these are kind of like together. Okay. Let's actually do it like this. I'm going to put the gear title at the top since it's at the top. I'm going to put the confirm button at the bottom since it's at the bottom. Gear description down there. VBox there. There's the buttons in the middle. And there's the title at the top. Okay, perfect. So whenever the menu opens, I would want the title to actually reset back to whatever it is. Could be a constant, but it's boring. So we're just gonna say that it equals what gear did you find, and then whenever you press on a button, the label title is gonna change to, okay, now I gotta figure out how to make sure I do this. We could actually just do gear available. It literally could just be that. Easy. Easy peasy. This one goes to 1, and these ones go to 2. No problem. Okay, just to give you some extra info so you definitely know what you're picking. Cool. Okay. Now, I'm gonna test it. So what I wanna see is when I open the gear menu, I'm gonna do it during gameplay. When I open the gear menu, of course we know it's gonna give us 3 random gear choices. When I click on one, I want the description and the confirm button to appear. I want the title to change to the name of the gear. And when I press confirm, I want no errors to happen, and I want to go check to make sure it increased the global project or collected dictionary correctly. And in addition to that, I want to check what the prints are going to be. Okay, here we go. Gear button. What gear did you find? Okay, so I'm actually going to keep the output open. Okay, so it already showed all of this, which I think that was my fault, because I unmodulated it and forgot to put it back. So actually, that's something else I should put in the code, is whenever the menu opens, it should just automatically set that modulate to 0. That would be reasonable. So let's do it. Right here, we're gonna say open gear menu, it updates the label, and it hides the bottom. So for now, it's gonna be there. That's okay. All right, so I'm gonna click on the jetpack, see what happens. Nice, jetpack. Hover above the ground for a short time. Love it. Pickaxe. Break the obstacle in front of you. It has a cooldown. What happens if I click on it multiple times? Nothing. Dope. So it changes. Now the box size is terrible. It's not centered at all. So if it could be, that would be great. Let's make sure that is the case. Okay. There we go. This is better. Have you added a backlight to your studio? You got some rim light action going. Oh, on myself? Do I? Oh, I see what you mean, like this. Actually, what that is... Yeah, I see what you mean. What that is... All right, let's see if I can try to demonstrate what that is. It's not a rim light. I do have a light behind me. Yeah, my hair. Absolutely. So here's the thing about my hair. It's very curly hair. So let me show you what's going on here. Let me break the illusion here. So my studio, I've painted the walls green behind me, and the floor is also green. But one thing you'll notice is my hair is frizzier than when I green screen it out. And that's because hair like mine, hair that has these African roots going on, all right? Look how a bunch disappears. That's because this hair type has these little frizzies on the end, which means that it doesn't key out very well. And so I have to kind of aggressively key it, which lends it to actually shrink my... Look at all this that just disappears. You don't even see it. You didn't even know that was there, but now you do, right? So that's one component of that. And so let me pull up the camera so you can see what that really is. Not a backlight, not quite, but rather okay, let's just take this one. If I adjust this key spill reduction, I'm gonna bring this all the way down. You're gonna see, can you tell? That turned green. See how it's green? Okay, now watch this. I'm gonna turn it back up. See how it gets kinda gray? So what that actually is the green light showing through the frizzy parts of my hair. And so what I do is I neutralize that green into a black and white color, which gives it that appearance of like an aura outline. So hopefully that makes sense as to what's going on there, what you might be observing. There's a lot of layers to it, but I think I conveyed it. Good question, excellent question. Watching this while I eat. I am in a 48-hour jam, also working with Godot. Nice! Let's Godot! Godot family, Godot family. It's time for a Godot family moment. Godot family, Godot family. It's time for a Godot family. Oh God. Okay, he's fine. I got him. No problem. Yeah. It's been there. It done been there. It done been there. Good luck. Good luck on your jam. I'm working on Game Like Jam, which is a jam that I started, and it helps me focus on games that are have a very known scope, so I don't have to worry about. Appreciate it. I don't have to worry about coming up with a game idea, and I just know exactly how big it's gonna be. Yeah. Welcome back, Sable. Good to see you. Hello. Yes, I'm adding a roguelike component. I mean, come on. Indie game dev's gonna indie game dev. But yeah, so I'm making a game like SkiFree, the classic Windows game, and my game is about falling down the side of a mountain. Specifically, that mountain just so happens to be a volcano. Whoops, falling down a volcano. You know SkiFree, let's go. I try to pick games that are like well known, just to like, you know, I don't know, I think it's nicer if we know what the games are. So of course, you know SkiFree, but it, oh, did I load it wrong? I think I loaded it wrong. Oh, there it goes. So it's loading super slow, I think, because I'm loading my game in the background. It's like, I can't do multiple games. Well, normally not at 1 frame a second. You can fall on down here and down a slope, and there's obstacles and you bump into them and stuff. Yes, well known for the old heads. Exactly. We gotta give some love to the old heads. Okay, so then this is actually the most recent build, which is not where it's currently at because I've been working on it. Okay, let's restart it. And I am adding some roguelike features. What I want is that you stumble on a gear bag, and when you get it, it randomizes which ability you might be offered. Okay, you know what? But the game works. I'm just gonna load it normally. This is pointless. Let's just load the normal game. Oh, maybe that's why it's going super slow, because I have the game already open. Apparently, somewhere. I don't know where. So I've worked on this roguelike menu here, just so that way it adds a little more excitement. What's nice about it, since this game is so simple, right? I've been able to have a playable version right away. So I have it working on mobile, and I can just like be in bed, about to fall asleep, bust out my phone, and just start rolling down a volcano, no problem. And it's nice because I'm able to iterate on it and build it and make it better. And one thing that I was like, you know what would make this more fun? Roguelike stuff. So that's what I'm working on today. SkiFree Hawaii edition, coconuts and cocktails. Let's go. Exactly. And a volcano. also a volcano. So yeah, so you're rolling down the volcano like this, and yeah, I'm really happy with it. The game is called Volcano, and this lava be approaching you constantly, and you have to try to keep up speed and avoid obstacles. You also got some gems to collect along the way. Oh, that rock wasn't supposed to appear. That's a bug. There are some bugs I have to fix, but that's okay. Okay, 68 meters. We're about to beat this record. I've got some juice in here. When we get a new distance or collect a new amount of gems, it keeps track, and it will put these little nice icons here that show you, oh, look at that, you got a new record, and it appears all fancy and stuff. And again, these are just little ideas that I have because again, the game is so simple. I had it up and running so quickly. that I was able to like practice it and play it and be like, what do I want? It did start out tough. What do I want in this game? I want stats. I want to know how well I'm doing. I want to be able to check up. I want some juice that gets me hyped. I just got a new record. And yeah, so some extra gear, especially because, and this is true in SkiFree too, you kind of don't, and you run into rough setups, you kind of don't get the opportunity to just like cruise down the mountain. You know, there's always something in your way. And so I wanted to add in some power-ups, some abilities you could get to, for example, break through the rocks, or Bart's today suggested hovering over the rocks, so getting a jetpack, just so you can have a little more freedom to avoid the rocks if you want. So I'm getting that menu set up. So let's say I did find that pickup. I haven't implemented the pickup yet, but oops, assuming I did, we would get this menu. What gear did you find? Okay. Oh, the confirm button exists. Okay. All right. That was a bug I need to fix. So we want to make sure that you can't press the confirm button if it isn't visible. That's important. Okay. So what gear did you find? It's going to give you 3 possible options. And when you click it, it's going to tell you what the name of it is and its description here. A squirrel suit to glide over him. That's very creative. That's very cute. That is adorable. Now I don't know which one I want, a jetpack or a squirrel suit. That's tough. It's actually a very difficult decision. The climbing axe actually is already implemented. It's the only one of the gear that I've actually set up. Damn, what am I gonna do about a squirrel? Maybe it's a jetpack and a squirrel suit. What if it's both? The squirrel suit supplements the jetpack. So this one will give you more speed. This will give you a button you can spam that gives you a one-time extra life. And then the climbing axe will eliminate bouncing. And actually we can roll it again here. Jetpack lets you hover above the ground. Pogo stick gives you a jump. Is there one we didn't see yet? I think that's all of them. That's all I got. That's all I got right now. So then what I wanted to test is if they get added to the dictionary correctly. And I think they are gonna get added. There's a few bugs I still have to fix. For example, these aren't supposed to be black, the backgrounds here. Those are supposed to be brown and stuff. For some reason it changes when the window size changes sometimes. I don't know, I gotta fix that. And then another bug too is that sometimes obstacles keep trying. Basically, the way obstacles don't line up on each other is the code checks to see, hey, is there an obstacle already at this spot? If so, don't put another one there. And it's being a little goofy where if it doesn't see one there, it says, oh, I'm gonna try it somewhere else. And if it succeeds, then it just kind of on screen, which doesn't look good. Okay, anyway, so let me see how this looks. Collected data. Ooh, so, okay, I'm a little confused with what I'm looking at here. So it didn't actually add a new one. I know I chose at least rations, but I don't think I tried anything else. Kai Guy is +1ing the winged squirrel. Oh my gosh, squirrel suit. I mean, that is very fun. Squirrel suit is such a fun idea, but the thing is, it'd be just like the jetpack, right? So it would need to either replace or supplement the jetpack. It's a tough one. I feel like I gotta give it to the jetpack because the jetpack was here first. You know, I will say, squirrel suit sounds kind of easier to make, so that could I could shift on things if I start working on the jetpack, and I'm like, this is too much work. Let's just do the squirrel suit. I think squirrel suit will be backup if scope is a problem. I'll be digging YouTube to find ways to make terrain. If you have some cool stuff, throw it at me. Oh yeah, let Sable know. You'll have to post links in the Discord if you want to share that with Sable. Or on, no, I don't think you, no, not on Twitch either. Yeah, you guys can't post links, but you could always say like, hey, here's the name of the video. Tell them names of a video. That'll work. terrain in Godot. I mean, there's definitely like some add-ons. I feel like Godot tends to handle that through add-ons. They don't like build it into the engine. But yeah, personally, I'm usually using, you know, Blender to make that kind of stuff and then just importing it in. But depending on what you want out of it, you might want it more procedural, which is a fair thing. Techmancer says, I'm fairly new to Godot. Do the changes appear in the game while it's still running? Many changes do, yes. The only changes that don't are, like if you add a new resource that didn't exist at the time of compiling the game. So because Godot is, GDScript is an interpreted language, it will actually... It doesn't really compile in the same way that something like in Unity or Unreal would, where you have to make sure you hit compile and stuff like that. You can update the script, so was even something I could, well, anyway. You can update the script however you want, and if you save it, the changes will happen here. And that's true, except, so if I were to, let's say on, you know, the texture or this icon, right? The map on the right, or the speedometer, or the odometer, or the heart, or the gem. If I were to switch out that heart with a new icon that wasn't present as a resource at the time that I started this, it won't replace it until I restart it. Or if I create a new texture, right, for the ground that didn't exist before, or even if I make it unique and I make a little change to it, it won't show up because that wasn't there at the time. Other things too are like ready function stuff, unless you know, reload the script somehow. But you know, let's say I readied something with values a certain way. If I were to change that and save it, it wouldn't happen because it needs to start over again, basically. Does that make sense? So if you can change most things, right? So I can move the positions of things, but when something is new, it won't do that. It won't update in real time. But many, if not most things will. Make it in Blender and export. That's what I like to do. That's what I like to do. The remote tab in the scene tree allows you to do so, but it's not saved. Oh, that's true. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So that's also. Oh, if that's what they meant, yes. So, okay, scene tree, let's see. So up here in the top left, you've got local, which is stuff that is, you know, local, which you can also modify things here too. So, let's say that's the main menu. If I were to hide, so I can show hide the game title here, right? And that appears and disappears. And I can do that in local, and that will also update in here. But similarly, you can go in the remote tab and change values. Really, it works either way. And that won't be saved if you do it in there. It kind of depends. So like, if there's a value, let's say the game, this menu info, right? This pause. So I can show and hide that. If I change this to hello, Techmancer. Okay, that did not type correctly. Hello, Techmancer. What the heck? Don't do that. Why would you do that? Okay, if I add hello Techmancer in here, so that'll be there, but, you know, if we go back to the local and we look at what the menu info is, that's still gonna say main menu or whatever. That will stay as what that is, and even if I close it, it won't be saved. But if I were to change it here, and I were to make this hello Techmancer, and then hit Control S, or let's say hello Kai Guy, just pick somebody, and then Control S it is going to update here, but the difference is now that is changed fundamentally there. So yeah, maybe that made sense. There's a good chance that made some sense. What are the downsides of add-ons on Godot? Just that they could break on Godot version updates. That and or personally, I find them typically to be kind of bloated, like you don't really know. Makes sense? Let's go. Complexity far beyond what you've done. You know, I mean, I started off simple, and then I got really complex, and now I'm kind of going back to simple and then pushing the complexity. It's like, it's practice. The practice gets you there. Practice gets you there. So yeah, the only thing I don't like about it is, so some add-ons I've tried really bloat Godot and make things run a lot more slowly and add a bunch of extra things that I don't necessarily need. And, you know, depending on how they're coded, they may or may not be doing things I want. So I just kind of have like a fundamental mistrust of them a little bit. And that's pretty much the only thing is, yeah, version breaking, but also, you know, you can look at the code, obviously, but if you don't know what you're looking at, or if you don't feel like looking at it, you know, you might end up with something that you don't really want, and again, bloats it up. I just found, because Godot runs really fast, and I added like one add-on, and it was just all of a sudden very slow, and I hated it. And then the other thing is, you know, the add-ons aren't going to fit very well. They're unlikely to fit very well with the existing framework, because folks are going to make their own framework for the add-ons. You know, they're going to have their own menus and their own style of things. And so how, you know, sometimes that just feels a little weird to me. And then I guess the only other thing is compatibility, right? So if I'm sharing the project with other people, they have to be able to have that plugin and use it, which is fine. It's fine. It's more of a personal thing. I avoid plugins as much as possible. That's just a personal thing. But you don't have to. You don't have to. Yeah, you can use them if you want to. I misread and thought you had a touch grass node. No, I don't have a touch grass node. The touch canvas, maybe. That's funny. No. Welcome, Blitzar. Good to see you. I'm new to Godot, and is there any tutorials or channels you can recommend for me to learn all about the different things about GDScript? I can tell it'll be easy if you know all the syntax. Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I love the Brackeys tutorials. The Brackeys ones are awesome. They're so good for starting out. They give you like such a great fundamental like understanding of how things work in Godot. So Brackeys used to be all about Unity, the game engine, but took a long hiatus and came back as a Godot stan, which is friggin' awesome. So there's this how to make a game in Godot video, super good, super awesome, and that's nice, but this how to GDScript in 1 hour is probably especially something you want. But I think both of these would be really good watches. There's also making a 3D game in Godot and then lighting in Godot. So you've got a few extra things, and he just does a great job of really breaking it down, being super thorough. And you know you're in good hands with Brackeys. So yeah, I would definitely recommend these two if you're just starting out. And there's a lot of good stuff out there, but I think this is really, really, really solid foundation, about as solid as you can get. And then, you know, besides that, if you want to find, like, you know, videos that go through useful functions or every node in Godot, that could also be nice. Depends on the kind of game you want to make. That's true. That's true. YouTube is full of content for a lot of various kinds of games. That's true. Very true. I only went through the 3D Bracky tutorial, but it was very helpful to make a super cool prototype with close enough 3D knowledge. Nice. Yeah, dude, 3D is so doable in Godot. Yeah, check out the GDScript one and the beginner one, because there's good stuff in there too. Plus the Blender/Godot workflow was super important on this topic. Oh, I love the Blender Godot workflow. I live by it. You don't have to do it. You know, some people even, you know, just like me being like, I don't like plugins. Some people are like, I don't like Blender Godot workflow. And that's fair. You know, blend files are quite large. So, you know, you could argue maybe it's better to keep your blend files out of your project or have them be git ignored somehow and then just use exported objects. Like, that's a fair That's a fair argument to make. So it just kind of is up to you at some point there as well. Good questions, y'all. And welcome to the channel. I stream a lot. I'm going to be streaming more often. I'm going to start going up to 2 public streams a week. I do a member stream for YouTube. I would do it for Twitch subs, but Twitch won't let me until I do 90 unique streams. So once I hit that, I'll do exclusive Twitch sub streams. But for now, I can only do exclusive YouTube member streams every Monday. So I'm here pretty often working on stuff. For the rest of the month, I'll be working on this game. I'm actually going to probably keep working on it next month. But we do some fun stuff too. So stick around. Thanks for coming through. Okay, so we got a problem. There's all kinds of bugs, all kinds of problems. But the main one that I want to focus on right now is that when I choose one of the things, so if I choose jetpack and hit confirm, this is supposed to go up by 1, but it's not. So what have I done incorrectly here? Now, what I want to check are those prints. Okay, game state updated to gear menu. Gear menu opened. Okay, so what isn't happening, unfortunately, and I knew this was risky business. So when I press this open gear menu, where do we even have that? Well, we have in the game states script. So when we open gear menu, what happens next is this gets emitted. So update game state, gear menu. And then down here, let's see if I can show it. Kinda, you can kinda see it. We see that the game states updates to gear menu. So that's happening. Okay, now when I press confirm, so I could even come down here and say, well, it's just we don't even need to put a print because it switches to gameplay. And indeed, we see it switches to gameplay. Okay. Now it says ground positions restored. Oh, that's gonna change all the positions. Okay. So actually, I have something I need to add in that would probably explain why some of the obstacles are getting goof troop there. So that's this. If state is set to gameplay and the last state was not game states paused. Okay, I think we need to split this up. Let's split this up at this point. If it's game state gameplay and the last state is not set to paused, or set to gear menu, then do this. We don't want to reset the grounds if we're coming from the gear menu and going to gameplay. That's what this is saying. It does the gameplay transition. Okay, so let's see what that's like after we at least pull that out. But what I should be seeing are those prints that update the data, but it isn't. So I think what maybe we'll do is we'll call a function back on the player script or something. I don't know, we'll see. I didn't join this iteration of the jam because the game didn't appeal to you. Fair. But I'm on my own challenge of make a game like Black Desert Online. Wait, isn't that like a giant MMO? What? In what way will it be like Black Desert Online? So it sounds like, are you trying to just learn like multiplayer stuff? That's cool. I haven't gotten into that with Godot yet, but I'd like to. I would very much like to, actually. I still want to get through Bracky's basic game tutorial. I'm always behind where I think I'll be a month ahead. I mean, yeah, I think it's not always easy to adjust those expectations. You know, it's good to accept where we're at but at the same time, yeah, it sucks if you're like working so hard that you're tired and you can't pursue the thing you want to pursue in this life. And that's fair that you want to like approach it with like a sound, clear mind, you know, not just like have it in the background. But sometimes just having it in the background can be nice. You know, just play it. Maybe that's not your style, but you could just have it playing and not thinking too hard about it and just listening. And then maybe you come back to it later with more intentionality. Maybe. Maybe. This Godot's Unity appear like unities when starting a game up, a fully built one. Oh, you mean like the little logo? You can turn it off and you can change it to be whatever you want. But it does stay there, but you don't have to leave it there. Godot is free, open source. There's no limitations on whether you need to have the logo or not. You don't tell anybody that it's Godot. You can just do it and you own everything you make. But you can leave it there. Some people do custom ones because they just like to represent Godot, or they just leave it there. But yeah, it doesn't have to be there, but it does have one. It does have one. So like this is a built game right here. This is the same game. I just have it preview. I've uploaded it to itch as like a test. You can see we got the little Godot here and the bar loads up. So it does have that. And again, this is a fully built game. SkiFree multiplayer doesn't sound crazy. Like in the difficulty to make. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've really never tried to make a multiplayer game. I guess you need to make sure you sync up. Yeah, because I guess there's not, as long as there's not interaction between players, I guess scores would be the hardest thing, to make sure that like players see their own scores, and then if you want to make sure that they can see each other's scores, that's like a thing. It is a multiplayer game, but you're basically only focusing on the worker empire, which is kind of a management minigame. Gotcha. I've never played Black Desert Online. Now that sounds like the kind of game you would make, Sable. A management minigame. Nice. Dope. Also, I did find a guy making a series on how to make a dedicated multiplayer server for MMOs. It's so interesting. Can't wait to get back to it. What? I wanna watch it. I wanna watch it. I wanna watch it. Show it to me. What's the... Wait, there's a great... I remember Jonas told me about it. What was it called? There's a great good... And this may not be what you're talking about. Let me go find it. Let me go find it. It may be similar, but for doing online Godot stuff, I remember Jonas was talking about, I think it was like a leaderboard. Silent Wolf. This. So I don't know if this actually helps. I guess this is just leaderboard, so this is probably not gonna handle that at all. But it is a free Godot plugin. I'm currently dark reading it, so it looks a little weird. A free Godot plugin that takes care of the server side so you can focus on your game. It is free. It allows for scores and leaderboards, player accounts, and player game data, which is pretty cool. Get started for free. Oh, maybe the leaderboard is, I don't know. Do you have pricing? It says get started for free. But this Jonas had a game that was Godot and had a leaderboard, 100% free. All of our services. Okay, it is free. It looks like it is free. It is 100% free. Maybe you can like donate if you want. But yeah, it's built for Godot specifically. It may not. I don't know if it can handle what you're talking about. By any means. I don't think this is like the same kind of a server. It's just more like data and stuff. But still a cool resource that I feel like deserves to be passed on. I've been practicing my other Zenva tutorials and nearly finished. Let's go. So you've learned something. Nice. Nice work, Kai Guy. High five. Go, psh. Let's go. I mean, they say take your baby steps. Take your baby steps. Yeah, Zenva has some good ones. Easy removal. You can skip it for free now with Unity 6. Oh, nice. Yeah, it is super easy to remove. I just realized I messed up the way I said it. That's okay. It's easy to do. I gotcha. You actually managed to create 2 different Godot projects and have one send information to the other. That is cool! What? Different projects? Like 2 different windows? Like 2 different, like hosts? Or, like, actually, like, an entirely different project? That's pretty cool. What I meant was, this Godot icon appeared just like how Unity's icon does on startup. I already answered it. Yeah, I gotcha. Alright, very good. I listened to Bracky's GD script video in background several. Oh, okay, you're already on that. It's a lot to absorb, right? One I should note take as I listen. Practice more. Listen again. Rinse, repeat. Nice. So it's in there. It's subconsciously getting in there in your brain. That's fair. Just with leaderboards, you can already make some decent things by being creative, right? Right? I kind of want to use this as like a live stream queue, like when we have like jams and we check out your guys' creations. I want to make a Godot project that has a leaderboard that you score points on to let me know you want to go next or something. That's my hope. That'll probably be my first multiplayer Godot game. We'll be setting up a leaderboard or a queue for the live stream. One day. I would love to do a Game Like Jam game that is multiplayer. Okay, open the gear menu. It's gonna say gear menu opened. Yes, it is. Game state updated to gear menu. I'm gonna pick one. I'm gonna confirm. And when I do, now I did a gameplay transition, which is fine, I guess. It still restarted all the positions. Okay, it's not supposed to do that. Because, like, I think if we click this, yeah, they all just completely reload. You can see they all change positions, which is not supposed to happen. So I gotta fix that. And then it's definitely not updating it. So I gotta make sure it does somehow. Someone shared with me a game which basically uses leaderboard to keep track of guild boss rush by compiling individual people's damage. Whoa, that is creative. What? Well, at the end of the day, it's just data, and it just happens to be ranked in a certain way. That's really cool. Okay, I definitely gotta get into some multiplayer stuff. Oh yeah, your first multiplayer game was the Frogger-like. I remember that, Rorik. You don't recommend it? I guess like a month to cram and learn it. You know, like everything else, it would have to be a really simple game-like game, like SkiFree. Because otherwise, yeah, you're probably gonna spend most of your time working on the multiplayer stuff and not everything else, or something. Yeah, why don't you recommend it? I mean, it kind of makes sense. Noted. I'm in the Weeby Jammin' 4 jam, which has the theme of time is your enemy. Oh, that's a nice theme. So far, I came up with the idea that the player is dynamite, and they have to platform to a pool to put out the dynamite. That is so clever. I love that. Because it's like, it has good, like, synergy with itself, you know? It's gonna communicate itself really clear, like, you will die. You will die. If your fuse gets to the end, it's like, you've got all the, like, communication of the player that you need right there. The water being there, the platforming, it has this purpose that when you get there, you put yourself out. I also love that because water in games is so often, like, something that hurts you or kills you, or at least poses some kind of challenge. But in this case, it's actually the finish line. Really nice, simple idea. I love that idea. Really, really clever one. And it gives you a lot of room to like have really creative and entertaining art assets. Super, super clever. Dynamite Buddy just wants to live. Stop lighting his fuse, right? Who did this? How did this happen? I just want to live a normal life. Why does my fuse have to get lit? Probably hurts too, right? Like, it's like, why wouldn't the dynamite cut off the fuse? Probably because it hurts to cut it off. But then now it's on fire and they might explode. Thank God, my bad. You sicko. No, I'm just kidding. I learned a lot, but it wasn't as fun. Right. Fair. Eventually, if everyone is on the same boat with multiplayer, it could be more bearable and fun. Yeah. Right, I mean, if you, like, learn it, and it becomes a part of your tool belt, yeah, less painful. Have 10 tabs open, my Godot app open, Discord, WhatsApp, and Spotify open. A PC is warm. Oh no. It's very relatable, Skate. Very relatable. I don't know if I can match 10 tabs. Okay, I can. I can't match 10 tabs. Although I'm not on a laptop, so it's okay. I will be praying for your laptop's safety. You gotta multitask, you got stuff to do. Dynamite's life is rough. The life of a dynamite. I'm mostly thinking about being stuck on something you don't understand well. Right. But there's a bunch of people on the same process and they can help you get unstuck. Right. Hell yeah, we can help each other. It's the greatest thing about having friends in a community, not doing game dev alone. I had 90 tabs open last stream, to be fair. It's an improvement. I know sometimes I have like one window full of tabs, and then sometimes I have a whole nother window full of tabs as well. We've only got one this time. Yeah, that happens in the member streams because I often have a lot of references that I pop open, and in the member streams I accept a lot more distractions. So we go into all types of mess. Yes, but I'm improving. Let's go. I got bugs, y'all. Print debug, print player. So none of this is printing. I wonder if pickup string. It's so weird because when this happens, it pauses the game. I wonder if when we come back here, this is no longer true. I'm kind of curious. Else print player pickup string not gear. That could be very telling. Got one tab to check myself before I wreck myself. Hoard all those tabs for later and never go back to them. Wait, what's one tab? I thought you were actually saying like one tab. That's like a thing. Proportional editing is the Blender option I was looking for. Is that the one that lets you like edit a bunch of stuff around at the same time? I love that feature. That's a good one. Save with a 95% memory and reduce tab clutter. Oh, okay. Can't dark reader this. Whenever you find yourself with too many tabs, click the one tab icon to convert all of your tabs into a list. When you need to access the tabs again, you can either restore them individually or all at once. When your tabs are in the one tab list, you'll save up to 95% memory because you'll have reduced the number of tabs open in Google Chrome. So is it kind of like bookmarks in a way? You pull a vertice and it also pulls another. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The O key. If you press O when you're in edit mode, that'll automatically toggle proportional editing. And then when you have like selected, if you're either doing move or resize or scale or whatever, rotate, and you press it, you can use the mouse wheel to make the area that it affects bigger or smaller. Serial extension. Yep, there it is. Nice. Maybe I need that. I might need that, honestly. Okay, and then the other problem is that for some reason, it's reinitializing the ground, which is wrong. And here's a mountain range. Bim. Easy. You see, you don't need fancy terrain tools. You just need a blender. I mean, if this was truly not working, then in theory, it should reset if I just pause it normally, right? Okay, pick your gear. It resets all of them. Pause, unpause. Yeah, so pause and unpause is fine. So why does the gear menu set it off incorrectly? I don't know. Oh, I think you need to say or not. I always get these logic gate syntaxes wrong. So I think the problem is I said if not game state last state set to game states paused, and I didn't say or not. So I was saying if it is set to that, but in fact I want to say if it is not set to that. It's always very confusing. Okay, got it. Understood. It's like when you do or and, whatever's after that or and has to be the same type of information that would be before it. Like, it's not like, don't do this or this, it's don't do this or don't do that, if that makes sense. Which always confuses me. Okay, so now, when I pick a gear, it shouldn't reset all of the blocks. Okay, so what I want to see is if that else statement runs on player, right here. Because pickup string gets changed to whatever the chosen gear is. But what I was hoping was that if I open the menu here, it's going to pause the game, and then when I unpause it, it'll just continue where it left off. But now I'm trying to find out if when I unpause it, it actually comes back to the if statement, and it no longer is set to gear, so it runs the else or something. Did I just call it game state taxis? Did I call it taxis? What did I say? Did I say taxis? Game state, what did I say? Syntax. Maybe I said syntaxes. Syntaxes. That's probably what I said. The plural of syntax. Yes. So I was talking about the syntax of logic gates. So logic gates meaning this and that, this or that, this XOR this that. You know, those like kind of traditional electrician fundamental low level logic gates. And so in Godot, that can look like, you know, if boundary is mesh instance, do stuff, right? So that's like, you could call that a logic gate. And then one way to complexify that, so that's just a simple if statement though. So not much of a logic gate. But if I were to say if boundary is mesh instance and ground is gear menu, which is ridiculous, but oh, that's not in the scope. Okay, whatever, what is in scope? Just give me something that's in scope. Okay, ground 1. Yeah, okay, it's typed, so it can't be, okay. Give me something that, okay, do we have like what kind of things do we have here? Lava? If lava is lava, let's see if it'll let me do that. No, it won't. Oh, jeez. Well, it's, this is not a good example. Okay, here, we'll just make up one. If variable happy integer equals 0, variable sad integer equals 1. Okay, if happy is set to 1 and sad is set to 0, print feelings. I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. So this logic gate is saying both happy has to be set to 1 and sad have to be set to 0 for this to happen. So often, as far as syntax goes, I would have to say, if I want it to be that this is not the case, so let's say if happy is not set to 1 and sad is set to 0, print feelings. Right? And so often I just kind of assume that if I have this not here, then both of these are included in that not. But in fact, they are not. So this doesn't say if not happy set to 1 and not sad set to 0. It's saying if not happy set to 1 and sad set to 0. So if I wanted to do that, the syntax would be to say if not happy set to 1 and not sad set to 0, print feelings. So that's kind of what I meant when I said that. And I just often make that little mistake between the syntaxes of logic gates. Syntax, okay, gotcha. Heroes ready to learn some new dev lingo. I believed it. Logic taxis might need to go through logic gates. You know what? Wow, that makes a lot of sense. It makes perfect sense. I wish my words would just appear when I said them. Sable says, I recently learned the difference between ampersand and double ampersand. Basically, with double ampersand, it will stop if the left side is false. Whoa! Wait, I actually didn't know that. While with ampersand, it will still compute right side. What? Wait, can you do, can we say and? Probably not. Let's see. Nope. Nope. It is not okay with that. So that is really its own special thing. Whoa. Hey, that's pretty cool. With double ampersand, it will stop if the left side is false. If the left side is false? Is that an XOR gate? So that I think that's an XOR gate, right? Am I correct in that? Encourages use of and. Yeah. I could be wrong here. Okay, the caret is XOR. My bad. It's not XOR. That's something else. My bad. It's a logical and. Evaluates to true only if both operands are true. Oh. And that's bitwise XOR. So I don't even really understand what that is. There is no Boolean XOR. Right, XOR is if both are true, if either A or B is true, but not both. That's what XOR is. Okay, so this is saying it evaluates to true only if both operands are true. Gotcha. If the first one is false, the second is not evaluated. A short circuit evaluation. Wow, I don't even know when I need that. But thank you. I gotta give you a volunteer credit. No compensation entitled. Credit for just teaching me. Isn't that for this game? It's just for my life. But I have to give you some kind of thanks. Because I didn't know that. What is this autocomplete? Stop this. You've given me some knowledge. If floor is lava. Exactly. Could you surround everything after the first not in parenthesis? Or is GDScript not like that? Maybe? I don't know if that would make a difference. Everything after the first not. If not happy set to 1. and sad set to 0. Everything after the first not. Oh, like this? I don't know. I don't know if that would work. Let's ask the chatbot. Is this the same as... if not happy set to 1 and not sad set to 0? They are not the same, evidently. Yeah, I don't think it works that way. But that was a good thought. I remember friends saying, at least according to chatbot, it doesn't work. Take that with a grain of salt. I remember friends saying to me, dude, you're better at logical gates than most of my co-students because you just spend so much time doing redstone on Minecraft, and it's exactly the same thing. Right, those are really good fundamental things. Yeah. Totally, yeah, you can learn some good logic on Minecraft. Well, according to chatbot, it doesn't work. But I don't know if it's true. I suppose I could test it. But I feel like it's usually pretty good with that kind of stuff. Okay, so this was fine. This evaluated well. I think we're in the middle of testing. I need to choose the gear. So gear menu has been opened. We've got the gear menu. I click on the boots. I hit confirm. Wow, so it's not even printing that else statement. So, okay, I feel like I need a breakpoint. I think that's the only way I'm gonna really understand what's going on here. So what I'm gonna do, I just don't know what happens when this pause runs. So I'm gonna say that when this, oh, dude, I see what's happening. We're not picking up any gear. When I press the G key, there's no gear that gets picked up. I'm just simulating open gear menu. I haven't implemented the gear pickup yet. Okay, suddenly this all makes a lot of sense. Okay, got it. So I would need to simulate the pickup, or hell, just make the damn pickup. Okay, all right. All right, so let's pivot to that. I've got the menu kind of generally working. The next thing that I want to try is to actually have a pickup be in the world that we collect. All right, that's a bit of a brain shift, but it's important. Because that's why this string only gets set to gear if the actual pickup code runs. But all that my debug key is doing that opens the gear menu is just skipping to this, and it has nothing to do with any of that stuff. That makes so much sense. Copilot's nice. Had good results with it. Yeah, same, usually. Also, I thought the question was, does it work, not is it the same? Oh. Yeah, okay. Sure. I mean, it'll work, but it won't necessarily be, it won't necessarily be, I feel like it's not, yes, it'll work, right? It just won't necessarily have the same result, right? I feel like that's the way that it is. Like, you can do it. It's not gonna, Godot's not gonna be like, hey, you can't do that, right? It's just like pointless. Like, I feel like putting these parentheses there just doesn't do anything, you know? Yeah, it's okay, Sable. It's okay. In this case, I can't, sorry. Trust Mr. Chatbot. Okay, it might be right. Yeah, it might be right. That kind of stuff it's pretty good with. Okay, so pivoting to this is actually a bit of a thing. So I have this little block that is supposed to represent the gear bag. Now I need to make sure I set this up very similarly to my pickups. This is going to be interesting. So let me attach a script on here, and I'm going to call this gear bag. And I don't think it needs much of anything in it, but it certainly should have a class name, which we're going to call gear bag. And it's going to be a mesh instance 3D. Now the way this tends to work, now this is going to be a lot different. I'm a little concerned because that means like I feel like this is kind of a mistake. Because I don't want there to be too many of these, right? I only want some of them. And so right now, and I talked about this hours and hours ago, so I guess it's time to recap it. But, the way that this works is there's ground tiles. The ground is made up of multiple tiles. And the ground tiles request obstacles based on whatever position they're currently at. So it's going to clear the most recent obstacles. And so the way that it works is there's like a collector, okay? It's object pooling. So there's an obstacle collector. It's a node that just is chilling. Right down here. Obstacle collector. There's a node. And what's going to happen is a bunch of obstacles are going to get instantiated into there. And they get instantiated into there, and so when we run clear and request spawns, assuming the ground position is past a certain point, it is going to look at all the children of the ground. So each tile is going to have children, potentially, and it's going to make sure it reparents those children to the correct parent. So for example, for my gear, I might want to say if spawn is gear bag, then I would want to reparent it to, in theory, pickups.ref, but I'm not feeling great about that, and maybe we'll see why in a moment. But in theory, we'd want to do something like that. No gear bag in the current scope? Okay, well yeah, because I just made it. Okay, so that's an example of something you can't update. I created that script before I ran the runtime, so that wasn't, or I created that script after I ran the runtime, so it didn't see it. Okay, so it checks all the children, sees what they are, and makes sure to add them back to their collector. Okay? All right. So after it clears all of them, it is then going to add obstacles. Specifically, it's saying, hey, I'm ground tile 1, and I would like 10 obstacles. So if we go to the obstacles, this is the obstacles collector, right? So this is that right down here, right? Right there. That's that node. It is going to run add obstacles right here. We should talk about it in a second. Okay, done eating and chilling. I may be around in and out, but for now, I skitter away. GG, nice chatting, y'all. Thank you, Kai Guy. Thanks for spending your break with us. I appreciate it, and thank you for continuing to support the channel. I'll see you in a minute, maybe. Welcome, Zaber. What am I making? I am making a game like SkiFree. So this is for a game jam that I started because I was having a hard time finishing games. So I wanted to make a game jam that makes it super easy for me to make games because the scope is known. So this is the 4th one that we've done. We're doing them every even month of the year. So January, March, May, July, September, and November. Those are the months that we're doing it. This is the fourth one that we've done. So this is a game based on SkiFree. So it's a nice, simple prompt. It's not a complicated game. As you can see, it's running very slowly. Let's give it a second chance. Let's help it load. Link is in the chat. You can join. Get on in on it, Zaber. You are most welcome. Aren't those odd months? Did I say even? Oh, Jesus. I meant to say odd. Thank you, Sean. Thank you for paying attention. Yes, they are odd months, not even months. So the game that we're making is embedded right here in the browser if you want to try it out. It's from the old days in the 90s. It's a really simple game. You're just going down a mountain and you move your cursor and it follows it. You can use arrow keys too. Your skier follows it. You can hit obstacles and it slows you down, or you can make jumps, and there's kind of some different modes you can choose from. There's some stats and stuff, so that's kind of the basic SkiFree. And then when you get to the end, you die. You always die in this game. So the version of it that I decided to make was about tumbling down a mountain. And specifically, that mountain is a volcano! So you're constantly trying to outrun lava that is about to consume you, and you're just tumbling on down. So I've only been working on it for a couple weeks. There's a couple weeks left in the jam, which is honestly plenty of time with how simple this game is. You could really get it going pretty quick. Trying to live it, you mean use Windows 7 or older? Yes? I might understand what you're saying. I might not. There's a chance one way or the other. I don't think I know what you mean. But as you can see, the lava is coming, and I try to avoid it because it's not good to be inside of lava. It's bad for you. It's very dangerous. And as it gets closer, you get some special effects that come up, and just like SkiFree, we can run into these obstacles and it slows us down. Ideally, we do not run into the obstacles. I added some gems that you can pick up, which is nice. Everybody loves some gems. And we can get like some stats, some records and things. So today specifically, I'm adding some roguelike features, and instead of just picking up gems, you're going to be able to pick up a bag that will let you choose like an ability, basically. Oh, a rock appeared. That's a bug. I'm gonna fix it later. Today, I have one singular task. I'm not gonna go chase after little bugs. But yeah, so that's the basic game that I am working on right now. We've done a few of these game jams, so you can always click on the game jam page, the past ones right up the top there if you want to see what we've done before. This is by far the simplest one we've done. So if you're wanting to get involved, especially if you're newer to game dev or you're not looking for something that's overly complicated, this is like probably one of the simplest ones we may ever do. I do want to do more simple ones, but this one's way up there. You can feel the concentration. Yes, indeed. Or focus. Yes, very much so. It has to be very strong. Things get complicated. So my roguelike menu needs a bit more to be functional. So as I was saying, every ground tile is going to add obstacles. So the ground tile will say, hey, I'm this ground, and I want 10 obstacles. So it is going to do some stuff that saves the position data or the shape of the obstacle. It's clearing that data so it can add new data for it, and then it's going to iterate through the count, right? So if I ask for 10, it's going to iterate through 10, and then it is going to pick one of those children. So this isn't actually where it quite loads it. What are the rules of the jam? Is it anything retro or some particular idea? Yeah, so the rule of the jam is very simple. The rule of the jam is make a game like another game. Submit a game that is so similar to SkiFree, it would be considered a SkiFree-like. So if you can step back from your game and say, is this like SkiFree? And if the answer is yes, and you did it right. It's very, very, very simple. The rules are all in here. Link is in the chat. Link is pinned at the top. In the description, it's everywhere. So we do have the rules. Again, so similar to the theme game that it would be considered. So think like roguelikes, Souls-likes, right? Except we're not doing games that complicated. Although I do think Rogue, I don't know, maybe Rogue is a little more complicated than I want it to be, but still. So you want to make a game that feels similar, and there's two categories, main categories for the competitive component. You're tasked with either making a game that is most like the original or a game that is the best twist on the original. So we get a variety of entries. Some of them are really, really similar to the theme game, and some of them are more unique, but still kind of like the theme game. So we have, again, you can go back, click at the top, you can go back to the previous Game Like Jams, and you can study sort of how the other entries went, right? So we do pick an overall winner or a runner-up, which is whichever game didn't explicitly win one of the two top categories, but it still scored the third highest or the highest otherwise. And then the most creative twist, and then the most like the original. So this one was Puyo Puyo, also known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. And we had one that was quite similar to the original, and one that was a creative twist. Right, so we got Sable Spirit in the house. Sable Spirit won the category most like the original for our Balloons-like jam. And made a game that was very much similar to the original, like strikingly similar, and yet it had some differences too, but it was similar enough that it got voted most like the original. And then we had some nice creative twist here by Jonas Newhouse, which was Ghost Buskers. So there was a lot of variety there, So you're free to make like as close of a copy as possible. Don't use the original game's assets. That's a hard rule. Don't name it the same thing as the theme game. But so try to make it a little original. But other than that, just try to make it either as similar, which is like kind of, I could say a bare minimum, but arguably it could be harder to make it just like the original. It just kind of depends. But if you ever played Bloons, especially the original, but really any of them, I think you'll recognize this is pretty similar to what you expect from a Bloons game. Again, this one won our second Game Like Jam, Bloons Tower Defense. It's very, very, very similar. I could recognize Bloons TD in a Vampire Survivors game. Yeah. I mean, so at the end of the day, it's up to the voters, right? So we actually did get a Vampire Survivors like submitted to the Bloons-like jam. There were two games that were similar to Vampire Survivors. There was Varsal. This one placed 5th as the most creative twist on the original. So it was definitely seen as being creative and related to the original. It ranked pretty highly there. And this one was essentially a Survivors-like. But, it didn't rank higher because the voters decided that it wasn't as much like the original as the one that did get the most creative twist on the original, which was Ghostbusters, which is much more similar to the original. So this one had some similarity to Bloons in the sense that the enemies that would come after you had I think the wave data was literally the same as Bloons, but you can just barely tell that they have like a little circle around underneath them. And so the first tier of enemies have like 1 hit point, right? Just like in Bloons. And then the next tier of enemy have 2 hit points. And when you break the 2 hit point one, when you kill the 2 hit point one, it like breaks down into the 1 hit point one. If you kill the 3 hit point one, it breaks down into the 2 hit point one. You kill that one, it goes down to the 1 hit point one. So it has that fundamental similarity to Bloons. But for the most part, it was quite unique in comparison. So yeah, Bloons and Vampire Survivors, you can say that they're like it, But, you know, you have to kind of ask yourself, what will the people who are voting on the game jam, what will they think is most like the original? And the people who vote on it are all the people who participate in the jam. So it's your peers who are making those decisions if it is similar or not. So you just kind of have to ask yourself, you know, A, does my game feel complete? Does it have good art? Does it have sound? Does it have, you know, good controls? Does the gameplay make sense? You know, if all those are good, nice. And then you have to ask yourself, is it similar enough to the original that it's going to get ranked well? So you just kind of have to, you got to figure it out for yourself. But yeah, so it's not like it's going to get disqualified, right? Like the ones that are like Vampire Survivors, they're not going to get disqualified. But, you know, if you submit, you know, sometimes people submit games that are just obviously not for the jam, right? If you submit something completely different that doesn't even have a shred of similarity, yeah, that's not going to be allowed. So you gotta use your judgment there. Fun fact, sorry for rambling. My niece played this game a few days ago and she loved it. Which one? Your game? Your Bloons-like? Or Dungeons Varsal? Okay. So basically what's gonna happen at the start of the game is a bunch of obstacles are added to the pool. So like right now the collector is empty, but when the game starts, that collector fills up. It fills up with this obstacle pool count, which is whatever it is, 20 or something. So if we look in the remote tab and we go look at that obstacle collector, we'll see there's going to be a bunch of obstacles that are children of the obstacle collector. Because they're already in there. And so when the ground tile requests obstacles, the obstacles collector is going to give that ground tile the number of requested obstacles. So if we look over here, you can see obstacle collector has all of these obstacles in it. So it loads those right at the start. That way they're just already there. It's an object pooling method. That way you don't have to instantiate them during runtime. And then same thing, there's these pickups. We'll talk about that in about a second here, which also adds a bunch of stuff. Those are the gems, essentially. Okay, so with that in mind, they're all loaded in at the beginning. When a ground tile wants obstacles, it's gonna run add obstacles. The obstacles are going to be reparented to that ground tile. Of all of the children, it's going to pick a random one and reparent it to that. And it's going to do that 10 times, or however many times it wants. And it's going to make it visible. So then, once that's all done, the obstacle is going to request pickups. So it's kind of wacky in that sense, where the ground tiles say, okay, I'm a ground tile, I passed a certain position, give me 10 obstacles. For every obstacle that spawns, the obstacle is going to say, okay, so I'm an obstacle, I would like to request pickups. So how many pickups? 10 pickups. So every obstacle is going to try to spawn 10 pickups. So now if I go to the pickup collector, that's that one that's holding all of the gems and all of those things. So in the pickup collector, it also loads a bunch of them, which we saw. And similarly, we pick a random one and reparent it to the ground. So it's got that same ground tile. That way it's nearby and in the same position as, or general position, as the obstacle general position. So it's going to reparent it and it makes visible true. Now, if I want my gear to also be in the pickup collector, like, why? Why not just make a gear collector? Yeah, just make a gear collector. That's gonna be so much easier. So, but then it does raise the question, doesn't it, of how do I want to spawn them? Do I want every pickup to maybe spawn a gear? Hell no. That's going to be way too many. I think it makes sense to do it on a per obstacle basis. If that's the way we're already doing it, that's where we should do it. Okay, so I think I'm going to go to the obstacle collector. Your niece played the one that you made. You didn't expect its lifespan to exist outside of the jam. I mean, I'm glad that it has. You made a great game. You made a good game. You did that. It's one of the best things for me that comes out of the Game Like Jam. Is people can be like, what games have you made? And I can be like, choo, 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 right here. 3 games. And now it's going to be a 4th one, which is awesome. Yes. Totally, Sean. Yes. Yes. Right. Because I don't want you to get too many of these. Yes. I forgot. That is the mechanic that I want. Yes, every meter. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, thank you for reminding me. You're right. You're friggin' right. That is what I want. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. That's what I'll do. Thank you. Thank you for snapping me into it. I appreciate that. That helps me. That helps me so much. I gotta give you major credit, for the contribution that you have done on this day. Thank you. That was what I always wanted, but I forgot until you reminded me. Okay, what do I even save for this? What is this credit? Share console playtesting, games research, physics, movement, player movement, gear abilities. General disarray. It do be like that. General disarray. Yeah, thank you. Let's say gear spawns. This is gear spawns. I'm gonna give you 2 credits for that because you really did me a solid. You really did. Thank you. All right, so with that in mind, I definitely want a unique collector. So let's create a unique collector just for that. I'm gonna add a new node 3D, which again just is gonna hold on to all of these. Let's call it, let's call it gear collector. Now this is, I feel like, I mean, a collector, I do want a collector, I do. Yeah, because the gear mesh, yeah, you want it. You do, and there really will never be more than one at a time, to be honest. Which does raise some questions. Like, why even have the gear collector? I think it's more organized that way. Nah, we're gonna do a gear collector. It's just more organized. Okay, so I'm gonna actually make the same thing like we have on the pickup script. The pickup collector, I think it can pretty much be identical. So we're gonna attach a new script here. I don't actually know. Are these in the managers? Where do the collector scripts get saved? Probably in spawns? Actually, I have no idea. Where are these scripts located at? Collector in main. Okay. All right. Whatever. Okay, gear collector create, and we're just gonna literally paste this in, except we're gonna call this gear bags. Okay. I need to set up a lot of things here. Pick up pool count. I don't know that we need a pool count for this one. Doesn't seem particularly necessary. We only need 1 for now. And we'll never have 2 at a time at the moment. They're not gonna be any unique there might be unique properties for this, but as of now, I don't know of any, so we'll get rid of that. That's basically a hook function. So what that means is, so there's a parent class, and that's spawnable entity. And in spawnable entity, we have this set spawns unique properties function. And what this means is that's going to run in a script that is for literally every spawnable entity. An obstacle, a pickup, now a gear, they're all going to run set spawns unique properties. And that runs at a very specific time in this script here. And so it just kind of depends, right? For some of them, there's going to be stuff like for the gems. So if we look at the pickup collector over here, it's going to spawn a special or apply a special material to it. So just make sure it runs that at a certain time in the parent script, but it's going to have special properties on the children, and this essentially overrides the parent. But we don't actually need that for the gear bags. I guess I should really call it... Oh, right, it's called gear collector. It's a little confusing, but that's our syntax, so we'll stick with it. Tracking spawn data true, yes. Margin scale is fine. Pick up vert position. I might want to pop that up higher, we'll see. Probably not. We don't need to run this. Are we still in gear bags? We are, so we're gonna delete that. This is not the directory path. So the directory path, what this does is this says, here's where all of the potential spawns live. So the scene files. There's only gonna be one. And that is in gear. So you have gear bag. Let's... Do we call it gem spawns? Yeah. So we're gonna keep it consistent with the others. I'm gonna create a new folder down here, and I'm gonna call it gear spawns, just so it's consistent as much as possible with other things. And we're gonna put that gear bag scene right in there. And then this is the path from which it's going to load gear spawns, as it were. Okay, so it's gonna run load resources. I think that should be just fine. Shouldn't really matter, everything should be the same. And vertical position, this is just gonna set what position it's gonna be at. So I mean, I could update this name, I guess. Say gear vert position. It's gonna check if it overlaps with others, which indeed I want to check. Now, this only checks for overlap with obstacles, which is fine, I don't care. If I want to add pickups, we can deal with that. Okay, so then we are going to add gear bag. There's only one gear bag. So we do want to know what ground we're assigning it to. The spawn count in this case is just going to be one. I mean, we don't even really need to define it, but whatever. Clear the saved positions or area data. Iterate through, which is going to do it one time, so you kind of don't even need to iterate through, if I'm being honest. It's kind of unnecessary, but who knows, maybe I changed my mind. It's gonna go to the children. There's only gonna be one child. So it's a little unnecessary. I might want to think about putting this on the top level. I think there is some code consolidation that could be done here. But for now, because I'm not always sure like what the overall structure is gonna be, so I kind of like build it out and then realize, oh, look at that, all this code is used over 3 different scripts. I think we can consolidate it. But for now, I'll just leave it. I'll refactor it later. I'll refactor it later. I will. Maybe. So it's going to reparent it to the ground. It's going to make it visible. And, well, ideally this would never happen. So that would be quite bad if that did. We'd be in a lot of danger. But it's okay. It's not that bad. It'll be okay. Cool. Good. Not bad. Nice. I think that's pretty much all we have to do. So, what's next? Next is to determine when do we call add gear bag. I'm gonna make it plural just for consistency's sake. We do track meters traveled, current distance right here, so we could just make sure current distance, so we'd have to check it. I don't really know, that's some math. That is some math. I am probably going to ask the chatbot to do some math for me. How I could just write a simple formula that just checks every, like, let's say 20 is pretty short. But like for testing purposes, it'd be nice. Maybe like 100. 100 is still pretty short, but it could be nice just for now to start with, and we could always change that. So where do I want to put that? And where is it going to be checking? Where are all the places where current distance is checked already? So in globals, if current distance is greater than most distance in a single run for calculating the high scores. On the ground, it determines the distance. In records, it resets that. And then in the UI, it tracks it. Yeah, I think this should be tracked on its own somewhere. Honestly, I'm kind of thinking we just put it in the gear collector. You know? Does the parent have a process, the spawnable entity? I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. So then I say we just do it in there. It's kind of tacky, but I don't care. I'm going to say func process if globals current distance. Yeah, I don't even know how to math this. So what I want to say is every 100 meters, run the add gear bag function. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. It's look, I've been here 8 hours. I'm gonna offset this. Okay. Craft a formula that runs the function add gear bags. The only thing is, we don't have a ground tile, so we do need to fetch a ground tile. So that will be something to think about. Like, which ground tile do I want it to get? Like, ideally, we'd say the one that's furthest away from the player. But, you know, that's gonna take some, like, things to think about. And that's not going to give the player a lot of time to, like, react and collect it. Which I don't love. I'm not sure how I want to do this. That kind of requires a little bit of thought. Right, so the player is always straddling two grounds. So this ground tile and that ground tile. Or the player is straddling these two, or the player is straddling these two. Right? The ground is constantly moving and resets when the player gets to the edge. I'm not exactly sure how I want to figure that out. Like, we could say whatever tile number the player is on, automatically pick the one that would be the furthest from it. Which, as you can see, these numberings are absolutely ridiculous. Right? Like, why is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Just for no reason. Just for no reason. It needs to parent to a ground tile. Like, another thing, something I could do is I could what about this? What if it always shows up on either tile 1 or tile 3. It'll randomly pick 1 or 3. However, it won't actually appear on there until the player is standing on either tile 5 or 6. It sounds a little crazy, but the idea is to ensure that whenever it spawns in, it's always a couple tiles away, basically. Wherever the player is. So it'll be every 100 meters after the player passes by tile 5 and 6. Or we could even say after the full thing resets. So it wouldn't quite run the function. So if I go back to gear collector, it wouldn't quite run the function at this moment. I still want to have it craft a formula for this. But so the function that I want it to run is func check or even we could even say maybe I'll say ready to spawn and make a boolean here, and it's gonna be false. And whenever the ground is looping around, if the gear bags are ready to spawn, then it'll spawn it. So if whatever this is gonna be is whatever, then ready to spawn becomes true. And then after it spawns it, we would want ready to spawn to become false. Right? Okay. This makes sense to me. I think you want to put that out of the for loop also. Would probably make sense. Right? Like right there. Okay. So on the ground, we just need to identify that point that it is looping around again. Which is here. So the recycling is when it's looping around. So it's gonna be this one. This is on the left, and this is on the right. If it's a certain distance to the right, if it's a certain distance to the left, if it's a certain distance to the right. This is if it's a certain vertical distance. I have a feeling my ground logic doesn't work like I think it does. But that's okay. So we're gonna say when that happens, if it's gone through a lot of iterations. If gear bags, so I need to be able to reference it to. Do we have ref? We do have ref. Awesome. If gearbags dot ref ready to spawn, when that happens, then run gearbags dot ref dot add gearbags. It'll be that very ground that it's getting. Well, that's the thing. We don't want to add to that ground. we want to add to one that's further away, which is very important. So it has to, we have to do a couple things here. We have to say, but it's fine, it doesn't matter. Variable, and which, I think we have like, there's an array, and that array seems, I feel like that array gets moved around. And which ones did I say it was? 1 and 3. Okay, 1 and 3 will be the ones. It's gonna pick either 1 or 3. Variable, let's call it a coin flip. Variable coin flip, which is going to be, integer. A lot of different ways we could do this. Let's be easy about it. I'm gonna say random integer range, 0 to 1. Hey, there's gonna be 0 or 1. And then we're gonna say if coin flip is 0. And let's also set up one more thing. Variable ground for gear. And it's gonna be a mesh instance, 3D. If it's 0, ground for gear equals ground 1. Wait, what? Oh, here we go. There we go. If coin flip is set to 0, ground for gear is ground 1. Otherwise, ground for gear is ground 3. Okay? And then, once it does that coin flip, finally, we want to say ground for gear is the one that it gets set to. And the count is just going to be 1. Okay. Cool. So it'd be helpful if we kind of knew that it actually spawned. Now it's going to be tough because I'm going to find it. I do want to have like a marker that like almost like a map marker that guides us to the correct place to make it a little easier to find the gear. It still might not be easy to get to the gear, but for now we'll just deal with it the hard way, I guess. And we'll say if one spawns, I would love to see that. So I'm gonna put a print out that says from gear collector, gear bag spawned on, and then I'm just gonna say like ground name, just to help me out a little bit here. So gear bag spawned on whichever ground name it is. Make it a little easier. Okay. Now, right, this formula that I don't want to think about. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, here we go. Help me out, ChatGPTs. Craft a formula that runs the function... No. That... Craft a formula for this if statement that checks if current distance has traveled 100, has traveled by an amount of 100. So every 100 units ready to spawn should become true. It gets set false elsewhere. Don't worry about that. Just need a last spawned variable set to current distance when you spawn a gear, 0 to start, and then check if current distance minus temp variable greater or equal to your current distance. Whoa. Hey, look, I'll take main chat over other chat. Okay. Okay. Let me see what you got for me, Sean. A last spawned variable that sets the current distance when we spawn a gear, and then check if it's, oh, okay, forget ChatGPT. I won't, look, hey, all right, if you got it, I'll put it in there. I won't do that. I got 2 chats, I got 3 chats, all right? I prefer y'all over that any day. Okay, all right, let's do this. Community effort, baby. Okay, so we're gonna say variable last gear distance. So smart. Last gear distance. My brain was like, I'm too tired for this. Integer equals, I think it is an integer, right? I think. I'm pretty sure. Nope. That's a float. Okay, last gear distance float. That would be 0 to start with. So like that's fair to say. And then if global's current distance, so we could say a variable current spawn distance is going to be a float, which equals last gear distance plus 100 or whatever it might be. So I can do a constant here, constant min spawn distance. We'll make that a float and make it 100 for now. See that it equals that? If global's current distance is greater or equal to the current spawn distance, respawn true. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. I'm not even gonna look at what ChatGPT did. I don't even care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not interested. I'm gonna create a new chat so we don't even look at that. We don't need it. You got us covered. Thanks, Sean. Let's go. Okay, so I think we already have gear spawns. So that's another gear spawn credit right there. Period. Point blank. The end. Thank you. Okay. Dope. Okay. Well, I guess it's time to see what happens. I actually have no idea what's gonna happen. We're probably gonna hit an error of some kind. I'm gonna try to collect it. There's gonna be an error. It's gonna try to spawn it. It's gonna be an error. There are many points of error. But I think in theory, the logic is there. Let's see what happens. Whoa! Okay. Couple things. World exploding in T-minus. Boom! Couple things. First of all, there is a gear bag right underneath the player. Now, it's not actually collectible, which is similar to, I've had this same issue sometimes with gems. And the gem is not collectible. It's like not a proper real gem. It's not really there. So, he's spawning on his booty. It is, indeed. He pooped it. But I don't think that's actually that much of a problem. I think I know what the problem is. The gear collector is visible. That's all it is. So it didn't actually spawn it. In fact, everything is working correctly. So if we look over here, we see gear bag is a child of the collector, and that's what is under the player right now. So just like with the other collectors, so I've already like revealed a pickup collector, right? That also, as you can see, is appearing pooped out underneath the player, right? But we don't want that, so we're just gonna hide it. So everything is actually okay. All right, let us continue. Oh dear God. And now, I have to survive. Okay. It's only 100. It's only 100. That's not too bad. We can still see the little block under there. Here, let's just click away. Pickup string, not gear. Oh yeah. Yeah, pickup string is not gear. That's correct. Okay, I'm gonna try to not lose. I promise. I just got distracted. Okay, cool. So that, at least that's running, right? Because it's seeing that the pickup that I got is not gear. Which is a print that I had earlier, but I don't actually need, but that's okay. Nope, we are not getting gear. That's right, those are gems. Okay. Alright, we're approaching 100. Okay, so we have approached 100. Gear collector. Gear bag spawned on level chunk temp 3. A gear bag exists. I don't know where it is. So if we like zoom out here, it appears we are quite far up. So the gear bag is, if it's on 3, that means it's to the right. So I need to move to the right. Not too far to the right, just enough to the right. So it's probably right around there is where the gear bag is. Okay, I'm gonna wish me luck. I actually find it's kind of small. Oh! Okay, what happened? Hacks. I do have hacks. I do. Can I call method reparent on a null value? Womp. Tell me more. Tell me more. Why are you trying to reparent? The ground is null? No, the ground is not null. The spawn is null. The spawn is null. So it seems to be trying to run it too often. It seems to not be getting set to false or something. Wait. I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to update the last gear distance. Very important. Very, very important. Okay, we gotta try it again. So all the logic pieces weren't quite there. Okay, so if one spawns, I feel like this shouldn't be 0. I feel like it should be 100 to start with. Alright? It should be the minimum. And then it will be greater or equal to, and it'll fire. Yeah. Okay. I see. I've got it. I've got this. Okay, so this gets set to min spawn distance. And then whenever it spawns, we want to say last gear distance plus equals min spawn distance. So that way it keeps increasing by 100. Alright. Here we go, here we go. No problem. 'Tis but a scratch. Easily rectified. Take your time. You gotta load. I understand. I'm still working on getting that new CPU. I'll have it. Okay. Oh. Still visible. Hopefully I didn't ruin this run. Okay, we're doing pretty good. We're doing okay. We're at 50. Dear God, help us all. Have mercy on my soul. Alright, we hit 100. Oh dear. What'd I do wrong? Global's current distance is set to 109.26. On the gear collector, the last gear distance is set to 100. Very good. So if I come in here to the process, and I'm just gonna add in a breakpoint, maybe that'll work. Hit that breakpoint, and let's see what it thinks it is. Current spawn distance is null. Right, so we gotta go forward one step. Current spawn distance is 100, 200, and is it? No. Wait, what? Last gear distance plus... No. What? Right, no. Oh, my bad. Okay, we didn't need that. That should be 0. Nope, that should be 0. I apologize. Alright, well then we should, as soon as we run this again, let's remove that breakpoint. As soon as we continue this, it should pop. Okay, pause it. Okay, wait, nope, wait. Let's see if we get even a meter forward. Okay, nope, I screwed it up. Adding 100 to, yeah, we got it. Okay, we're gonna try again. Alright, next run. I'm actually just gonna restart the runtime. Yeah, just be safe, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. See, math not good. My math not good. That's why we use all the little tools. Breakpoints, remote tab, chat. To debug instead of just use my little math brain. Wait, what? Gear collector. Oh, it spawned it immediately. Oh god, my logic is wrong. Oh dear, little brain can't do it. Oh, I changed the wrong thing. I changed the min spawn distance. Oh my god. What I meant to change was the last gear distance. Oh my gosh. Little brain tries so hard. Welcome back, Sebs. New member Sebs is here. Welcome back. Hope you've been good since I saw you last. I've got the menu, the roguelike menu made. And I think the logic might work. I'm currently testing out when the gear bag is gonna spawn. And it's gonna spawn every 100 meters for now. And I'm just kind of getting that logic just right. Sean is helping me out. Oh, there's some bugs there. That's okay. We're gonna ignore that for now. We must focus on the task at hand. Okay, so once we get to 100 meters, which you can't see because the cat's in the way. Once we get to 100, it should spawn a bag. So let's make sure it did. Please pause. Gear collector, gear bag spawned on level chunk 1. So it should be more to the left this time instead of the right. So it should be right down here somewhere. Now it's tiny. I didn't make it very large. But we're gonna see if I can actually collide with it and collect it. And if it works right, it'll pop up the gear selection menu. Oh shoot, oh frig. I gotta survive there, till there. Oh my god, dude, where is it? Oh frig. Okay, alright. Oh, it tried to pick a material on the gear bag? Oh, so it got reparented. I missed it. I fully missed it. Wow, you can't miss it. Or you're in danger. Yeah, I screwed up. Okay. Here. This is supposed to return it to gearbags.ref. I've made mistakes. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make it very large and very easy to spot. So I can't miss it, right? I feel like it's despawning a little too soon, so I might need to change the condition that makes it go away. I feel like it might pop out a view in front of us. Okay, we're gonna make it like a friggin' beacon. Okay, like very friggin' visible. Like, look at that, okay? You can't miss it. We're gonna set its spawn height to be quite high. Okay, that should be very visible. To make sure it's visible, I'm going to check it as soon as it starts, just to make sure I got a good look on it. You know, sure, I could like be surprised after 100 meters, but come on, we can't be here all night. We can't be here all night. I want to say, show me the gear collector for now. Okay, so that's it. That's not as big as I wanted it to be, but well, you can still update that. No, you can't. Yeah, no, you can't. All right, but it's bigger. I needed to place it a lot higher. Okay, here we go. Kizurai, thank you for the raid with 19 of y'all. Let's go! Welcome, 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 y'all. What were y'all getting up to? Today I am working on a game like another game. Kizu Raid! Thank you so much. It means a lot that you'd bring your people here. This game is about falling down a mountain. Specifically a mountain that is also a volcano at the same time. And it's for a game jam that I'm running called the Game Like Jam. And I'm doing this every odd month of the year. And this is the 4th one that we've done. We started this here. So SkiFree is the game that we are making a game like. I'm currently adding like a roguelike component to it. Uh-oh, I don't know where it spawned. Oh, I probably missed it. Oh, dang. Okay, it's a little too easy to miss. So definitely adding that map marker would be nice. But let me, so you guys kind of see what the game is. But the game jam is over here. Oh, it was over here, but then I clicked away from it. But we're gonna click back so we can see it. We did balloons. That was the second one we did. Puyo Puyo was the last one, known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine in other parts of the world besides Japan. So SkiFree is the current one. It's a game, you probably know it. If you've had any interaction with a Windows PC from the 90s, it's a simple game where you ski down a slope and you gotta avoid obstacles and you gotta hit ramps, and at the end of it, bad things happen to you. The bad thing in my game is the lava that's constantly following you. So this is a nice simple one. You may have gathered from the last ones we did, they were not so simple. Balloons was a bit on the complicated side, as was Puyo Puyo, but SkiFree is nice and simple. So I've been able to get a nice working prototype really fast, which has been super satisfying, and I'm able to just kind of add a bunch of extra layers to it. So yeah, it's a fun jam. If you guys are interested, I got a link. It's around, no pressure. We're gonna do this every other month, so there's plenty of other opportunities to get involved. It is a competitive jam, so we rank it based on if your game is more like the original or more of a creative twist on the original, just to keep it kind of interesting. Now, the game that I'm making isn't going to be actually submitted to the jam since it's my own jam. I get a lot of free promotion from streaming, but that's okay. That's okay. So yeah, so I'm trying to add this this menu in. Uh-oh, I'm about to die. So it's going to let you pick abilities, and when you hit that gear object, which is currently just a block, I'll make it nice and later. When you do actually collect it, it's going to ask you, hey, what gear did you find? And depending on which one you choose, you're going to get some different ability, and if we keep running it, you'll see it randomizes different ones. This is what I've been setting up today, and depending on what you pick, you'll get a new ability. So I'm trying to get it so that it actually is in the world at a time that makes sense, and when the player contacts it, you collect it, and this menu appears. And then I gotta test the code that I haven't quite got to test yet. What happens when you do collect it, and the menu does pop up, and you press the button? Do you get the gear? I don't know yet, but we're gonna find out. So right now, I'm trying to actually find it. It spawns every 100 meters, which I probably should lessen that for the sake of testing. I think this could be even larger. This needs to be a significant beacon, a friggin' landmark of epic proportions. Lee's needs help. Lee's needs some serious guidance in finding this thing. Okay, so back to the gear bags script, the gear collector script, confusingly class named gear bags. We're gonna put it up much higher. What if I put it at a 30 vertical position? Hopefully I can actually find it, and I'll keep trying to play. I might die, but I'll keep trying to see if it respawns. And if I really can't friggin' find it, okay, I'll make it spawn closer. I do have a feeling it's despawning way too soon, which isn't great, because, you know, if you lose it, if you miss it, you really miss it. Again, something I really want to make is a map marker that appears at the bottom of the screen, so whenever it spawns, it'll tell you whether you need to go more left or right, or if you're getting closer to it. But, I mean, that's kind of extra right now. I kind of want to see if all the other logic works before I do that, personally. Okay, so let's see what this thing looks like. It's huge, okay? I can't miss that, right? Surely I won't miss that. Okay, let's see what we can do. Running into rocks. Cool, cool, cool. So we're about to hit 100. I think 100 is actually like too soon for game balancing purposes, but I even think it could like increase. Okay, so it spawned somewhere. Okay, give me some info. Where has it spawned? Help me out. I don't know. Actually doesn't look like it has spawned. If I'm being honest with you. Oh, but okay, there we go. So it doesn't just spawn after 100. It spawns after 100 and the ground loops around. I gotta remember that. Okay, so it's on chunk 3, which means it's more to the right. And this lava is consuming me. Okay. One more try. If I don't make it. I was just confused. I was confused that it didn't appear. I forgot that it waits for the next cycle. If I don't get it this time and I miss it, I'll make it spawn closer than 100. Okay. Oh, dear God. Okay, it's gonna spawn soon. Oh, crap. Oh my God. Okay, let's make it spawn sooner. This is too far away from myself right now. We're gonna make it easier. I'm the dev. I get to have it be easier until I figure it out. And again, I feel like it's despawning so fast that I really have to pick it out quick. So we're gonna say 10. Okay, 10 meters That's very frequently this is gonna spawn. Hopefully not. That might be too frequently, because there might not be one available by the time it despawns. Okay, wait a minute. This is actually a bad idea. I'll make it 50. Because remember, it has to not only be greater than that, but there has to be another ground cycle. So 100 might actually be kind of perfect now that I think about it. Okay, let's try 50. It was a tough one. This is a little bit of a toughy tough, if I'm being honest with you. Alright. Here we go. This is the one, I can feel it. Take your time, CPU. I know you're doing your best. Cheers. A spoonful of quinoa for you. Difficulty scaling in game jams. Ah! I feel you, Memtooth. I feel you. Okay. So there's some bugs, but we're gonna ignore them. We're just working on this one thing. Okay, so we're at 50. Oh, there it is! Oh, it's too high up in the air. I can't reach it. Okay, alright. It's gotta be lower to the ground. Now, do you mean difficulty scaling built into the game, or just the fact that I'm difficulty scaling my own game? Because technically, I could stop at when it's like SkiFree, but I'm scaling my own challenge by adding more stuff. I got so much stuff I want to add. But it's nice because it's like, I have a playable game ready to go, and I can just iterate on it. Dude, it's too high. It's too high! It's all procedural. It is all procedural. Correct. And I want to make it, you gotta bounce, that's true. Oh, that's kind of fun. I want to make it so it does get harder over time, right? That would be nice. Currently, it stays at a fixed difficulty, so more and more stuff doesn't show up. And so these abilities are going to make it a little bit easier, and I'm thinking maybe for every gear you get, it gets a little harder. But you also have like more tools at your disposal. Okay, well at least that one showed up, which was nice. Hopefully I don't have to bounce to get this one. Go. Okay, so it has spawned, but I think I missed it. That's okay. That's okay. We'll get the next one. We don't have map markers yet, so... The next one has spawned. There it is! Oh, it's so hard to get. And dude, is it still in the air? I think it's still in the air. The next one has spawned. And I'm gonna get consumed by the lava. Okay, this is hard. So, you know, I'm gonna wanna make it a little easier to get. That's already happening. But dude, I just want to test the logic. You know? Where is it? Man, I really got lucky that first time. It just got served right in front of me. But I am not getting so lucky. Yeah, new record! Great. Can I get some new gear too while we're at it? I mean, you know what I almost kind of want to do? Oh, there's it! Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? For this, you know what's gonna make it a lot easier? If I spawn a bunch of them. Just for debug purposes, instead of spawning one, we're gonna spawn a bunch. Hopefully I have planned for that correctly. So I think that is... I could be wrong, but we're gonna find out. You wanna suggest a game for the next game jam? Absolutely. If it's a spooky one, it has a chance at being the actual next game jam one. Because for the September one, we're gonna pick a spooky game, because we don't do the jam in October, which actually is kind of perfect. Because if we pick a spooky game for September, then that means that you'll have a finished spooky game ready for October. You see? You see? Kind of works out. But I do have a giant running list of games you guys have suggested. Actually, the last Game Like Jam, Puyo Puyo, I actually had a totally different game in mind. Completely different game. I'll tell you what it was going to be. I was going to do Free Cell. That was going to be the last Game Like Jam game. But at the last minute, I realized I didn't have an embeddable version, and I panicked. I couldn't find the version that I wanted to embed into the jam page, and so I was just like, oh crap, I gotta pivot. I gotta pick a different game now. And so I ended up looking at the list of suggestions that you guys had made, and I went to Puyo Puyo, and I was like, yes, this is the one. So if untoward things happen, or when I don't have something ready to go, definitely your guys' suggestions is something that I go to. Spooky Game is Barotrauma. Is that doable for a Game Like Jam game? It sounds hard. Isn't it multiplayer? It sounds like a bad idea, but I'll add it on here. I will research it, and I will find out. It is not a horror game, but it has a simple mechanic. It is called Patapon. Oh, cool. Do I think that's familiar? It doesn't have multiplayer? Okay. Patapon. And that was suggested by Sebs. Oh, it's definitely not doable? Okay, so you're joking. Okay, I won't add it to the list. And that one comes from Sebs. Back to third. Oh! Yes, how's the YouTube leaderboard going? Right. I love the leaderboard. I have to refresh the chat to check it. Can't keep it up to date. Raphael is still number 1. Dang. Raphael has held that crown for hours. Hours, I tell ya. And then that's Sean. Alvaridum. I know that now because you did the Prime membership, the Prime sub on Twitch. Gotcha. Sean has been holding that spot, has been earning it. I'm quite surprised that Raphael is still up there. Yeah, you're down to third. You gotta type a little more if you want to get up there. That's how it works. Apparently. Maybe. It's kind of hard to tell how it works. It's very mysterious. Patapon. Patapon game. Ooh, this looks cool. So it has to be free. That is a requirement. And maybe that's gonna change someday. Raphael hasn't been here in hours. But I do want to say that I don't want to have to make people pay money to access the game. But that doesn't mean that this can't lead us to some other game, you know? Or maybe there's some way it can be distributed. I'm still interested to look at it. But by the nature of it not being free, that kind of disqualifies it. You know, I mean, people don't buy a game to participate, you know, it's like, I mean, you can watch videos and, like, guess, but isn't it nice just to play it? I love the art style on this. It's so whimsical. I love the different, like, sometimes it's, like, pink and yellow, and then sometimes it's blue and purple. Really, really nice, and nice, simple art. Yeah, the art style is awesome. Kind of like these, like, vector-like graphical shapes. Some really creative, like, monsters. It almost looks like a rhythm game. Looks like a rhythm game with, like, the fever and stuff. It looks kind of fun. I mean, I just might want to... I might take this as a recommendation of a game I want to play. Shoot. Oh, God. What am I doing? Where was I at? Oh yeah, we're gonna make more of these spawn. Instead of 1, we're gonna make 5 of them spawn. So, we don't only want to put that there, but we need to say at the beginning, how many is it gonna spawn? Here. You know, you can make this a lot easier on yourself if you just say constant gear spawn number, spawn count and then just set that to 5, and then you can say gear spawn count, and then you can come back to the ground, and you can do the same thing. You can say gear bags, ref, gear, spawn count. Now you don't have to remember. Okay. Let's see if that helps. Surely, if there's 5 of them every 50 meters, and it's gigantic, I can get one. Right? Like, right? Please. Please. Oh, merciful slow CPU, thank you so much for giving me a moment to prepare. Here we go. Hopefully there's no weird errors to 5 of them existing simultaneously. Okay, almost there. Oh, there's one. Okay, yep, they're all over the place. Okay, good. They're not despawning too soon. And again, if there was the map marker, I feel like this would be so much easier. Oh, Jesus. So we do have to be pretty close to it. It's the same attract distance as the gems. So I have to be pretty close to get to it. Pretty much on top of it. Oh, okay, literally nothing happened. But that's the information that I needed. Also, did it just appear in front of my face? I'm pretty sure it just spawned in my face, which it's not supposed to do. Yeah. Waiting on ground cycle is an issue. Yeah, I think it might be. I think it might be an issue. But you know, if I don't wait on the ground cycle, it still could happen. Yeah, I mean, that's something to debug, for sure. I would just be happy if I could at least collect it, you know? Yeah, spawn timing is gonna need some refinement. There's no doubt about it. Where are they? Oh, is it not working on reload? Yeah, looks like it only... Oh, you know why? Because when there's a new run, that value doesn't get reset. So we would have to make sure that every time gameplay happens, it actually resets the values. So I do have a function for start new run. So in theory, I could come over here and say gear bags, ref, last spawn distance. We want to set that back to 0, right? Last gear distance, excuse me, whenever we start a new run. That way, it actually shows up again. Yeah, so they're not spawning in the right spots. I mean, so in theory, what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to wait until we meet the minimum distance. When we do meet the minimum distance, it is going to choose in theory, the furthest possible ground tiles to spawn the gear bags or the beacons on. And it's gonna wait to do that until the next ground cycle. So in theory, which could be, I could be making a mistake there, that's very possible. In theory, I wonder if like it must be like, yeah, I think I'm making a mistake about how the ground tiles work. Yeah, it's hard to tell because it tricks even my brain these days. Okay, yeah, so I think I might instead need to actually calculate what's the furthest one from the player. We might even want to say on recycle, what's the one that just recycled? Okay, there it is. Obviously it popped up parallel, which makes it impossible for me to collect. Yeah, I mean, it's basically, they're appearing right on top of me. Okay, but not that one. Okay, see if I can get it. Oh, man. Oh, man. I feel like I need to, like... Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do, y'all. We're gonna turn off... We're gonna turn off the friggin' lava. Dude, I don't want to deal with this death. What? I'm just gonna die all the time? I think the way we turn off the lava is by... And hopefully it won't cause any bugs. I think if we just comment out a process, surely that won't have unintended consequences, right? In theory, that should keep the lava from moving forward. You know, certain gameplay things might break, but hopefully it won't, like, freeze on me and be like, no, hey, you can't do that. Because we're just trying to test this. I can't believe I'm spending all this time testing it. But look, I'm pretty darn sure that the things aren't getting collected. Like, I think we did roll over it one time and it didn't get collected. So I need to look into why they aren't behaving quite like the gems. Because as of now, they should, in theory... Oh, yeah, there we go. All right, so I went right over the top of it, and it didn't collect it. So we now know that it is not getting collected like the gems. I am kind of curious to see how the spawns are spawning, though. Now that we can actually observe things without pain, I want to see if any actually do pop in. It also seems like... So it's very possible that it spawns... you know, to the right or left of me. Which again, if you had a map marker, you'd know that. And I don't think it would be as frustrating to try and find them. It would make it a little easier. I'm just kind of curious to see another one spawn, but they aren't showing up. So there might be like a cap on it somehow, some way. Makes a flying saucer shopkeeper. Make a flying saucer shopkeeper. That's a pretty good idea. I like that. It flies up to the player. So the ideas that I had were that there's a shopkeeper on an like an emu or an ostrich, just like running, and it's gonna actually be just like the gear bag. It'll show up every so often. Okay, I don't think this is working right now. It'll show up every so often, and there'll be a map marker to indicate how you get to it. And then it'll just be like somebody riding like an ostrich, and you catch up with them and then trade with them. I like the flying saucer idea. I do and I don't. Creatively, I'm offended, but maybe it'll grow on me, you know? So the only shopkeeper ideas I had were this. Someone who is... Oh, there they are. Yeah, dude, that's not working. Someone who is like a longtime resident of the mountain, and they upgrade your gear. Someone who is a cosmetics... Ooh, maybe the cosmetics person could be the flying saucer alien. But I kind of wanted it to be like they were all super... I kind of had like some story in mind, actually. I had some lore in mind. And the lore was gonna be that there's like a corporation that is actually instigating the volcano to erupt to try and destroy all of these gems, because the gems have some kind of, you know, they imply something bad about the company. The company's done something bad, and then destroying the gems is destroying evidence for them. And so the more gems you collect, one of the shopkeepers, the merchants, will be like a casino game where you spin a wheel and you get to like win stuff. But it's not really that, the odds are pretty against you, and you spend gems to do it. And so that will be like the corporate person or someone who's working for that corporation, and they're just there to lure you to give up the gems so that way they can get rid of them and throw them in the lava and destroy them. And then, the gear upgrader shopkeeper will like talk about how that the corporation trades them ostrich feed for gems. And so you're still like always giving the gems back to the corporation. But I guess what I was thinking for the cosmetics vendor is it was somebody who's like trying to like get by. Yeah, the lore is loring in this SkiFree-like. Oh, there's one that just popped up right in front. Okay, that's been confirmed. I think that might actually be a different bug. Oh yeah, so that's a totally different bug that I have. Okay, so you might have seen some rocks pop in. That's actually a separate bug. I think the spawning is working as normal. I'm just ignoring the pop-in bug. I'm gonna fix that later. Today we're doing the roguelike thing. So I think it's actually quite good. I think it's actually fine. Yeah. So that's just this bug. Don't worry about it. Just look away from the bug. Ignore the bugs that you see, okay? There are no bugs to be worried about. The popping wasn't happening before an update I did last night. Last night I reconfigured the collisions because the collisions were really expensive before and I've made them a lot cheaper now. But that new system has this funny bug where they pop in the wrong way. And so I need to fix that bug. But I don't want to fix that bug because I want to make other things. Yeah, this is definitely not working. Anyway, so the cosmetics merchant would be like selling you. They would be their personality would be like, well, I'm just trying to get through the horrors. Our entire neighborhood is being destroyed. Everything's fine because we can look fabulous, right? Or something like that. Let me just say I hear you, Dungeon, and you never know, I might steal your idea, and so, therefore, I have to give you a volunteer credit, just in case. Duckonomics, welcome back! Wait, what happened in the last stream? You know what, never mind. Yeah, it's been like 2.5 years since I streamed on Twitch. I've been on YouTube, exclusively, and I think you came through the YouTube stream at least once for the, 1 Hour Game Jam a while ago. I remember that game. And yeah, I've been just building the stream on YouTube, and then I just got to a point where I was like, you know what? It's time to go back on Twitch. It's time to go back on Twitch. So this is the 3rd Twitch stream I've done in 2.5 years. Feels good. Branching out. Exactly. It was time. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate, my Corey. That actually does get you a credit in the game. A volunteer credit, mind you. No compensation entitled, but a credit nonetheless. Okay, so I have to give one a dungeon for the concept idea, right? Because who knows? What if I use it? I want to have given you proper credit. And then for my Corey, hydrate credit. You keeping me hydrated, okay? That's keeping me going. How you been, Duckonomics? What have you been working on these days? Okay, so let's figure out why they're not getting collected. I guess I would be kind of curious if things were printing. First of all, okay, that print needs to go away. That print is not cool. Pickup string, not gear, don't care. That's flooding my output. Need that dihydrogen monoxide. Yes, I say monoxide. The dangerous. You know, the thing you gotta keep in mind about dihydrogen monoxide is that it's actually used in nuclear weapons. It's crazy. Working on trying not to be addicted to video games. Oh, good for you. Good for you. Video games, a wonderful thing. Addiction, not as wonderful. I wish you luck. Into your pursuits of a healthy relationship with video games. What you playing these days, if you don't mind my asking? And if you do, that's okay. I respect that. What do I want? I want to see what the hell's going on. So let's talk about what happens. So on the player script, we have this seek and attract pickups. This is how gems are picked up. So this runs in the physics process, and there is a target that the pickups drift to. In this case, the root bone, right? There's a link between childhood aggression and DHMO consumption. Shaking my head. Shaking my head, shaking my head. Wait, shaking my head. Yeah. It is! Dihydrogen monoxide is crazy! It's in 98% of all our food! Exactly, I know. I know! It's a tragic thing. It's a tragic thing. It moves to the root bone as the collection target. The pickup spawn... Oh, well, there's your answer right there. Oh. Well, that's why. Because it's only tracking things that are in pickups. Well, guess what? The gear is not in pickups. So it's not going to find that. So I wanted this to be like more modular. I really, really did. But I think I just kind of want to slap it together and get it working and make it modular later. I'll make it modular later probably. So it iterates through pickups, ref, spawn data. I would like it to also, I guess we could combine them. What if I made a combined array? We'll modulate it later. Yeah, we'll modulate it later. Okay, but seriously, what if there was like a combined spawn data? Promise. I guess the question is where I'm going to put it. This is kind of a mess, but I'm going to put it on globals. I'm going to put it on globals for now, okay? So I do have this collected data dictionary, which is similar but different. So I'm going to create a variable, and it is going to be a... This is kind of crazy. All pickups AABs. Is that what we call this? Data, sorry. All pickups data. Node modulate A equals sign times time. Why would I use that? Easy. Why would I want the alpha to be going in and out? I'm confused, Dungeon. Your sarcasm is lost on me. You know I'm kind of slow. Modulating it? Okay. Are you saying let's modulate the thing that I'm gonna fix later? That'd be pretty dope. Dude, if I could like apply code to like my thoughts, just like tuck it away and like, actually it's disturbing. I don't like that. All pickups data. This is going to be an array of what? What the hell are these? Pickup collector. So it's actually on spawnable entity. Every spawnable entity has spawn data, which is, oh, this is that dictionary. Right. So actually, okay, got it. So maybe it would be better if I just made like a, that's not a good idea. Okay, I don't know if I'm liking this idea anymore. I think I've stopped liking it. I think I'm against it. I think I'd rather just iterate through both. If I'm being honest with you. I think I'd rather iterate through both. I just want to get it working. You know? It's pretty awful. Look at this monster of a for loop. Look at all those nests. You know? That's a big nest. It's pretty brutal. Maybe I could swap out what this is. Maybe I can make a helper function. Because there is the pickups down here. But it's the same thing. You could just, okay, I think I know what to do. The only thing is I'm gonna have to change this code a bit, depending on if it's gear or gems. Corey says, I recently learned how to do state machines in Godot. Well, I say recently, I meant this morning. Nice! Good job! And I turned my 200-line player script into now 5 different 100-line player scripts. Nice! That's better! I mean, okay. It's a lot of lines. But, you know, it's good spreading things out. Nice. You're learning stuff, you're trying stuff, you're doing things. That's good. Well done. Well done, I'm proud of you. State machines are powerful. Very useful pattern. And you know, it's good to have a sense of humor about it. Like, dude, we're not gonna be perfect. We're just not. Of course. We're gonna learn, and we're gonna grow, and we're gonna get better. That's what matters. And getting something that functions in the end and being humble about it, that's important. Because, you know, if we obsess over getting everything perfect every time, we'll never finish anything. We gotta finish stuff. It's the only way to grow. And, you know, then on the next project, you say, okay, so last time I had a state machine with 5 different 100-line scripts. You know what? I think this time I'll try spreading it out to 10 different scripts with 50 lines each or something, you know? At least that's how I tend to do it. Or I just do the same thing again until I'm tired of it, and then I try something different. But I'm no expert. I'm just committed to my journey. Yeah, you get me. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is probably going to be a bit of chaos. So I'm gonna bear with myself, and here we go. So for this for loop, we're gonna break it up into a function. And this function is going to be find pickups. Find pickups. And it is going to be looking for a dictionary. And that dictionary is going to be spawn data. And for now, do we need delta? I think we need delta. Yeah, we're gonna need delta. So we'll pass delta into it. I mean, you're not really doing anything here. This is kind of the whole function. Look at that. All we're establishing is the root bone. You know what? Let's let it happen. Okay, delta. Just let it happen. So this is not ideal, and I want you to know you're watching someone not do something ideal. And she's okay with that. But we refactor it later. First, I try to get it working. And then I think about how it can be better. So this needs to be gear bags spawn data and delta. So that way it's looking through each of them. I know, putting these right next to each other, it's not perfect. I'm okay with that. This will return nothing. And so this is going to, oh, collection target. I gotta pass that in anyway. Okay, fine. So we have spawn data, target, which is going to be a vector 3, and delta. Okay. Collection target collection target. Okay. And we're gonna switch this to target. Sometimes I like it being misnamed because it helps me find everything. Oh, then all these others. Oh my god. This helper function is feeling more and more useless. It's really feeling very useless. Okay, fine. Fine. Forget the target part. Burn it down. Throw it in the trash. Let's take all of this and I'll put this in there. That's totally fine. It's still nice to have these two separate functions at the top. That's still valuable. Okay, come over here. Great, delta is a float. Okay, we don't care about target because that's now a collection target. You don't have to rename stuff. Neat. Good. So now, no more errors. Love it. So now for spawn data, I want to replace this with spawn data. Same thing here, just in all of these spots, replace them with spawn data. So just try to make it a little more reasonable. Spawn data, spawn data, spawn data, spawn data. Anywhere we have this pickups, replace it with spawn data. Welcome back. So the gear bags that I'm trying to set up, which are going to be like a sort of randomized ability choice, those are not getting picked up. The idea is that they spawn every so often, and when you collide with it, you collect it just like gems get collected, and it's going to open a menu where you choose one of 3 possible like power-ups or like upgrades, and when you choose it, you get the ability. Yay! The menu kind of works, but the actual bag that you grab does not get attracted to the player and collected. And I know why now, because I only had the code actually looking for gems, which is not great named. That's okay. So I need to have it also look for gear bags. So I'm just kind of hacking together a way to get that good enough until I refactor it to be a little more modular. I always find it hard to build a modular system because I can plan everything out. I can draw it, and then when I get in there, I'm like, oh wait, I actually need to do that completely differently. And so I just tend to just like make the system in a way that works, and then step back and say, okay, how can this be made more modular? And then maybe the next time I make something, I'm like, okay, I know how to make this system modular. But when I'm doing it for the first time, it's hard for me to know exactly what the ideal system is gonna be. So I'm just hacking my way through getting it working. So we're saying find the gems and find the gear bags, so that way they actually get attracted to the player. I guess I should call it seek if I wanted to be consistent here. Should really get into custom resources at some point. You know I will. You know what, Dungeon? I think I will. I think I will get into custom resources. The little bit that I've done, I've not enjoyed, but then, you know, when I realized that there is a script that is searchable in find files, I was just like, oh, resource file, it's separate. How am I gonna search it? Knowing that you just put a script on it, I'm like, okay, that's actually not that bad. I will. You know what? I'm gonna do that one day, Dungeon. As I've said many times, you have made that same suggestion. Today is not that day. When will that day be? I don't know. It will be. It won't be today. It will not be today. But it will be one day. I swear. And every time you say it, it gets me one step closer. You've gotten me closer to so many things, right? I mean, the static variables, ooh, that took me some time. I was like, not today, Dungeon, not today. But the day that I did it, I was in love. And now I do it all the time. It'll happen. It'll happen. Not 9 hours into a dev session. 9 hours in, I just gotta make it work. But if we just like just started, and you said that, okay, maybe I'll be trying it. Okay, so seek pickups, do all that, blah blah blah. Good, excellent. And then the other thing is, I still don't even know what systems I want to build half the time. So it's like usually not until it's too late that I realize, oh yeah, I should do resources. Your ChatGPT image finally loaded? I haven't done a lot of image gen in ChatGPT. You should also look into what, does it take a while? You should also look into what static variables are supposed to be used for too. Okay. Okay. So the way I first learned about static variables was as a way, so if you have like multiple instances of something that shares the same parent class, a static variable will let you have a single variable that's shared across every instance of that class. And that's how I've always used them. And then you introduced me to the singleton pattern, which lets you reference something globally from all over the project, even if there's only one instance. Yeah, I know about it. Oh yeah, I know about that. I just don't often need to use it. It's rare that I need to use it, but sometimes I do. Just depends. I stepped on my microphone. Depends on the circumstance. Okay, so moving on. Spawn data. Make sure we replace all the pickup specific stuff. Okay, so this stuff is okay because this is already gonna sort between them if sloppily. Okay, here it's erasing the ID, which we do want that too. So we're gonna say spawn data, erase the ID, so that way it doesn't keep it as something that was spawned because we've collected it. Okay, honestly, I wonder if this will just work. It might work. Now we're gonna have bugs, all right? We're gonna have obstacles and gear bags popping in where they don't belong to pop in. I'm sorry that bug exists, but I don't feel like fixing it tonight. I just don't. But trust that they don't pop in if I fix that bug. Okay. When we get to 50, we're collecting gems fine, so that code worked good for that. Now I just gotta try to, whoa. So that was interesting. A little bit of a lag spike, and they're definitely not getting collected. You saw we had a pop in and a warning appeared. That's how you know it's a bug. It's a bug, it's a known bug. Okay, so nothing is happening when I go past them. So let's figure out what's going on. So the spawn data should exist just fine. I would love to... It'd be helpful if I could clarify if I could put the breakpoint in a way that would... This kind of makes it more difficult with the helper function to tell which one of these is the one if I were to drop in a breakpoint. I could put in a manual breakpoint. I could say if spawn data is set to gearbags ref spawn data breakpoint. which should just be happening all the time, in fact. Okay, so we hit the breakpoint. Now, I'm not actually collecting anything, but I'd be curious just to see more about what's going on in here. Okay, so spawn data does have 5, which is the number that are supposed to be there. It does have 5 gear bag nodes being tracked at the current moment, so that's good. Knows what itself is. These don't matter, although collection target is null. Well, yeah, because it hasn't been set yet. That's fine. No problem there. So if we keep on going, keep on going, keep on going, now collection target is going to be set. Attracting count and collected are set. All these are set. We're good. It's ready to go. Okay, so let's keep stepping. Now, we're not actually at a point where it's going to get attracted, but that's okay. I'm just trying to see if everything's getting set up correctly. Spawn data is being taken in correctly. Spawned node, so it's checking one of them, right? So it's going through every single one and it's checking to see if we're close to it, which is a lot, which, you know, that's a lot of processing, but it's okay. Well, we can unify it someday. Checking the distance too. So that's how far away. It's 365.6 meters away from the gear bag, the one that it's currently examining. It knows that very well. The attract radius is a constant, so that will already be defined. So there you can see it skipped over this because it wasn't close enough. It didn't match this. It's not attracting yet. Attracting is when it is nearby, then it sets it to attracting. So it's not set to attracting, but the distance was so far away that there wasn't going to be any kind of connection there. Now, if it was in the distance, this is actually what I need to study more than anything. If it was nearby, it should be setting attracting to true. And then it's going to reset the time, and the attraction time is basically saying from the moment that the attraction begins, it's keeping track of how long it's been traveling towards the player. And the reason why it does that is because it says the longer I've been traveling, the faster I move towards the player. That way the player can't outrun the thing that it's trying to pick up. And so now it's going to reparent that thing that's being attracted to the player to this node, which is actually on the player. So it's just a node on the player. Whoops. Attracted spawns. So that would be something to monitor too, is to see if things are being reparented. They're probably not, but maybe they are. I don't know. It's gonna take that ID, it's gonna set it to, or it's gonna set spawned data to the spawn data ID. Okay. So it's basically updating all this info here. This is saying, okay, now I've made those changes, update it, is what that's saying. Okay, so it's checking to see if it is attracting, which it isn't. If it was, it would increase the count, but it's not gonna be. But assuming it was attracting, it would do the thing where it speeds it up, so it catches up with the player the longer that it's been going. That's how quickly it gets even closer to the player, the multiplier, the speed, all that kind of stuff, blah, 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 vector math, boring, sleepy time. And once it is close enough to the player, it's less than the collection threshold, then collected increases, that thing that's being collected disappears, and it gets reparented to the collector, right? So that's like from whence it came. And none of that is happening. It's not disappearing. It's not moving towards the player. So we're not even getting to like this point here. It's not even happening. Something I could try is I could just say like, don't spawn any gems. That would be pretty useful. Then I can add like breakpoints in there that only happen if it starts to collect. I mean, you could still, no, you don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. What we could say is if it is a gear bag and the distance is close enough, give me a breakpoint. That would probably be, okay, let's examine there. Let's go there. I think that'll be good. Because I mean, this has to be happening. I'm not even gonna do that. I'm gonna create this over here and see if we can get this to run. So I'm gonna say if the spawn data is gear bags ref.spawn data and spawn distance is less than the attract radius. We know that that's working because we saw it when we were stepping over. We saw that the spawn distance did get set. So if both of these are true, breakpoint. That should be interesting. And if there's no breakpoint, that will also be interesting. I don't know why that would happen, but maybe it will. Maybe it will. I just want to see that menu appear. And I want to like examine what happens when I select a gear. Okay, so we have to get to at least 50 meters for the first one to spawn. I have culled the lava. Whoa. Okay. All right. I know they popped in. It's okay. Not what I'm trying to solve. No breakpoint. What? That's interesting. I wonder why. Okay. So the spawn distance never became less than the attract radius. I wonder if because I made the object so large, it's looking at the center point of the object, the distance. Maybe. I don't know. I would think it was going to the origin, but it says global transform origin. So I wonder if the spawn position is outside of the friggin' range of the attract radius. Like, that kind of makes sense, right? So how about this? Let's say right here, do a breakpoint. Which is gonna happen pretty often. Maybe we could say if spawn distance is, so what is the attract radius right now, pray tell? 5. That could be a bit too low. Let's try something different. Let's try 100 or something like that. So if it's examining gear bags spawn data and that thing is less than 100. So the last one I saw was like 400 or something like that. Okay, well that was quick. That was faster than I expected. Okay, let's try a little lower then. Let's try 50. And we'll just continue and see if it hits. Okay, hasn't hit. Okay, we were 50 away from that and we were good. Let's set it to 25. And continue. So it's definitely seeing them. We're getting warmer. I know, they're popping in and out. I know. Oh, there is a point where they stop spawning, which is a whole other bug. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Just kidding. Okay, so there it was. We hit the breakpoint. We see pretty clearly. There's right next to it. It's less than 25 away. If we look at its position, it's at 19. So let's try less than 15. So it's possible that I just need to define a different attract radius. I mean, look, it's because I made it gigantic, right? The gear bag is not gonna be that large. It simply isn't. So I guess I need to make it smaller. But the reason why it's so large is so I can find it more easily. You know what I should probably do? I should probably make the primary mesh be quite small, and that's what it's gonna calculate the origin based on. And then I can just have an extra mesh that's super big. You know what? That's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna do that. And I'm just gonna hope and pray that that's good enough. So I'm gonna comment that out for now. We're gonna keep that attract radius. Let's go to the gear bag. And I'm not gonna make this super gigantic. Thank you, my Corey, for the hydrate. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Sorry, you don't really need to get us on. I just felt like singing. I actually needed a drink of water. I really appreciate that. That gets you on the credits list. What's up, Anjac? Welcome. Good to see you. Over there on Twitch. Let's go. Twitch got longer messages than YouTube. I'll tell you what. I know this is way off topic. It's okay, but my brain just processed something you said hours ago. You mentioned wanting to do member-only streams, but need to meet YouTube requirements first. Twitch requirements, not YouTube requirements. Could use Discord streams to fulfill this. Yeah, maybe. That's a good idea. Oh, that's such a good idea. Oh my gosh, Anjac. Okay, so on YouTube, we do have the member streams every Monday on this channel. If you're a member on YouTube, you get an entire extra live stream. I do another 12-hour banger of a stream. Yes, yes indeed. Tap that tempo. Timing olive oil Ipsum in the Twitch chat. Dude, Twitch chat has so much more text space than YouTube. So I do that Monday member stream, and it's a great, wonderful, nice little private experience with the members. I love it. It's a wonderful thing. Now, Twitch has subscriber-only streams. They exist. However, you can only use them if you've streamed more than 90 unique days, or at least 90 unique days. I have not done that. You have to do it 90 unique days from like when I streamed a couple streams ago. So that's a lot of streams, and I don't have that feature, which is poop. But yes, I do have the roles set up. They already set up. There is a special. So there's this whole. Oh my God, you're such a genius. Okay, that is, dude. We can do this. We can do this. So if you are a Twitch subscriber, it already works. It already works. There's a whole separate secret part of the Discord that you automatically get added to if you have a Twitch sub and you've connected your Discord and your Twitch accounts. And if you've done that and you get a Twitch sub, you are going to be automatically added to this role. Which means I can have a separate place. Now it kind of sucks. I gotta be like, okay, Twitch subscribers, you gotta go here to get it, instead of it like appearing. You know, the promotion isn't gonna be there in the same way. But at least we can get around it. You're smart. I don't have a credit to give you. I just how do I thank you? I'm just gonna say, all praise NJack the Mage for showing me how we can do Twitch exclusive, or Twitch sub exclusive live streams. I have to commemorate you somehow. I must. I must! Okay. Know me here on Discord. We'll tell you more later. Alright. First one is Monday. I mean, look, hopefully I'm not wrong. Hopefully I'm not wrong. Okay? I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. But all I have to do is just set up my virtual camera, right? And then put that into Discord. I think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna be okay. As soon as my Prime sub is ready, I'll be subbing. Let's go! Awesome. Let's go. So much hype. Who's doing all the hype? It's a lot of hype. Dungeon. Massive hype. Let's freaking go. All right. Nice. Thank you for being off topic. Thank you for like taking a minute to process. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Anjack. I have to immortalize this moment for you, and that's the best I could do for now. All right, great. Well, continuing on then. Good news, good news. So what I'm gonna do is for the gear bag, we're gonna have this big old giant beacon not be the main mesh. Instead, that's just gonna be a little sub mesh, so it's just easier for me to see things. And the main mesh will just be kind of small, kind of regular size. I mean, what size is a gem? Pray tell. How big are the actual gems? Let Mama see. How big are they? So we can kind of match that, because we know those already attract correctly. Okay, so that's how big they normally are like that. Eric Tickle is definitely a gear bag. I know, all right, isn't it a gear bag? I just haven't made the art yet. I make the art in the member and Twitch subscriber streams. Oh, I get to say that. Let's friggin' go. No more cutting Twitch subs out. Hell yeah. You can't stop me, Twitch, from giving exclusive content to the people who pay money. I mean, come on. So let's make a mesh of about that size. I'm just gonna reset it to be quite tiny. A bit small, really. Why is it invisible? Oh, it's smaller. It's even smaller. We need to be maybe a little bit bigger than that. We'll say 3 by 3 by 3. That should be a safe size. So it will actually look at that mesh and it'll base the pickup area, the distance, based on that. So that's good and well. And then I'll have my big ol' chunker of a beacon to help me find it over here, which, what was it, 10 by 30 by 10 or something? Something quite gigantic. Okay. Good, good, good. And then this I can actually move up and it won't complain at me. And we'll get rid of the mineral from there, because that's confusing. Okay. Should be good. We'll see if this just works, right? I think we're in a place of this could just work. Did I get rid of the breakpoint? Okay, it's right there. Good. I think I did everything right. Oh, the only other thing is we don't want it to spawn as high. So it's currently set to 10. I think 3 is what the gems are set to. So let's see what happens. See if we can pick up those gear bags, which are just blocks. Just blocks for now. For now. It's programmer art. Art. Let's get the rest. There he is. There he is. Okay. Here we go. A moment of truth. Things will pop in uglily. We know. I apologize. Okay, first one should be here somewhere. Is Ken PNG has arrived. Gearbag almost sounds like an insult. What up, Gearbag? You know what, dude? Actually, now that you say that, it kind of reminds me of oh, here's one. Bam! We got it! And we got an error! Thank you! Thank you for the frigging error! At last, I am debugging the Gearbag! Okay! And it's progress, believe it or not. You know how in Fallout, like, super mutants, like the containers that super mutants have are called gore bags? I keep thinking that now that you say it. What's a gear bag? like a D bag, except a gear bag. Yes. Actually, I'm not the streamer, right? This is the streamer. This is a ping tuber back here. This is the primary streamer right there. Yes, it's a cat. That is Travie. That is Travie. He is a very good cat. He is the best cat. Invalid access to property or key string ID on a base object of mesh instance 3D gear bag. That's right. I don't have a pickup string. You're absolutely correct. Thank you for noticing. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay, so we're gonna go to the gear script, or the gear bag script, and we're gonna add a variable called pickup string. Oops, okay. And we're gonna say that it equals gear. Easy. So now it exists. Can you find it? No, you can't create a variable. That's, again, another thing that you can't just create after runtime. That's something you have to add in before you run the project. So, okay, no problem. That's okay. Hey, look, I've been waiting this long to collect the dang thing. It was too big. My beacon was too big. All right. So we'll see if we get an error. Ideally, what would happen is when I collect it, the game is actually going to pause and the menu, the gear menu, is going to pop up. Or we get some new errors that I get to debug. I've never been so happy to get an error. Okay, good. Gotta just get it though. I have to actually grab it. Every 50 meters, we're almost there at the next 50. You can't tell because Travie is there. Oh, they appeared behind. Okay, some bad luck. A bit of bad luck there. Streak of bad luck. That's okay. Yeah, I actually think I think, Sean, you're right. The logic is flawed because we didn't even get the warning in the bottom left that said that it. Because that warning. Oh, there we go. Oh, I wasn't close enough. That warning. See, the debugger says there's only one there, and when rocks pop in where they're not supposed to, that debugger goes up. Sometimes it happens too with the gear bags, but a lot of those happened and the warning didn't increase. Got it. Okay. What's the problem? Oh, it's called string ID? Oh my god. I named it wrong. Friggin' crap. Oh, friggin' crap. Why couldn't I have just called it pickup string? Right on again. No problem. No. No problem. I'm not a little delirious. You are. I'm a little delirious. A little bit. Take your time, I'll just wait, I'll be fine. Okay, here we go. 50 meters, and we'll get some more of these spawns. in unpredictable places, of course. Oh, no, okay. And they spawned all the way over there. Next round. So a little bit of luck is involved here, to be sure. That's okay. Okay, next one. Oh! Uh-oh. Oh, that's actually a bug. Oh! Hold on a second. That's not supposed to happen. Pardon me. Pardon me. If the last game state was not paused, I think you want to say, yeah, the last game state needs to be anything. Oh god, we're back to logic gate chaos again. My little brain can't take it. So I think this is what's happening here. Print. It's happening here. Which is a problem. I mean, look, I could skip it right now. I don't like stopping and fixing little bugs. Oh yeah, it's happening here. That's not supposed to run. Oh Jesus. Okay, what this is supposed to say, I'm just gonna, look, guys, I'm gonna ask the friggin' chatbot. Guys, it's logic, it's twisting my little brain up. Look, if y'all get to it, I'll do it, but, okay. This is supposed to say, if the state is gameplay, but the last state is neither paused nor gear menu, then print it's happening. Clearly I have my logic wrong. Your current condition evaluates true even if only one of the states is different due to how the OR works with the not. It's an and. It's an and? So I just gotta add an and instead of or switch. I just gotta switch and to or to and. Is that what you're saying? Explain it like I'm 2. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Do I get why? No. Do I care? No. I have some kind of like Boolean lexia. Dysboolia. That sounds very bad. And like when you start getting into like positive false, and it gets all tangled up, dude, my brain falls apart. Okay. So now when I pause it and unpause it, it doesn't reset all of these. Great. Continuing on. 50 meters. Give me some stuff. Bullix, adding that to your TikTok. I'm so sorry, Crimino. But do you know what I mean? Gotta spend a few years in the Minecraft redstone mines. Right. We were saying that earlier. Like, actually, that is like kind of a nice way to train your brain, right? You're right. I do. Do I have to do Minecraft streams now? Oh, the menu appeared! I gasped. The menu appeared. That's good. We have a new error! New error! Yay! We're debugging the thing I've been meaning to debug for the last 3 hours or so. Let's go! Boo Lexia. spent a few years. I've spent 84 years in the Minecraft redstone mines. Okay. Invalid access to property or key of type string on a base object of dictionary. String name. Integer. Come on, man. But wait, that can't be right, because it's working with the gems. So if it's working for the gems, it's not string versus string name. I'm just using this, I'm typing this code bad. Tell me more. Does it not exist? I don't think it exists. Dictionary property not set to string. Dictionary property, comma property. I'm checking the dictionary, not the key. What? Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Why? Why would that be doing that? Because collected data is a dictionary. Wait, how do I need to rewrite this line? I don't know why you're saying not set to. If global's collected data, I'm trying to say, well, first of all, gear is not one of these. So that's already a mistake. That's just what the error says. Gotcha. Okay, I see. It's too late for this puzzling. But this is also a mistake. Oh, there it is, chosen gear string. Wait, but why is it... Oh, we actually had... Oh, okay, couple things here. Actually, I don't know if that's true. I think it is correct, Dungeon. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I think the thing is there is... Let me see, what is... tell me what the string is at this point, please. Pick up string. Where you at? It's nothing. Ah. Okay. Yeah, that wouldn't be very good. How is it nothing? How is that possible? Like, that's weird. Because it should at least be gear. That's the only way it gets in here. If pickup string is set to gear, it starts running this code. Now, what also happens is... Oh, actually, I do know what's happening. Because... Okay, here's what's happening. I know what's happening. I see. Okay, I get it. To an extent. So, chosen gear string is empty by default, right? It's not set to anything. So that's why it's not set to anything. And you saw the gear menu appeared and then it disappeared. So it paused the game, it opened the gear menu, it immediately closed the gear menu without assigning the pickup. So what it's supposed to do is wait, in theory, for the player to press one of the buttons. And when the player presses a button, then chosen gear string becomes one of the strings to find, oh hey, that's the gear you picked. And then that's when it gets added in. And this was like kind of the big experiment, is I was curious if I paused the game in the middle of this if statement, Could I then return, like as soon as the unpause happened, would the code pick up right where it left off? It did not quite behave like I expected it to. It paused it and then it immediately unpaused it. How? Let me look at the prints and see. That's actually going to be illuminating about what might be going on here. So I'm going to get a little zoom here. See what these prints are saying. Okay, gear bag spawned, and then the game state got updated to gear menu, and it started setting the chosen pickup right away. So it didn't even unpause it. Okay, so the menu is open. Oh, so the menu is actually like currently open. It is. Oh, the menu here. The menu is currently open right now. Gotcha. And actually you can see it hasn't even set all the icons yet. So what appears to be happening, which is kind of interesting, gear menu.ref.open gear menu runs. When open gear menu runs, the first thing it does is it switches the text to what gear did you find, right? So if I hop into the UI, main menu, blah, 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 gear menu, label, what gear did you find? So it updated that correctly. The modulate, meaning that stuff becomes invisible, the confirm button and the description at the bottom. Indeed, they're not visible at the bottom. And then it changes the state. When it changes the state to gear menu, the game gets paused right then and there. Game paused. So it does all those things, it changes the state, the game pauses, and then it starts moving on. It goes back to... Man, I've been wanting to see what would happen here for so long. So here it starts those first things, it pauses the game, and then it continues. It says players setting chosen pickup. It updates the string to nothing because a button hasn't been pressed yet. It gets to here and it's like, what am I gonna do with that? I can't do anything with that. There's nothing in there. So maybe I just need to set it to always. Is the player set to always? Like, I'm surprised that this code is even running. I would have thought if the player is pausable, but I guess not. I would have thought that maybe if the player is pausable, yeah, the player is, its mode is set to inherit. I mean, the player is just a child of the scene tree. So there's the player, child of the scene tree, top level kind of thing. And the top level node is not set to always. So in theory, I would have assumed that this code would pause, but evidently it doesn't. So that's good to know. All right, I gotta come up with something else. I'm sure on some level this makes a lot of sense, but we just have to do something else. We have to make sure that this code isn't going to run. So I can just set this in a different function, right? You know, I would just be worried. I guess we could break it. Yeah, I think we just break this out into a different function. I think that probably makes the most sense. As soon as the gear menu opens and it pauses it, just go ahead and break it down. Break it down now. And then we could just pull all this out. I mean, I don't even think we need any of that. I say we just offload this somewhere else. Like, this isn't much of anything. This is the only code that I need. Just run that on the gear bag itself. You know? Just get out of here. We're done here. Move on. Right? So, because gems is just it handles a totally different thing. Okay, so come over here. We open the gear menu. It updates what gear did you find. It makes the stuff that needs to be invisible. It pauses the game. It'll shuffle the gear, set the icons. It'll be kind of interesting to see what happens. I mean, I think as long as we don't hit an error, it should be fine. So the game should be paused. All the stuff will occur. When a button gets pressed, if confirm gets pressed, so just add it to confirm. Just pop it on in there. And then this would just be from the gear menu script, not the gear bag. How do we type it? Underscore? Okay, I like to be consistent. Gear menu, setting chosen pickup. Before it switches back to the game states, now we don't have a pickup string, but that's totally fine. It doesn't matter. We can create our pickup string. So variable pickup string equals chosen gear string, which, hell, we don't even have to do that, man. Get that out of here. I don't care about that. Pop these in right there. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Done. Okay, let's see what happens. Wow. You can't just pause in the middle of some other type of code. For some reason. And the gear menu should already be not pausable because it's a child of the main menu, which operates when the game is paused. All right, let's get to 50 meters. Hope they appear somewhere I can actually get to. If they don't, check the next 50 meters. Oh, there we go. Bam. Oh, I ain't got no type of error right now, baby. Okay, all right. One gear did I find indeed. I found some shoes. Hiking boots. Used for a temporary speed boost. Nice. Pogo stick. Lets you jump anytime. Very nice. Rations. Spam button to earn a one-time extra life. I love that. Okay, let's pick one. Could be an error. So what I would hope to see is basically nothing. Ideally, the game just continues. We won't have any idea if something happened. However, I want to go... Actually, you know what? Let's just pop it open. So the remote tab in globals, what I'd want to see here is whichever one I pick is going to be changed to 1. So we'll pick the shoes. So the hiking boots should go to 1. That would mean all is well. And then I can also check to see if it's removed it from the options as well. Stuff like that. Okay. Let's see what happens. It changed to 1! But it's supposed to close the menu. You're not supposed to sit here picking infinite gear. Take anything you want. Why is it random? I don't know, for fun. Okay, that's a hack. We don't want hacks. We don't want cheese. No cheese allowed. Cool. So why didn't it close? It went to the gameplay state, then it immediately opened the gear menu again. Why? Alright, it's time to add a breakpoint, baby. We'll say that when we press the confirm button, add a breakpoint in there so we can see what's going on. Okay, so I guess I'll pick the pogo stick. Why not? Okay, we hit a breakpoint. In globals, I don't think pogo stick is going to be set yet. It is not. Okay. So this is to be expected. I guess I do want my stack trace up. I don't know if I want my stack trace. I guess I really want the output. Well, you have to do the debugger. It's the only option. Okay, step over. Oh, F11. Step into, sorry. Okay. Oh! If OS is not debug build return, oh, because it's hitting a print. So this is my print script. Don't worry about that. Okay, yeah, we don't. I guess I could probably do this next one. Step over. That's okay. If globals collected data chosen gear string, so this is when it should update globals. Right in there. So now if we check globals, we should see that pogo stick has a 1 next to it. And it does. And this is where it's gonna get weird. So it's gonna emit the gameplay state. Setting chosen, so you can see the signal, the game state signal has come through. It's beginning to set the gameplay state. The gameplay. Now in theory, what's supposed to happen is once it sets it to gameplay, the game plays. And we just go back. It's not supposed to open the gear menu again. So we're gonna step into, and it's updating what the last state is. It is updating the game state. It's updating the debug. It's updating the print. Probably because it's letting us know. Oh, it's telling us that the state has changed. So we should see here. All these are empty indeed, so we should already see. Oh no, one more. We gotta do the join output. Okay. Here we go. So it has switched to the gameplay state, as you can see. So at this point, we should just start playing, become unpaused, and not see the gear menu. But that's not what happens, is it? So it's going to check to see, should the game be paused? So this code is saying, pause the game if the state is set to game state paused or game state's gear menu. So right now, the state should not be that. But let's confirm. I wonder if I'm using break wrong in the for loop. I just have a feeling. So the state is on state 2 right now. State 2 is 0, 1, 2 gameplay. So it should be setting the state to gameplay. Let's keep on going through the code line by line. We're gonna get to the bottom of it. Okay, so it's matching the state. It's not intro, it's not main menu. It is gameplay. So it's gonna run the gameplay transition. When the gameplay transition is done, it does like a tween or whatever. It's checking to make sure that it's not game over. Where are we at? What is node? What is this? Oh, the touch canvas. Right, so basically what it's doing now is it's going through every single script that has on update game state, and it's checking to make sure that anything that's supposed to be gameplay is set. So in this case, this is going to actually be true. The is run, that is to say, This just means that we're currently in the midst of a run. And what this is used for is like high scores to make sure that we haven't started a new run yet. So therefore it doesn't need to check the scores differently. So that's what that's going to check, and that's going to be fine, no problem. If it is gameplay and the last state wasn't paused, oh. Okay, first of all, this needs to be, oh god. This actually needs to be the same as this, by the way. Well, might as well fix that while we're here. Yeah, but you can't. You probably, well, you could probably, I know what you can do. Here, put this here. There we go. Okay, nice. I hope that actually works. So we don't want it to start a new run. Which actually, it would have started a new run. Which is kind of weird. Okay. So we should skip that. Oh, it's starting a new run? Oh, maybe because it's still running the old code. Did I not press save? Okay, well that's very... that's very interesting that we're starting a new run here. Okay. It updates the UI. It's gonna update the gems. Animate the gems. Update the gems. Jesus Christ, there's so many things. Okay, I wonder what step over will do for us. Okay, absolutely nothing. Cool, cool, cool. Jesus Christ. There's so many friggin' things that happen in this game. New record, blah, blah, blah. Where are we at right now? We are on globals. Jesus criminy. Yeah, unfortunately it did all of the start new run stuff, which is not correct. And really nothing else has happened. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, dude. I'm just gonna restart. This is brutal. I'm not enjoying this. I'm not having fun with this. This was very interesting. I caught something that honestly I would not have caught. Maybe way later I would have found it. The start new run thing. It almost makes me wish I had some kind of unified thing that could go check, hey, I should do that. Can I actually put that down in my to-do list? That would be kinda nice. It's not really a bug, but I am gonna say make a unified game state function that checks if a state is gameplay but not one of the paused states, i.e. paused / gear menu. And then I'm just gonna pop a little code block in here. I don't want to forget about this, but I don't want to deal with it right now. Alright. Note taken. Deal with it later. What the hell's going on? Are we playing the game? Okay, so we need to collect... Whoa. The game just continued? Okay. It's not a bad sign. So we're gonna pick another piece of gear here. It should be spawning in momentarily. There it is. Don't miss it. Got it. What did I find? I don't believe we've picked up a jetpack yet. So let's get us a jetpack. If we check globals and collect data, we can see the jetpack is at 0. So I'm gonna click the jetpack, say confirm, and we're gonna hit our breakpoint. So we're just gonna keep going, all of that, we already know what happens. Okay, so it's coming back to seek and attract pickups. I tried to skip over some logic there. It's gonna go through the gem stuff, so I think this is actually looking through the gem data right now. which I don't particularly care about. Yeah, so 111, that means we're looking through the gems. I probably should have done a step over, but here we are. So it's gonna check. Okay, that dude, you can't wait for every single gem. That's too many gems. That's too many gems. Girl, we're not gonna sit here and step through 111. Okay, you know what, we're just gonna continue. Oh, but the gear menu pops up. Damn. And what happens if I pick, okay, another one, confirm. And what if we just continue? Okay, so it is just gonna keep going in an infinite loop here. Now, one thing that isn't happening is it's not removing them from the pool, which would be good. Pogo stick, wait, that got reset. Oh, because remember we started a new run. So that might have reset it, maybe, I don't know. Okay, pogo stick, breakpoint. Let's try this again. Step over, step over, step over, step over. Oh, I stepped over too much. Whatever, continue. What's the one we don't have? This is hard. This is a hard game. This is debugging. Hiking boots. Click on the hiking boots. Confirm. Step over, keep stepping. Okay, step into. Step over pickups, or the gems one. And we want to step into gear bags. We definitely want to step into gear bags here. Now, there's only 5 of them, so that shouldn't be too bad. Now, there shouldn't be 5. Oh, are we erasing the one? I wonder if it keeps collecting the same one over and over again. Okay, let's examine this possibility. Yep, it's not getting erased. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. We got volcano mind being exploded. YouTube really nailed it with that one. It's such a good idea for a mind blown. Hello, Rorik. I am deep into debugging, but it's good. It's good. We're getting somewhere. It may not seem like it, but we are. So do we even have the erase? We have erase ID for the gems, but we're breaking. So we never even get to that point. No XP for volcano mind blowing. Dude, the rhyme or reason on the YouTube leaderboard, I mean, it just doesn't have it. It just doesn't have the rhyme or reason. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is that makes it actually work right. And YouTube being YouTube, they're just not gonna explain it. I see you're at 275 now. We can check to see if you go up. But Raphael was here a long time ago. Actually, technically, Raphael is tied with Dungeon. But somehow Dungeon's still at 2. Give them both the first place. Why are you like this? Raph was here first. So weird. YouTube, you're weird. Okay. You got some, but it said 225. Okay, so you get 275. You have to refresh it annoyingly. Or I do anyway. 300! Number 3! You got the crown. Let's go. I feel like it's like you could only get so many chat points per hour or something like that. Per some time frame. And so if you max that out within that time frame, that's it. I guess those spammers don't get rewarded. 3rd place! Although it's kind of like, what does that really do for engagement? People are just gonna be like, well, I can't get any more this hour, so I guess I'm gonna stop. It's kind of weird. If you really want nice functionality, just use frickin' Streamlabs. You know? This is huge. I've been here all the time. It's just a busy day, busy week actually. But look at you. You climbed up to 3rd. Even with your busyness. Rorik, Rorik, Rorik. I wonder, I mean, I could, yeah, Lise, just put it on the other one. Just put it over here. So come back to the menu, the gear menu. We have to make sure we remove it so it doesn't keep collecting that same one over and over and over, because that's no good. Now, I don't see like a lot of reparenting happening. I think it's already reparented. I don't know, where is it actually? Nothing's in the player. The gear collector has 1 in it, and so there's probably 4 on the ground. I guess. I don't remember which ground it spawned on. I don't know, one of them. Okay, so we're just gonna assume that this helps. It certainly can't hurt. It gets us a step further. So once it sets it, before switching back to gameplay, so the problem is we don't have spawn data anymore at this point. But that's okay. We know it's a gear bag. So it's going to be gearbags.ref.spawned data, I believe is what it's going to be called. So if we go to the spawnable entity parent, your SkiFree is going slow. This can be a great creation if planets align and Rorik gets quality dev time. Oh, cosmic world, give Rorik dev time. Great cosmic universe, please bring to Rorik the dev time that they need. Do it or die. That'll work. Trust me. I know spells. That was one of them. You'll see. I got you. I got you. I got you. Hey, at least there's time. There's still a little time. And I'm going to keep working on mine probably into next month, which obviously the jam will be over, but you won't be totally alone working on it if you need extra time, for whatever that's worth. Not a lot, I know, but maybe something. All right, spawn data is the name of it, which is good. Back to the gear menu. Yes, yes, yes. I've done what I can. I've communed with the spirits. Okay, so we're going to erase on spawn data. Now we need to say what is the ID. Is that chosen gear string? I actually don't remember. No. No. We actually don't have the ID anymore at this point. That is lost because it's back on the player. ID is what we're iterating all the way up here. So it's an integer from the spawn data. So I would need to pass that, which we can. It feels a little sloppy, but yeah, it's okay. So we're gonna pass the ID into open gear menu, which means I need to make sure that it's ready to receive that. So this is going to be spawn data ID. That's gonna be an integer. So we obviously have to do something with that because it's only gonna do the thing. I mean, we could say it could remove it right away. There's no reason to wait. We don't have to do it at the end, right? Doesn't need to be collected anymore. I might rather have planets die than align. Jesus, what do you do for a living, man? Oh my god. Are you in like an intergalactic civil war? I guess it wouldn't be a civil war. I guess if it was I guess it was the galaxy having a civil war with itself. Anyway. So we definitely want to make sure it's after the gear menu. Well, but then you can't. No, that'll be. I actually don't know. Maybe it should be before. We'll see. Kidding, I want to finish this game. Then we can all go to sleep. Yes. It's good to take care of our bodies, but it's also good to hyperfocus and have fun. What? We gotta have a little fun. We gotta indulge our neurodivergence or our desires once in a while. Well, it's not like we're doing drugs, okay? Like, it's not like we're committing theft, okay? Like we're just indulging our desires. How can that be wrong if it's not hurting anybody except ourselves? Okay, not a lot. Don't hurt yourself that much. Gear bags. What is she talking about? It's late. Okay. So I want to say gear bags, ref spawn data, erase ID. We're gonna call it spawned data ID. And hopefully that will keep it good. Welcome back, Timeless. Good to see you. Okay, I'm gonna remove this breakpoint, and I'm gonna have some confidence that this means that we don't keep collecting the gear over and over and over and over again. So the gear spawns in at a weird time. The gear, or sometimes the obstacles spawn in at a weird time. They're not supposed to do that. I don't care. It's fixable. I want to get it so that when we collect the gear, which it currently is just a giant rectangle, currently when we collect that, it's going to open up the gear menu. If I pick one gear, it's gonna close and the game is gonna continue. Currently what's happening is when I pick a gear, it just like keeps opening over and over again, which is incorrect. I have now removed it from the, I'm hopefully erasing the data from the list of things that are spawned. So we'll see what happens. All right, we've collected one. Let's say I got hiking boots. No, no, that did nothing. I mean, I'm sure, look, I'm sure I needed to erase that. Okay, well, still in top 5 after 6 hours. Let's go. Let's go. Nice. Nice. Well done. You had a lot to say a while ago. You had a lot to say. Time to go back to number 1. Go for it. You got this. I believe in you. Oh my god. Okay, why is it reopening? You're timeless, dude. Like, why are you counting hours ever? Rorik doesn't not have a point. So let me see, on the player, I think we've already confirmed that this is going to be the case. No attracted spawns are in there, and it is being sent back to the gear collector. We can see because there is a gear that is collected over there. And I can also clearly see that the player is no longer near it. So why? Why then does the gear menu re-a-friggin' appear? The game state gets updated to gameplay, and then the gear menu just opens. Okay, so ask yourself this, Lise. What makes the gear menu open? Right? Right? I think this is the only line right here. There's one place in the entire project that opens the gear menu. I'm only timeless when I want to. I have a minute if I want to. Whoa, that's fair. I just noticed the new profile picture. I did make a new profile picture on both Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, you know, I mean, look, the idea for Hyper Game Dev has always been, it's not just about me. It's just not always about me. It's about the community. And I always imagined that there would be other people on the channel and it wouldn't just be me. But then I realized that that's probably not going to happen because I can't pay anybody to be on the channel. So no one's going to do that. And so it's still hyper game dev. But at the end of the day, I think people are more drawn to channels that have a face. I mean, that's why me being here, I'm here, right? It's like, oh, there's a person. Look, a person. So I just think it was time for, you know, an icon that was like, oh, look, that's a person. So I changed it. It's like text. It was like hyper game, like some text. I don't know. It's like, what does that say? It's like tiny, you know. It seemed like it was time. For now. That's a superpower. More than speed or strength. Time manipulation. Totally. I mean, you can kind of get strength and speed out of manipulating time. To an extent, right? Okay, so this is the only place in the entire game. Oh, good night, Anjack. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being over there on Twitch. Appreciate you. And thank you for making me realize that we are going to be able to give Twitch subs a friggin' exclusive stream. Anjack had the brilliant idea that I just use Discord for the Twitch member stream or sub stream. Because there's already a role, an auto role, that people who are Twitch subs get added to. And so I can just stream the member stream to Discord. Hi, sweet boy. Hi. Thank you. You saved me. GG. Much love. Is that Kaiba? Is that Kaiba from what the hell is it? What's that game? Yu-Gi-Oh? Not sure who that is. It kind of looks like Kaiba on the left. It's from Ninja Gaiden. Oh, okay. My bad. Hello, Travi. Oh, he's a sweet boy. He's a sweet boy. It looks like Seto. Why did I say Joe? Say Joseph? Memory's a weird thing. It looks like him, right? Hello. Oh, my sweet boy. He's like, I want love. I'm like, I want this to work. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Travi? Joseph. What am I talking about? I guess I can kind of see. I mean, there's an S, there's an E, and there's an O in Seto. Like, if you think about it. No T, though. That one I made up all on my own. Or that one I ignored all on my own. So how does this get run again? The only way that gear menu gets run a second time is if open gear menu runs. You see? I wonder if it runs 5 times, because there's 5, which there's only ever going to be 1 gear bag. The only reason I did 5 was so it'd be easier for me to actually get one. And I wonder if it's running for every single one that's out there. Now, it's only supposed to run for the ones that are in proximity, in theory. So that kind of confuses me a little bit. Actually, I don't know if it is saying that. Yeah, because it has to be within the attract radius. This nesting is... No, it's different. No, that's only for this. Attracting not being set back to false. That is intriguing, actually. Attracting equals false. So how does that get sent? How does that even work? Having a eureka moment. What if I just make the player bigger, then smaller to make a jump? Nice! I love that. I mean, I think that's kind of what SkiFree does, maybe. I don't know if they do that, actually. This is why return is useful rather than deep nesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, this is a friggin' mess. This is devastating. This is me furiously trying to make something work. And just like not being interested in worrying about like anything. This is like this. I should be ashamed, but I'm not. Because I'm still a noob in so many ways. I'm gonna try to do my best. But you make a good point. Yeah, you make a really good point. The nesting, this is deep nesting. Oh yeah, you do get stuck. So I think we've decided that there's like a time frame, and I guess to prevent rewarding spammers, it's going to make sure that you have a maximum number of points you can get within that time frame. So I think you've just maxed out how many you can get for now. For now. Yeah, and then as I was saying earlier too, like a lot of these systems, I wasn't really sure like how it was gonna come together. Like right now, I'm breaking it up, and I'm, you know, I've got gems going over here and gear going over there, and so I wasn't really sure like what the structure was gonna be like. So hopefully I can start. Yeah, I really should organize it better now that I'm getting a better sense. Going to type all of Lorem Ipsum, one word at a time. I think you're gonna max out. I think you're gonna max out. I think you're gonna max out. How long is Lorem Ipsum? Probably pretty long. Okay, so it would seem that attracting, and we can even confirm, can we confirm this? I don't know. It's a whole book, 20,000 words. Well, that's on you. If you're willing to commit that much to participation, like, power to you. All right, I really need to find out. Let's put a breakpoint right there on attracting. I would be curious. No, wait, don't do that. Hold on. We're gonna say if attracting is true, and where's that? This. Here, we'll even code it in for funsies. If spawn data is set to gear bags ref spawn data. That way we can make sure we're only checking it on gear bags. Now on one hand, I could just probably try not having 5 of them. But, I mean, I feel like the code should be able to protect against that if we want the option to have more appear. Then I think it's fair to say guard against it. What even could be nice is what if there's like a gear on every tile? Anyway, okay. So we're gonna have it breakpoint right there if the spawn data is attracting and it is a gear bag. So that's gonna probably happen pretty soon. I don't really care about the first one. I care about after we collect it. And I wanna see if that keeps running. So then I just have to make sure I set it to false as soon as possible. Because that data resets itself later. But I would want that to reset itself sooner or check it differently. Again, this logic could use a lot of work. I know. Okay. Waiting on these to pop in. They appeared somewhere I didn't know. Didn't catch them. Okay, the next one should be somewhere. There they are. We get one, we hit the breakpoint. So I don't really care about this one. I'm gonna continue. I want to continue until the menu appears. So it's going through all 5 of them, which is kind of surprising actually. Like they're all attracting? Like that doesn't make sense. It should be on a per basis. Attracting not true on this one. Work on the game, keeping world records. You're gonna work on the game keeping world records. Nice. That's pretty hype. Okay, that one's not attracting. That one's not attracting. This one isn't. That one is. Okay, so one of them is set to attracting. And it is, I love that kind of stuff. Timeless, it's always super hype. So one of them is set to attracting. This one. And so it hasn't quite reached that one yet, I guess. The menu hasn't popped up. So we're gonna hit continue. I suppose. It seems like, there we go. Okay, so we hit the one that is attracting or whatever. Now the menu has popped up. Now what I wanna see is if we hit that breakpoint again after this. So pick some. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It just lets me pick them forever. Just eternal picking. Pick them for life. And it just keeps switching between gameplay and gear menu. Damn. So that is not what's happening. Alright, okay, alright. No problem. I don't care. I mean, is it happening out here? Because basically what must be occurring, is this is running again, right? I want to find out how this is running again. It's the only possibility here. So this deep nesting, I mean, this has to be true. How is it continually running? Are you getting rid of the thing when it's close to the player? Yes. 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 I believe I've gone down that route already. So, here in the gear collector, we can see that one is in there. And when things are being attracted, they first get added to the player's attracted spawns node over here on the left. And currently nothing is in there. So one gear item has returned back to the collector, and it's not at the player anymore. Now it's just invisible, to be fair. Just because it's back to the collector doesn't mean its position has changed. So, but I've erased it. I've attempted to erase it now from the spawned data. So it shouldn't even be considered something that can be got anymore. So I guess I could check to make sure. So that should be down to 4. So if we go to the gear collector, spawn data, oh, it's 100. Oh, that's the pickup collector. Okay, here we go. 4. Yep. So it's erased it because otherwise it spawns 5 of them. This is down to 4. So it's erased it. It's reparented it. And it's not running the attraction logic again, which is the only way that it can get to open game menu. And if it's going from gameplay to game state updated to gear menu, that's only happening if open gear menu runs. And in open gear menu, that's when we switch to the gear menu state. So somehow it keeps running this line over and over again. Somehow. I don't know how. So we press the confirm button. Sounds like what Dungy is suggesting is the only option. Yeah, well, yeah. I've confirmed it everywhere I can that I know of. Am I able to check that live? Yeah, so like I said, it's been returned back to the collector, the one that was picked, that was attracted. It's back to the collector. There's nothing on the player, and the spawn data, it's been removed. And the other thing is, I don't think it is the only option, because again, the only way that that runs is if something is attracted true to the player. And if spawn data attracting true, that's what this line is saying. Attracting count plus equals 1, it does all the attraction stuff, it gets collected. I mean, I guess it's possible we're still stuck in there. Okay, we could try this too. Here, let's try this. Let's put another breakpoint here. Let's try that. It's possible, I just tried to find all the places to check it. If what you're checking is the distance, it won't matter if it's on enabled or not. Yeah, potentially. I mean, that is a good point. Let's see if that's true. So I'm gonna add this new breakpoint in here. Hopefully that'll work. So we're gonna confirm it. It didn't hit the breakpoint. So assuming that it updated this code correctly, didn't hit it. Debug button or hotkey to run that line and see if that still happens. Run what line? What do you mean? Okay, if pickup string is set to gear, so let's put this in here, assuming that it's actually taking this update. Confirm. None of that is breakpointing. I mean, it's just like literally not even breakpointing, which is insane. So, okay, come to gear menu. Now maybe I need to restart it for that line to appear. I don't think I do, but maybe I do. So we're gonna pop it right there. This is about almost as close to the moment that we can get. Oh, shoot. We actually don't even have to do that. We can just, so it did update. It did update. So we can just drop the breakpoint right in here. The open menu function to double check it has a collection or UI issue. Oh, I actually do have a debug button for the open menu. I actually do. And it works correctly in that case. I'll try it in a second, but I believe that actually works just fine. Okay, so, oh, no, it's super broken. Okay, let's start it over. So we've got a new breakpoint in there, and it's actually right before that gear menu state. So I can try it. I guess I'll remove the breakpoint for now, actually. But yeah, so I do have that debug button, but that wasn't actually testing the whole system, because the debug button, all it does is just open the menu, but it doesn't have any of the data. So I don't know. Maybe it'll be helpful. Just a good call. It's a good thing to think about. So I can, so actually now it's an error. It worked before, but it's not working now. Oh, it expects an argument, right? It needs an ID. I don't have an ID for it. The ID has to know what object. So it's pretty much set up to only function if there truly is an object. So I mean, I could just say 0, but 1 isn't spawned yet. so it won't even work. We could still set it to 0. It might be able to work later. So I could say, I could put a 0 in here, and then once there is any that are spawned after 50 meters, then it might do something. Add a name filter, nice. Maybe doing the collision/gathering logic again could be faster than fetching the bug. Hell no, dude. I've been here for 11 hours, man. No, it's okay. Look, trust the process, guys. Trust the process. All right. If you think you know what it is, that's one thing. All right. But I'm not gonna pivot 11 hours in right now. Trust the process. All right. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's okay. Thank you. I'll give you guys debug credits, but it's gonna be okay. We'll get to the bottom of it. Patience. Okay. So I'm gonna try to actually catch them when they spawn in. There's one. Perfect. Did I comment out the breakpoint? I think I did. Yep, okay. Comment it back in. That's okay. It's okay that we commented it out. I didn't actually want that breakpoint anyway. Okay. So we're gonna pick this. When I confirm it, if I don't hit this breakpoint, I'm gonna freak out. I mean, it's gonna be very interesting, because this is the only other way that gear menu, in theory, can get set. We hit the breakpoint. This is good. This is very good. Okay. So I've picked the gear, right? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Rorik. You good. Don't worry. It's part of the process. Trust the process. Okay, so what we're gonna do is check the gear collector, and indeed, it has returned to the gear collector. The spawn data has been reduced from 5 to 4, so that's all good. That's all perfect. The player doesn't have anything on it, so it has been removed. It's okay. It's like you're more stressed than I am. I don't get it. So I want to understand why it even came back here. How did it get here? It'd be interesting to see the ID. So spawned data ID. Oh, that ain't no 0. That is... That is like the entire whole number. Okay, okay, so there we go. It is this. You can see this matches it. So it's holding on to the same ID number. This is very interesting. Trust the process. That ID number is getting fed back in here. It's not getting reset somehow. Even though it's been moved back and all that stuff, it's been erased. It's still getting the ID number for the thing that's put away. So how is it getting that ID number? Will be my next question. So if we come back to the player and we take a little looks at open game menu, open gear menu. That calls with the ID, so that's how it's getting the ID in the first place. Yeah, might miss cleaning up some values, exactly. So that ID is actually when it's iterating through. Am I just using break wrong? I don't even know if it's hitting that break in the first place. I wonder if that's the problem. I mean, I would think it's hitting that break. How could it not be? I mean, if it's break, shouldn't that mean that it goes... Do I really know what break does? in a for loop. Like, that just means don't bother iterating anymore. We're done. Forget this. Bye-bye. Yeah, loop is over. I don't know if that's actually happening. Continue goes to the next in the loop. Because how else is ID happening? Yeah, it should just stop the entire loop. Should be done for. But that's where it's getting the ID from. Return ends the function. Right. I mean, there's not going to be any other gear. I mean, I guess there could be. I guess I could try a return. I don't really see how that's going to help much, but... Continue, pick one, hit the breakpoint, continue. Yeah, it just keeps looping. Still loops. And the thing that it is seeing, yeah, that I mean, I guess I'm also curious, like, does it even get back to that? Would be interesting to know. I know you don't think it was correct. I'm just trying stuff. You've inspired me. That's all. Is that break necessary? It seems like you're not reaching the erase part. We are reaching the erase part. So the erase, what the erase does is, so this spawned data right here, there are 5 gear bags that get spawned, 5 of them. And that gets tracked in spawn data. So the erase, the only erase that I currently have set up, erases one of those from that spawn data tracking, which is where these IDs come from in the first place. So the only place that ID could be hung onto would be if that loop is still running somehow. For some reason, if it's going back to that loop. Now I am still pausing the game in the middle of the loop, which, to be fair, could be causing some funky behavior. Could be causing some weird stuff. So yeah, it is erasing it from the spawn data. Again, this is what it's iterating through, is this, right? So it's almost like, is that for loop ever ending? Trust the process, trust the process. So let's try this. I'm gonna go back to the player script. We're gonna look at that return, just thrown in there for funsies. No big deal. And I want to see if we hit that. I am thinking we don't hit that. We do! We hit it! Okay, but now... Whoa. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute here. What's this? What is that? Oh, I think you're looking at the wrong thing there, Dungeon. Oh yeah, the chat's tired. Not you guys. The chat app. Oh yeah. Okay. Alright, sure. Yeah, why not? Yeah, but that's actually not. No, not you guys. Why are you like this? Why have you done this to me? Okay. I mean, I guess I can do this in the other place, which is over here. It's being boogie. Alright. So spawn data, erase ID. So that's elsewhere. So spawn data, erase ID has been moved to the gear menu. So that other one that you're seeing is for the gems. All right. Trust the process, guys. I'm telling you, we're so close. I'm so close. So this is where it's erasing right here. Does that make sense? This is where it's erasing. The other one is for the gems. When a piece of paper is better at making a leaderboard than a menu. Yeah, whatever works. It's just more effort, I guess. Return will make erase unreachable, wouldn't it? Again, erase is over here, guys. Don't look at that other erase. That other erase is not for this. It's not for this. It ain't for this. Okay? The erase is going somewhere else. It's happening elsewhere. Okay? This erase. Okay? So this points to the same place, right? Gear bags ref spawn data. Right? So now if I go to gear menu here, right? Gear bags ref spawn data. So this is happening in open gear menu before it even updates to before the gear menu even opens, it's removing it. Okay. So don't worry about all that. That's not the issue. And like I said, you gotta trust me. Okay. It's already removed. There's 5 of them that spawn. Trust that makes sense. There's 5 of them that spawn, and there's only 4 in the dictionary. So we know that it's getting erased. The question is not if it's getting erased. The place where it would be getting remembered, the only place where that information that I can think of right now is being retained. And again, just trust the process, all right? I'm tracking it down, but it's nice to take a moment to rubber duck it a little bit. You never know what we'll find. Very true. But the only place where that is going to remain is if we're still in there. One single place. Yep, this is the only place. Okay? Check it out. Open gear menu. Okay? So it's called, from debug, there's a debug key, but I have to press that key, and I'm not pressing that key. And then on the player. And then that's just the function itself. So this is all the places where gear menu exists. I'm not pressing it on debug, so it's not happening there. Don't worry. You gotta press a very specific key. I ain't pressing it. All right. But other than that, that's the only place it gets called. So what seems to be happening is the for loop isn't being exited because the only place where that exists, that data, that ID anymore, okay, is right here. For ID. This is the only place where it's retained. So what seems to be happening is some kind of feedback loop. Now, I was onto something. We're onto something. Just hold, all right? We're onto something. Look at this right now. This is very, very telling. I think this is our issue right here, okay? So here is this spawn data, which has 148 dictionaries inside of it that are size 5. So I believe that there is something going quite wrong in the code that is incorrectly filling up spawn data with dictionaries, which is not supposed to be doing. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong and this is normal. I don't think this is normal. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is correct. It might be correct. It could be correct. I don't know. I'm actually starting to think it might be correct, guys. Because, no. It actually might make sense. Because spawnable entity. Wait, this might make sense. Oh my gosh. It's very, it's helpful, but it's also kind of, I want to believe that you guys can help me, but I kind of don't. I feel like this, I want to believe that that's possible. I really do. So this is actually the 5. So actually I think the dictionary is reasonable now that I think about it, because these are the 5 data points. So there's a couple different things going on here. There's 5 gear bags that are spawning. So this is where I made a mistake. I saw 5. I thought that was gear bags. It's not. It's these 5. Okay. So this is the information about the size of the object. This is the node. This is the owner. This is whether or not it's attracting, and this is the attract time. Okay? So that's that dictionary. So it's saying 148 because 148 things are being spawned in spawn data, which is actually fine and correct and not wrong. That's actually not wrong. So this is our ID, right? So spawned data is a variable at the top. Okay? Spawn data is a variable at the top of the class spawn entity. So if we look at a child, for example, gear bag, not gear bag, sorry, gear collector, that's a child, spawnable entity, it extends from it. Okay, this has its own spawn data. And this one's owned spawn data, dictionary size 4. This is the one that got something erased from it. These IDs are being set over here in spawnable entity. Now where it says 148, that's the gems. Look, that's the gems. And it's 5 size dictionary because it's those 5 bits of data, right? So if I were to come into the gear collector, look, 5, see? So this is that data AABB, right? If we look through each of these, none of these are attracting. These are all gear bags. None of them that are left in here are attracting. The one that was attracting is gone. So what I was seeing, I incorrectly thought was like a dictionary that was too big. It's not. This is just all the gems that are currently spawned. That's correct. That's fine. There's nothing incorrect about that. My mistake. Okay, so back to the player. So what this is saying is it's going through spawn data. Now spawn data is being pulled from that dictionary of 5 that we reduced down to 4. The other dictionary of 5, the gear bag spawn data. Okay, so that's where the IDs are coming from, is from this, right? So we seek pickups in that spawn data. That's what spawn data is set to. We're iterating through all of those per ID. Okay, so what I believe must be happening is we're stuck somehow in this loop. Now, I think it's very interesting that we're on return. So the fact that that stack trace is saying this, that means we're actually on the gems right now. This is checking the gems. This dictionary size 148. This is not the whatchamacallsums, the gear bags. So I'm gonna step over this. So now it's gonna go down to seeking through here. What's up, Pawn? Welcome. 10-day jams are exhausting. I mean, look. I find that like in like a jam of that length, I'm gonna skip meals. I'm gonna stay up too late. I'm gonna make self-care mistakes to pull that off. I don't know about you, but I would. I hope you're taking care of yourself. Welcome, Pawn. Good to see you. That's what you're doing. I like some nice time. Yeah, I stay up too late too. But it depends. If you're staying up late, like hanging out, versus like trying to be like, oh god, I'm running out of time. Crap, I better do this on Jesus. That's a very different kind of strain, staying up late, to be fair. Okay, so now we're on gear bags. This is a moment of truth of a such, so I'm gonna step into on this one. Okay, so there we go. Dictionary size 4. Trust the process. Okay. It's 4. This was 5. We erased the one that's attracting. So right now, none of them are attracting. That one's not attracting. That one's not attracting. This one's not attracting. And that one's not attracting. We are so close to getting there. I'm glad to rubber duck to you guys. But I do want to say, we're so close. Okay. Let's step into. So we're going to go every single step of the way here. So it's going to go down, it's iterating through. Again, it's picking one of these IDs. So at this point, we should be able to see what the ID is. It's 83416320372, which is this one. So it's currently in the first one. All right, it's in the first one. You got your leaderboard working? Nice. So we know this one isn't attracting. We can even see very clearly. It is not attracting. So let's keep going down and let's see what happens when we get to that key part. If it's not attracting and its spawn distance is less than the attract radius, that is to say, if it's right on top of the player and it isn't attracting, set it to true. So I would expect that we're gonna skip past this when I hit step into. It skipped it. Because it's not attracting, and it's not in the same spot as the player. So therefore, it goes past it, okay? Didn't mark it as attracting. So now we are on if spawn data attracting, okay? This is what would, in theory, get us one step closer to open gear menu and that breakpoint. Let's see what happens. So we're going to step into, we're going to go through each step of the way here. It skipped it. It didn't even care. It's not set to attracting, so it skipped right over it. At this point, we're already on the next one down. We're on 833827. 833, okay, we're on the next one. 833827, okay? This one also not attracting, so it should skip right over this. And it does. Okay, we're on the next one. This one is 834498. 834498. This one, not attracting. So it should also skip over it. So here we go. We come down here. It's not in the radius. It's not attracting. We know that. So it's going to skip over it. And it does. Okay, now we're on the last one in the dictionary. It's going to be very weird. I don't know what's going to happen. But somewhere between after this and the next thing, somewhere, things are going to get weird. I don't know what, I don't know where. Okay. So the current ID is indeed 835169. 835169. All right, here we go. Step into. Now, it's definitely not attracting, as we can see. I would be very surprised if its spawn distance was less than the attract radius. We can actually confirm right here. Its spawn distance is 123. The attract radius is 5. So this is not going to, this condition will not be met. We keep moving. Is it attracting? We know it's not attracting. So we're gonna hit this. What is it gonna do? There's nothing left here for it to go to. But somehow it's opening the gear menu, which again can only happen if something is attracting when it gets here. I think. I mean something. We'll see. All right, here we go. This is a moment of truth. What is gonna happen? Okay. Step into. So it's moved on from seek and attract pickups, and now it's checking for obstacle collision. So what this is doing is it's just making sure we haven't run into an obstacle. Okay, well, I'm going to assume this isn't relevant, so I'm going to actually step over this. check gear usage. This is just seeing, am I using a gear that I have? I'm not. There's only one gear that you can use right now, and it's a joystick. Can't really see it right now, but I'm not clicking it. I don't think this is going to be an issue, so I'm going to step over this as well. If we're touching the ground and flying forward, I don't think this is going to be relevant. I'm stepping over it. Debug check for bounce. I don't think that's relevant. Let's step over it. Okay, so now we're checking mouse position stuff on the mouse canvas to see which direction we should move. I don't really care about this. Let's try to get through it. It'll take a little bit to get through this part. Yeah, this is not my favorite. It's a lot of stepping. Okay, where are we at? We're on globals. So now it's trying to see if it needs to be recalculating high scores. So it's checking to see if we're on a run or not. It is a run, so it's gonna skip this. So we can step into, sure, why not? Doesn't matter, because we're gonna come right here. It's gonna check, are we in the gameplay state? Are we in the gameplay state? We are not. We are in the gear menu state. Now what I'd like to see is that we switch to the gameplay state. Wait, how do we get in the gear menu state? Wait, what? Wait, how did we get in the gear menu state? So we're not in gameplay. It's not, we don't need to get a new record. Dude, what? Don't care about the UI. Don't care about the spinning gems. Oh, that's a lot of gems. Okay, this is gonna take forever. There's like hundreds of these. Okay. Dude, what happened? Okay, we're just gonna continue. The gear menu opened. How did I miss that? We're in the gameplay state. What? We're in the gameplay state. Somehow it switched to the gear menu and I missed how it got there. How did I miss that? Yeah, but there's a breakpoint. There's a breakpoint right here. Right before gear menu gets set. Okay, let's try something a little different here. Dude, this is crazy. Okay, I'm gonna go to game states. I'm gonna add in an extra breakpoint. And we're gonna say anytime game state gets updated, give me a breakpoint. At least. No limit time, it can just burst off the page. Length, limit, time. I can just burst off the page. You're speaking in a cryptic language. Okay. I gotta hurry here. I can't believe that happened. That is so weird. It's right there. Wait, it happens right here. It's recursive. It's freaking recursive. Leaderboard doesn't truncate names, meaning you can go off the screen. Oh no. I mean, I still don't understand how Open Gear Menu is running again. I don't understand. Alright. It's chatbot time. It's chatbot time, baby. Gear menu open. Seems to be stuck in a recursive loop. When the gameplay state is set, after confirm is pressed, the gear menu state shouldn't happen again, but it is. Okay. We're gonna give all that code. Dude, there's something here that I can't see. But you know what might see it, and it might not. This is a long shot, and I know that it is. Okay, I think it's gonna figure it out if I just put that in here. Too many characters, that's okay. Let's get rid of a bunch of this stuff that's in here. On player that we don't need. For example, all this obstacle stuff. Not particularly related. Removed due to chatbot token limit. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can find it. In seek pickups, the gear pickup triggers this. See if it's right. It could be wrong. It could be wrong. It is scary, pawn. Gear menu ref, open gear menu ID, return. And inside open gear menu, you emit gear menu. That makes sense. Pauses the game for gear selection. But the issue is that Seek Pickups is running every frame in physics process, and if you switch back to gameplay, nothing prevents it from detecting another gear pickup in the next frame, re-triggering the menu. Your pickup gets attracted, gets collected, triggers the menu, and if spawn data isn't fully cleared, or if spawn node visible equals false, doesn't fully stop it from reprocessing, the next frame may process the same gear pickup again. Adding a guard clause before open gear menu, add a check to make sure the game state isn't already gear menu before triggering it again. Oh, that's smart. If you're checking last state, you could enhance it and the last state isn't gear menu. As long as the last state isn't gear menu and... Okay, let me just try this. This is a good idea. This is smart. So because what it's saying, and I don't know if it's quite right, but it kind of sounds right. How am I disposing of the picked up gear? Oh man, you know... Okay, so... The picked up gear is getting reparented back to the gear collector. It's being erased from spawned data. That's a good question. And I mean, that's really it. That's pretty much the main things. It's being erased from spawn data, which again, if we look at the stack trace at some point here, maybe not this point. But it's definitely not being iterated through. We know it's not being iterated through for sure. Do I have to? Do I have to explain it again? Do I have to? Can I just put this in here and see the pics? Please. open up this. If the player collides again, it still calls the checks? No. It just keeps calling the checks. You celebrate an arbitrary distance away. That's not what it is. It's not what it is. I mean, here's the thing. Oh my gosh. That's not what it is. I'm like pretty sure. I'm like very sure that that's not what it is. All right? Like, I hear you. Okay? But what I want to show you is that the only way that open gear menu, I'm pretty sure we have a solution here. I just want to say. But I'm pretty sure that open gear menu, I'm like completely sure, it only runs if the spawn data is set to attracting. So if attracting is true, this completely blocks this from running. Okay? So as we saw when I stepped into it and went over and over again, what was happening was it was removed. It's not colliding with it again and again. Okay? I really don't think that's happening. If it is, okay, let's put it this way. If that is happening, maybe it's happening. Maybe it's happening. But it's happening because Seek and Attract is running every single frame, right? I'm not sure exactly where it's happening. What the chatbot is saying is that this is running every single friggin' frame. Now, when we open the gear menu and pause the game, as it's working its way down here, about to try to get to gear menu, because that's running every frame, this hasn't been erased yet. So perhaps I could erase this sooner. Maybe that would help. It's possible. We could even check to see if it has been erased, stop worrying about it. Or if it hasn't been erased, erase it. We could use it as like a flag, potentially. We could try that. Let's try that. Here, I'll go back to player, and we'll say, if pickup string is set to gear, and if that exists, if that's even in there. So if gearbox spawn data has, but it's tough because it's like, which one is it? Yeah, I don't like this. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think this makes any sense. I mean, I guess it does. I guess it does make sense. Yeah, I guess it's okay. We could erase it before we even run that. We could try that. We could just say erase it right here. Let's see what that does. Let's try it. Let's erase it before we even open the gear menu. And see what that does. Just out of curiosity. I think its guard clause is probably valid. Let me go through here. But I like that your dungeon trying to get to like more of the heart of what it is, rather than just being like, well, if it is happening, just tell it not to. I think that's fine, but this is kind of more helpful for pinpointing what's going on. So let's see if that makes a difference. First of all, I need to get rid of all these breakpoints I have just everywhere. I have breakpoints just littered all over the place. Okay. Continue. You can erase the second after you use it. That's yes. I mean, this isn't actually before we even use it. Right? This is even before that. So I haven't even, whatever, I don't know what you mean by used it, but this is even before it's been used. This is saying as soon as the gear bag hits the player, I mean, we could put it even further back. We could put it, actually, we could say, maybe even go further. We could say as soon as spawn, if it finds one that's set to attracting, erase it right there. As soon as it finds one that's being attracted, get rid of it in the list. Don't check it ever again. I'm still kind of dubious that this is gonna be a fix, but I'm curious. Let's see what happens. Remember charging phone once a week. Okay. That's it. Dang. I use my phone too much for that. Maybe that's a me problem. Hey, Donnie. How you doing? Okay. So, oh, there's a bunch. Collect it. Oh, I still had a breakpoint in there. I knew I missed one. So we do have the gear menu. It's open. We're going to continue over that breakpoint. Pick something. Confirm. Didn't work. No dice. Okay. Not enough. So I'm super bored with this. I'm going to do what I think might actually fix it, which is what the chatbot said. I know we like to think the chatbot's not always right, and maybe it isn't, but I think it's worth a try. I think it's worth a try. So we can keep erase there. No reason not to. But what I am gonna do is we're gonna add in that guard. Which is basically just making sure that it's not currently the gear menu state, right? That's the most important thing to check here. Okay, so if the current state is not gear menu, then open the gear menu, because what's happening is the gear menu is open and it keeps going through it. But I guess I kind of like its other clause of also checking. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'm a little. Only if we're in the gameplay state. And the last state wasn't gear menu. Then allow the gear menu to open. So it's specifically making sure, hey, are we in gameplay? Great, you can open it. Gear menu is going to open, it's going to switch to the gear menu state, and when it inevitably comes back around, because we have it physics ticking so many times, when it inevitably comes back around, it'll say, oh, I'm not in gameplay anymore. So therefore, I'm not going to run it. I'm in the gear menu. Right? Is that correct? It's a good idea. I just didn't realize that was the issue. But we'll see. Okay, I've missed the first set of them, so we gotta wait till the next 50, which will be 100. Looks like I'm missing those too, so we gotta wait for the next set. Can't wait to have those map markers in there. Okay, every 50 meters. Oh man, that's bad luck. That's some bad luck right there. Come on now. Okay, 200. 200's the charm. No! Oh, there's one. Okay. Oh, I missed it. No! I missed it. My God. Ah, no! They're not supposed to appear that early. That's a bug. But I've been concerned with other things. Okay, don't go so fast. Slow down. Slow it down. We never know where they're gonna come from. They could come from anywhere. Not my favorite error to be getting at the moment. Oh, come on, man. That's bad luck. I'm gonna try my luck again. We're just gonna restart it. Don't keep me on the edge of my seat like that. Come on. I gotta know. I gotta know what's gonna happen. How did you miss 20-meter monolith? I know. Well, it's because there's a bug right now where they're not popping in front of you. Although one did and I just missed it. It's hard to control. It's hard to control because once you pass it horizontally, you can't go back up. It's hard, okay? Oh my God. And sometimes they don't actually spawn near you. But what I want to add in is a map marker that appears and guides you to it. Oh, they're all the way over there. Oh man. Don't make me engineer a debug position. I didn't know how lucky we've been. Okay, we got one. All right. Dude, I'm not gonna miss this. I'm not gonna miss this. Okay, we got it. Whoa. Inbound access to property, current state on base. Oh. Wait. Oh, yeah. That's why you don't get the code from the AI, because it doesn't know anything. If game state is set to that. Look, it doesn't know anything, all right? It doesn't know my code. Okay, here's our gear. It ran one time, all right? So we were in the gear menu. I'm gonna pick my gear, we're gonna confirm, and we're back in gameplay. Put your faith in the AI, folks. We got our gear. We got our gear! Trust the process. Trust the process. But I'm definitely giving you guys all credits here. So look, now what really is going on? I mean, clearly that this is organized ridiculous, right? This is a mess. And I know that it's a mess. Yeah, it is hacky. Yeah, man, it's a game jam. You know it's a game jam, right? Okay, so here's the other thing to keep in mind, all right? My whole purpose right now is to get it working. I'm gonna clean it up off stream. I don't want to do this here, right? I just want to get this put into place so we can see things working, all right? Never heard of game jams? So as the chatbot explains it, and it honestly makes sense. What's happening is the seek and tracked pickups is running every physics frame, right? Every physics frame. So seek pickups is running every physics frame. And based on that spawn data that's in there, one of those spawn data are one that the player is crossing paths with, and therefore is attracting towards the player. And so that affirms this gate right here. it's attracting, all this happens. Sure, we erase the ID. We're going through here, okay? We finally get down to open gear menu. So imagine this wasn't here, right? Before we added this in, okay? The gear menu opens. Sounds like a movie. Open to the gear menu. Okay, so the gear menu opens. Now, in the meantime, that physics tick is still running, right? Even though we've opened the gear menu, that's still happening. Which means that thing that had attracting true keeps matching, I think. So the gear menu is open. We get through here, and we finally get to game state, to gear menu, and that pauses the game. The game is paused. We're locked into the gear menu state. But it hit on that physics tick, right? A match. So even though we've removed it, that function, that loop ran so many times, I guess, on the match, I think, that it like queued up open gear menu again. So once I click the confirm button, which switches us back to gameplay, as soon as we go to gameplay, it pauses again and it goes right back to the the gear menu state. I think it has to do with the pausing. Can you explain more clearly why gear menu was running again? Was it that the physics tick queued up open gear menu multiple times or an extra time before the pause, before the scene tree paused, which happens when the gear menu state is set? Was it that the physics is queued up open gear menu multiple times or an extra time before the scene tree paused? Meaning that when gameplay was set, unpausing the game, thus unpausing the game, gear menu opened again and paused the game again. Okay, let's see if I got it right. Physics tick in player physics process is active. It calls seek and attract pickups, which calls seek pickups every frame. In seek pickups, a gear pickup gets close. You collect it and open gear menu is called. Open gear menu emits the gear menu state, which should pause the scene. Yes? Whoops. Right after open gear menu is called, the rest of the physics tick continues executing. Because physics runs ahead of the scene tree actually pausing, multiple gear pickups, or reprocessing the same one if not fully cleared, and so felt like we were clearing it, but I guess not, can still happen within the same frame or just before the scene tree enters the pause state. As a result, when gameplay resumes after confirm gear is pressed, seek pickups may still think that gear pickups need processing and open the menu again. Spawn data erase ID happens after open gear menu ID and return, so that item may remain in the next frame. Well, I did actually move it before that. We tried that, and it didn't matter. Even with spawn node visible false, unless you're taken explicitly, state transitions don't always pause the tree instantly. They set a flag. Oh yeah, you're teleporting. And remove the AI fix? I'd just like to confirm for sure. Yeah, I don't think, I don't see how that's gonna help, but I would love to give you that moment of validation. Ugh, that sounds like a lot of work. Okay, so let's say, okay, no, that's not that much work. We're gonna open up. I love that you're engaged. I love that you're interested. I love learning. Let's see what we can do. So I'm gonna pull this out. That's the fix, or the workaround, really. And then we're gonna say we'll erase it. So I mean, you tell me if this is the right place, right? I don't have a lot of time, so you gotta let me know. Is this where you think it should go? So we need to say spawned data, and within that is the node. Okay, that's the node. You have to trust me. You take my word for it on that. That's the node. So we're gonna have to set its position to vector 3 -1,000 -1,000 -1,000, just way out of here. Okay, right, so like where's the right place to put it, you know? Clearly this wasn't a great spot, but that should be as soon as it sees one that's attracting, it should immediately yeet it out of here. I think we have to say spawn ID node. Actually, I think I'm doing this wrong. Spawn data node. Yeah, it seems okay. Wait, maybe that's fine. Oh no, it's just... No, because it's iterating through spawn data. No, that's fine. Okay, so this should work, in theory. Okay. So it took out the guard clause from the code. Oops, keep putting that one back up. I removed the guard clause from the code, and we can see what happens. But it works good. I've done about all I can do. I barely have time to do this. Truly, because YouTube is going to kill the VOD if I'm here, like, much longer. Oh, man, that means I have to get it. I want to give you this learning moment. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, dear. Node. You can't find node in the dictionary? Okay. Oh, because that's for a gem. I just really don't have time. Unfortunately, I just don't have time. I want to, but like, I got stuff to do. I gotta stop. Gear bags. Why is it doing that on a gem check? That's very interesting. If spawn data is... If spawn data is set to gearbags ref spawn data and it's attracting, then do this. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, we gotta wait till 50 meters. Oh gosh. Oh, I'm not gonna make it over there. Oh, I'm not gonna make it over there and get it. Oh, maybe I will. Got it. Oh, right. So it's gotta get the spawn data. Oh man, dungeon. I don't even know. Honestly, I don't even know. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't do this. All right, I'm sorry. I tried to help you. I'm sorry. I wanted you to learn. I gotta go, guys. That's it. That's it. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. So who knows? Who knows? We may never know. Maybe check in on the Monday member stream dungeon and we can sort it out, all right? But tonight is not when it's happening. It just ain't. I gotta go because the YouTube VOD is gonna die. YouTube, we did it. We did it. Twitch, we did it. Okay? We had a little help from the AI, and that's okay. I'm gonna refactor all this code, all right? When I come back next Thursday, so I'm gonna be streaming twice next week. When I come back, we're gonna get it all nice and good. We're gonna clean it the heck up. Okay, this is you're not even gonna recognize this. You're gonna be like, oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's you know, because look, I just needed to mess it down. I need to mess it down, get it down messy, so that way I generally have something that I see what it's gonna be. That's just how I work, right? I don't have a lot of experience. I'm still new to game dev, and if you're new to game dev, it's okay to be a little sloppy, but it's important to recognize that it's sloppy and to try to find ways to make it neater and cleaner, especially next time. But at the end of the day, I'm doing my best. I'm trying to make it work so I can get my game done and say I did it. But also, I do want to learn along the way. So the things that I wanted to get done, I got done. We implemented a way to spawn in these gear bags. Granted, it needs to be cleaned up a little better. We can collect it. It'll give us 1 or 3 out of a bunch of different random possible gear to pick. We can click on it, bam, we got the gear, and it'll keep moving on, and we'll have collected it. Now, you can't do anything. The gear doesn't exist. There's only one gear that you can actually get, but the menu is there, the implementation works, and that's what matters. So, yeah, I'll be back on Monday for people who are members on YouTube and subscribers on Twitch. Yes, so if you are a subscriber on Twitch, the only way you're gonna get access to the members-only stream is if you head over to the Discord. And you have to connect your Discord and your Twitch. If you connect both of those and you have a sub on Twitch, and you're in the Discord, then you will get access